Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon. Welcome to High on Politics Tuesday edition, election edition, dare I say. We're going to be kind of covering the lead up to the election. I'm also going to be joining this space as a collaborator with the rest of the fine folks over there. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do the multi-stream. We're going to try and figure that out as it goes. But yeah, what's up, guys? How is everyone doing? So it's a Tuesday. It is a Tuesday, but today was a bit of a surprise for me because I woke up and the very first thing I saw, and I'm glad that this happened the way it did. I look over, I turn my phone over, and I see a little headline from the AP that says, Dick Cheney dead at 84. Very first thing that I saw. I didn't even see the time. So that was it was a good feeling to wake up to that. I kind of covered this on this space. If you guys want to go to check out that stream, it is live right now, but you can always go back and see the beginning of it or just wait for the VOD. But I'll cover it a little bit. RIP Mr. Murderman. Yeah, I could not be happier that he's dead. He's one of the few people that I always said that this was going to happen and I was going to react this way. Fuck him. I am so happy he's gone. I don't care how this reflects on me. This go high thing. No. I have friends that are dead because of him and his direct involvement in getting us into Iraq and then just kind of going, oopsie poopsie, you know what? We just happened to kill over 400,000 people, just overall. You know what? Is Rumsfeld already gone? I think so. I believe Donald Rumsfeld passed, and I also kind of did like a little dance here. You know what? Just to make sure, because if Rumsfeld, I'm pretty sure he's dead. Yep, 2021, so I had a feeling. I was like, I remember kind of, yeah, it's just not necessarily like this, where like Dick Cheney was always like the main subject of my ire before Donald Trump was like in politics, because no one did more damage to this country, especially like to families of this country. Nobody used more young men as cannon fodder. He stoked he almost single-handedly stoked the anti-Islam and, the Muslim hatred in this country. There's, that's a broader discussion, but he really fueled those fires. It's insane. Lumen just made a Big Lebowski reference on this space. Also, hi. Hey, what's up? Glad that Lumen is, a fan of the Lebowski. Now, I'll probably be joining him. NYC is a smaller form of California. What? Oh, great. We're starting off strong here. But what's up, Brian? How you doing? Or Bryant. How are you, man? By the way, I do know your name. That's just, I don't know why. Brain is doing the thing today. Sylvie, how you doing? And Natch, how are you doing? I hope that you guys are all kicking ass and ready for this day, because, man, like I said, I wasn't expecting that little bit of gift from the universe where I got to feel good. Dare I say, my faith is slowly being returned to me because he was legit. Like, I'm not even kidding here at all. I had a problem with the fact that I thought he was going to live well into his hundreds because this sounds ridiculous, but with his, having the 24-year-old heart, I thought he was going to be doing that with all his organs. I thought that this was going to be one of those things that like billionaires look at and they're just like, yeah, this is what we're trying to do. We want to be like Dick Cheney, where we just keep replacing our body parts with younger body parts and, suck the blood of the young, those things that when the Republicans started mentioning adrenochrome, you know how they tell on themselves a lot? I was starting to think, I'm like, do you think that they came up with that specifically because they were looking and they were like, adrenochrome, hey? But like I said, I'll only revel in this a little bit, but yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy he's gone. He's not going to make it to 100. Maybe, just maybe, 2025, how much it sucked for me. I think that this might be like the signal that it's just like, okay, you might be having a better year next year. But that all depends on tonight too. Like, if we see the blue wave that I'm expecting, I'm going to feel pretty good, Watching MAGA freak the fuck out over this is fun. It's so much fun. They are all panicking because I think they realize just how bad they're doing and how no matter how much they control the media, most people can actually, see and add the prices of things and just kind of go, yeah, they broke all their promises. Economically, I'm feeling like crap. So, but we'll see. We will see. That's the bitch about election nights, because I felt good on election night last year. And we all know how that turned out. Speaking of, technically, because this is the first Tuesday, I started my live stream on election day last year. So, happy pre 1 year, because technically tomorrow is the 1 year, if we're going to celebrate it by the date. So, it's going to be fun. Tomorrow's going to be a fun show. I'm just going to have a good old time. Also, this is the 500th video on my channel. So, that is also very cool. 500 of these, man, in 1 year. That's not that bad. I could have definitely put out more. There's like one girl out there that's just like, he finally said it. Prude Pep. All right. Sorry. I'm in a goofy mood too. Just so you guys know, the same government that can give you assistance can also take it away. Truth. I mean, we're seeing that right now. We are seeing that, with the SNAP benefits and all this. But if these programs are as popular as everybody kind of sees them as, well, not everybody. Okay, that's a way overgeneralization, because obviously there's a whole bunch of millionaires that don't use these, and they just see the takers and the blurdy blurs. Why that? Again, this idea that communism doesn't work, neither does capitalism. Every capitalist empire has fallen. So you have to look at all of the structured settlements of humanity and just go, yeah, you know what? It all kind of got us here. The problem is we keep doubling down on a system that's really not working. And over this short period of time that we actually live in, we've seen it to where it's like one step forward, two steps back, because even in the 90s, we had the deficit was pretty much cleared. We had, it was we didn't even have a deficit at the end of that. And then, yes, we had socialized programs that were helping a lot of working class families. But that pesky 9/11 thing happened, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, they also stole the election, from Al Gore. Fun. Forces people to try. Zach, I'm about to ban your ass. Honestly, is that what you want? I'm fucking sick of you. I'm getting tired of you. I'm gonna just tell you that right now. The fact that you just came out yesterday and said that this is like a troll thing and that you just like to troll, I'm honestly fucking done with it. I'm not gonna devote any more time to you if this is what you're gonna fucking do. So either shape up or I'm banning you today. Working together equals higher return on investment. Oh, man. I'm just sick of his shit. Fuck him. What's it like? Seriously, once you admit that you're doing this just because it's the only feeling you're getting is like this is the good feel, like, because again, you also do this thing where you're just such a asshole where you're like, I don't feel anything except for the good feeling I get from making people mad. Zach, honestly, at some point you just gotta admit you're kind of a piece of shit, but keep living like that, brother. It's gonna work out for you just fine. Anyway, how's everybody else doing? Spicy Pep? I'm just so tired of his shit. Ah, the infamous Zach. Yes, Natchkit, there you go. Yes, the infamous Zach, the one that I said he is now listed on 2 streams as just being a monumental pain in the ass. No, what sucks about Zach is that he really does get me to think like, do I, like, am I just too nice? Because I see myself in Zach a little bit as far as I was a shithead 20-year-old. He has similar, like, for the worse, he had some similar viewpoints where it comes to thinking that you know everything and the whole libertarianism. But this shit right here is where I separate, where I'm like, nah, I never did that. I never did that. This is ridiculous. You add online discourse to it, and it really does just create the biggest shitheads. Like, he's lonely. He doesn't have anything, like, substantive as far as, like, people in his life that care about him because he doesn't care about his family. Which, that's usually how that works. But again, your family's so bad, you know, also, you're the only one who has it fucking hard. Shut the fuck up. When it comes to taking from the rich, we should be taking from them, be clawing back what they took from us. Oof. What? Oh, I want to hear it. Like, the thing is, I don't want to hear it. Like, from him, specifically. Now, I've put a lot of my energy into trying to help that kid, and it's just annoying. It's beyond annoying. Like I said, though, this is the downside about doing this on stream, and this is also the downside of like the parasocial bullshit here, where it's just like, yeah, no, and now I'm cutting it loose. Like, I'm cutting them loose. Like, again, I don't need this. This is something I don't need. I don't need anybody like this in my fucking community. I put up with it long enough. We already had Discord drama where he should have been banned, but I didn't. Like, no. Starting to realize, I'm like, nah, wow. Now I get why, like, guys like Vosh just ban people for even just being annoying. You know, that is the one power I do have here as the streamer, where it's just like, nah, fuck you, get out of here. I don't need this. I don't need you. Don't. You know, as much as I like having some discourse, because that's the problem. I like discourse. I like having opposing views. But this where it's like just he's doing a character. He doesn't actually believe this shit. And if he does, like, that just tells me that he's slipping even farther into these fucking circles, or I don't know, man. But there's a certain amount of annoying that is tolerable. It really is. Yeah. And it's not tolerable. So anyway. Ugh. I did not ban him, but I think that he might be fucking getting it. If you're still here, Zach, I hope you're getting it. This is where reading the room comes in handy when trolling. Well, again, if he actually enjoys being part of this community, there has to be a limit. But he's done this 2 days in a row, and it's not asking for discourse. And then he slipped. He really fucked up when he just admitted this was what he was doing. Because that immediately brought it to where I'm like, oh, I don't have patience for that. I'm not going to let you use my community for that. You've already been disrespectful enough. So, like I said, should be taking money from George Lucas, a guy who worked hard. Online discourse is irony poison. Yeah, it really is. It is completely. And these people, kids his age, they wonder why they're in this position where, like, nobody likes them. And it's their own fucking doing. But it does suck, though. Like, it sucks to see that, like, this entire generation of shithead young dudes that just, this is what they do. This is how they engage. And the sad part is the ones that hang out online and, like, actually kind of care about politics, this is the way they engage. Like, you're not going to see the likes of, like, the Kyle Kalinskis or myself even, where there is a little nuance. Like, even in my goofy fucking way of doing this, I at least add some nuance to it because I do understand what I'm talking about. This is why Asmongold really pisses me off. His whole shift to politics and the fact that, like, I hate to say this, Hassan could have done better on calling him out on just not knowing. Are you shitting on me and my generation, Mr. Pepper? Ryan, you're one of the good ones. You are. See? But this is where I have to kind of back up a little bit and say, no, it's not entirely a generational thing. Old man Pep was going on a little bit of a rant, and then I heard my voice just slip into, hey, these youngins, I don't like it. Sky, the sky. I really do think, though, like, come on, Ryan. You have to admit that, damn kids these days, yeah, but you have to admit that your, like, generation, like, because you guys have been raised on a collective diet of just internet trolling and having your brains cooked by the algorithms and scrolling. I don't know, man. I really do see a difference. This isn't just the next generation. Oh, I worry for them. It's like, I got my little bits there, but fucking hey, this one's real. Although you can see the brain melting of, like, the generation above us too. My parents' generation, I'll say, because both my parents didn't have a Facebook, but the ones who did, like, they are fucked up. Like, every, like, 60, 70-year-old I know that has a Facebook account is so fucked up mentally. Like, they're cooked. And they don't know how to differentiate between AI videos and reality anymore. Like, they're just so cooked. I got idiots around me for sure. Next thing, we'll be complaining about someone whacking off in your tool. Goddamn kids whacking it in my tool shed. Yeah. When he's in the camper. Goddamn. It's so fucking funny. My mom has been okay on Facebook. Well, then you're one of the rare ones, because I'll tell you what, man. Even, like, my stepmom, right? My stepmom's one of these, where she posts a bunch of shit that you just don't understand. Like, you're just like, oh, you don't get that that's fake. And then if you try to tell her, she does the thing where it's like, no, I got it from this podcaster and blah, blah, blah. South Park just did a joke. I don't want to necessarily ruin it, but they did a joke where there was this lady at a dinner where she's just talking about how, like, I get all my news from podcasters. It's like, yeah. That tracks. I do a really good Mr. Anderson. I don't, actually. I used to be able to do that, but not as much. What up, Pinkerbell? Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you holding it down over on this space earlier. Hope you guys had fun. I had a good time. I hope you understand that, number one, waking up to that really did put me in a good mood. But then when I realized what I would, because I had a bunch of election videos already planned from last night to cover this, and that went pretty much down the drain. I saved like 2 of them where I was just like, okay. Oh no, I replaced one of them with that live Zoran. But by the way, happy time zone. Oh, the old guy. That's his name, Mr. Anderson. So you do a good Hank Hill too. It's the same impression. Like to the point where people thought that was supposed to be Hank Hill. I remember that. There was a conspiracy back in like 1998, 1999. We were all arguing about, you know, Woodstock 99. And then also, is Mr. Anderson technically Hank Hill? No, that's Mike Judge. I think Mike Judge is the one who does that. Let's see. I want to learn this. No, he's not. Greg Daniels. Oh, wait. No, Mike Judge is not. Oh my god, it's fucking AI. It just told me that he's not Hank Hill, but he's the voice of Hank Hill. I hate... this is what we spent this is what we're investing billions into. This, where an AI overview on Google where I say, is Mike Judge Hank Hill? You would think, just like... even algorithmically, it would just be like, Mike Judge, Hank Hill. Voice actor, right? No, Mike Judge is not Hank Hill. He is the voice actor who plays Hank Hill. He also voices Boomhauer and co-created the show with Greg Daniels. Google has gone to complete shit. It really, dude, all of it. And I think that's on purpose, guys. Like, you want to talk conspiracies? Here it is. They want to keep everybody stupid, and they want to keep everybody using bad AI and also doing the thing with Sora where it's just like, is that real? Specifically like those the ones that went mega viral with the same script. Like, thank God they used the same script on that, guys. I have to say, because yeah, those looked real. They looked real. And I noticed that a few of them were missing the Sora watermark, so that means that they either created him themselves or, yeah. That's how computers work. Shit, I'm old, yeah. Because I can't trust you to lie, and that you won't lie, yeah. I was planning to get in bed by 8 p.m. today. Oh, that's right. You're not happy in this time zone, I'm tired. I'm sorry, Zach, that sucks. You got lucky, yes, but hard work comes into play on this. Okay, I don't know even what you're talking about, man. I just remember when Google, like, it's missing the encyclopedia aspect of things too, where you could go and click on certain websites to get more answers. You know, it was definitely a better aggregator of information before this fucking AI stuff started, because now it's doing the AI overview, which I have caught myself just doing the thing where I'm like, oh, right, so that's what hold on, AI overview. Like, if my brain cannot see that AI overview, then I'm susceptible to just going, oh, that's Google. It sucks. It sucks to watch all this shit just degrade in real time, and it's all because a bunch of these greedy fucks want to keep us dumb. Just plain and simple. Any alternatives to Google, DuckDuckGo? I still use Ask Jeeves. How many of you guys used to search for your prod on Ask Jeeves because you figured out that it actually was one of the... It gave you the better options? I'm sitting there just like, excuse me, Jeeves. I need some smut. Oh, well. DuckDuck has AI now. You can disable it. I think you can disable Gemini. I 99% sure that you can disable Gemini. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, maybe not, because it doesn't give me the option to. Gemini. Yes. Gemini in several ways. Turning off Gemini app on and. What about on computer? Chrome, turn off a... Yeah, I'm trying to, right here. Hold on. It doesn't give me the fucking option to. What are you talking about? It's the AI overview! God damn it! The AI overview just... I'm sitting here, I'm like, well, I'm following the instructions, and then here. Go to Google Help. Possible to how to turn off Gemini. Go into your Google account. All right, I'm not gonna do this now. I'll do this after stream, but still. That was annoying. That was one of those moments where it's just like AI tried to save itself. It's like, what do you mean you want to get rid of Gemini? No, you don't. You love Gemini. You don't want to get rid of me. The one, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, you can do it in the Android app, but PC, you have to literally go into your Google account. It's like we're witnessing the death of the internet. Yeah, no, we are. We're definitely seeing the death of the internet. Like, it peaked, and now we don't know where to go with it. And the thing is, it all stems from a bunch of these assholes that, like, they can't fathom that it's like, oh, we kind of did peak. So we just have to slowly just go with it. And no, they want that next thing. They so badly just want to Steve Jobs this shit where it's just like, it's not happening. Not one of you have offered a viable product that is way better than what we had before. That's the big difference here. Like, Mark Zuckerberg, again, wants to be that. Meta, the glasses, all this bullshit that he keeps pumping out. He's trying so hard. And it's kind of pathetic where it's like, dude, just focus on the thing that worked. Had you just fucking focused on Facebook, had you actually put in the work to make it less of a fucking cesspool, had you not backed down on the misinfo fucking stuff, it would be a viable platform that I'd still be on and I would still use daily. But I cannot, in good conscience, use that bullshit anymore. It's a horrible app. Like, it really is. The interface sucks. The algorithm sucks. The engagement sucks. And then the creme de la creme is how they just are feeding you misinfo now. They are so shameless about feeding nothing but AI short after AI short after AI short. I had all AI shorts at one point where I was just like, that's it. I can't. I'm not doing any of this they took the enjoyment out of that. And then people are just like, why don't you go use Sora? It's kind of go fuck yourself. Like, this goes back to Vine, and this is also why I'm not a gambler. I don't like this idea of always needing, like, that next thing. Like, I remember just recently we watched something about a guy talking about how we need to learn to be bored again because our brains are supposed to have that. Like, this idea. And I do it too. I do it all the time. I'm an awkward motherfucker, especially in public. So, you know how it is. I'll even do it. Okay, so we're standing in line, right? Stand in line, you know. And then you see everybody else with the phone, so you just... Then you just kind of flip through your stuff. You know, like... I don't even do the games. It's just like the fucking... You're flipping through your bullshit. Can't tell you. Because just yesterday, I took Facebook off my phone again. And I knew it. I knew all day. Actually, I just did it while I was doing that. I went to go to Facebook. And it wasn't there. Thank God. Make being bored great again, I guess. Sure. I hate the fact that they did, like, making anything great again. Like, I'm getting kind of sick of the just fuck MAGA. I'm so tired of all the lame bullshit. Because the other thing that we did was we somehow let these motherfuckers recycle jokes for almost 10 years, and we never pushed back properly to just to shame them for just being hack assholes. Hacks! They're the biggest hacks. They don't have an original thought between a single one of them. That's why it's all recycled bullshit that they read from Facebook over 10 years ago. And, snowflake. Melt, snowflake, melt. Liberal tears taste good. Oh, you bunch of hack assholes. Just... And nobody called it out because the left was just too busy going like, I don't know if I care. Maybe I care too much. I don't know. I'm not gonna react. And if I do react, I'm actually going to engage, even though I know they're bad faith. Oh boy. Uh-oh, Pep is mad at everything mode, even if he might contradict himself. Yeah, I do that. You know what? You guys can clip those moments and just make a little compilation of Pep contradicting himself. I'm totally fine with that, because, yeah, I don't mind getting called out. Where's the next Carlin, man? Why does there always need to be the next one? Like, we did this with Joe Rogan. This is why I get sick of hearing Joe Rogan of the left, Joe Rogan of the left. Like, they asked Stavi that. Are you trying to be the Joe Rogan of the left? He's like, no. Contradict Peps. I mean, I should just go and ask ContraPoints and just be like, all right. You want to make some ContraPoints while I contradict myself? Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to listen to her, though. I think us having to prioritize work and maintenance and leaving no room for other things because of time and energy levels doesn't help. I would want to do other things, but my brain is so tired. ContraPeps. I like it. I don't know why that dude is still there, or still here. I don't know. Sean, I finally had it. Yesterday, he fucked up bad. Right now, I'm just kind of keeping him for the engagement. Like, if you guys choose to engage, fine, but he keeps going, and until he says something where I just, do the ban ham. But I know, it's annoying. I already did address how I'm kind of mad at myself for letting it go this long. Cody from Surf's Up. Wait, why can't people just be them? Let me be me, bro. Surf's Up. Isn't that the Penguin movie? Yeah. Yeah, is that the Penguin movie? It is, yeah, no, okay. I was about to say, I feel like I've watched that. Professional stove toucher. Well, I also... It's effing good? No, it is. It was one of the... I remember, there's a few of them movies that, as they came out, Over the Hedge was the one that I remember getting really stoned with my old roommate. And there was nothing else playing at the movie theater. And we were just like, you want to go see Over the Hedge? It's an animated movie, you know? It's like, yeah, you know, Shrek ain't bad, and it's made by the same studio. Dude, we walked out of that theater just going like, I'm so glad we did that. That movie was awesome. One of the best movies of all time. Oh, wow. One of the songs is stuck in my head. It's been stuck in my head for months. Professional grass toucher. Hee. That I am. Zach got him pissed. I mean, you kind of contributed to it, but... Damn it, I want to go to sleep. Then go to sleep. Try. I don't know. Tell your brain repeatedly to stop thinking about thinking until you just go to sleep. Use it like the sheep. I used to do that. I used to just be like that, because I remember I had this nanny once. which kind of tells you about my childhood. Yeah, when my parents were going through a divorce, they actually, like, my dad needed one. But yeah, she gave me a piece of advice that, like, I've been using for ever since then, and it works. Where instead of, like, counting sheep or doing anything like that, you just tell yourself, stop thinking about thinking, and you kind of repeat it, and your brain, you, like, get sick of doing it, and then your brain just gets sleepy, and then I can't tell you the last time it didn't work. So I hope that helps. Anyway, you did nothing wrong, dude. Yeah, you did. Yeah, the thing that you did wrong was you admitted that this is just a troll thing for you, and that you honestly, you don't care. Like, you were you let the mask slip yesterday, and that did it. Where I was just like, oh, that's why I'm not engaging with you. At the guard post, I get, wait. Oh, you're at the at the guard post. Yeah, maybe don't do that. You did not say that. The thing is, my show's recorded, man. So if you want to do the legwork to go back and find that timestamp, be my guest. Pep thought you were genuine in your beliefs. Yeah. I said logical, peaceful debates are fun. No, you didn't. You said that today. Yeah, it's as obvious as the sun is hot. Anyway. You can go back and you can look at it. I'm not going to do this. Drama? It is drama. It's stupid drama. It's stupid drama caused by me. Honestly, this is one of those situations where I kind of wish I would do it. You've been gone a while? Yeah. You have been missed. But no, every time that you show, it's always nice to see you, man. Bet BRB, gotta grab a beer anyway. Fine. Be my guest. Zach is a stereotypical dumbass who thinks he's smarter than everyone because he has no tether to a belief or of value. Yeah, or of a value. Yes. Yeah. Notice, yeah, he can pivot at any point and just be like, yeah, I didn't believe in that anyway. I was just trolling you. See? Yep, Stan. Oh, Stan's back in his, You're happy to ignore Zach. I mean, you guys can engage, but I'm just... It doesn't matter right now to me. His opinions don't matter to me. He did fuck up yesterday. Tired of this gaslighting bullshit. I did not say that. Yeah, you fucking did. Once you admit that you were a troll, which, how do you forget that you did that? Oh, wait a minute. Anyway. Enough of that. We have an exciting night coming up. Let's focus on the success. Exactly. That's why I wasn't here for him just being like, communism doesn't work, blurty, but we get it, dude. I love how every single time that there's like a whole like movement behind this shit, they start panicking and they start going, communism doesn't work. This doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. No, we just need the capitalism. We need to keep the status quo because I make my money. I don't want to do a new system because it might take from me. What if he's trolling about not trolling? Uh-oh. Well, that's a streamception I'm not gonna fucking run into. I love running into Zach in real life because the internet ones are less than worthless to interact with. Yeah. We can't try it because we don't know. We know it doesn't work. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, how you doing, Seth? Capitalism hasn't worked. Get double trolled, bish. I mean, oh my god, does that mean that technically it worked? Zoran, hell yeah. No, I mean, right now, from my understanding, exit polling, Zach types are IRL. Got it, yeah. Yeah, no, again, I used to have a friend that was like that. He was such a pain in the ass. It's the first person that I've ever, like, banned IRL. Like, for real. I just cut off contact with him. And my wife, she used to do that, like, because this was always about political stuff. And I remember when Biden was first getting, when he won. And, like, he was kind of doing his campaign. This guy was just being such an asshole to me. And everything was about trolling. Everything was about trolling. And he was doing it, you know, while we were hanging, and it was just like, fuck you, dude. Like, fuck you. I'm so sick of it. And then the last text message I received from him was, I guess I have to admit you were right. Biden won. I'm sure he went, you know, the whole Jan 6 way, but that's the first person I've ever, like, banned, like, from my phone entirely, where I just blocked his numbers. Yeah, never dealing with that shit ever again. That's why it's kind of funny. There's been a few people that pop up on my stream where I legit have this moment where I'm like, is this him? Because they argue in the exact same way. Actually, that guy Panic, that was almost the way he would do it. Like, exactly. Because he would also do this thing where, to keep me engaged, he would try to, like, do this thing where he was... There's no way you found it that fucking quickly. That, again, go back. Go back. You said it before that. I remember it was right before that. Come on. Don't you dare. Although, okay, this is where I have to admit that's a little impressive that you did find that quickly. Jesus Christ. How'd you do that? Was that like a keyword search? Egg on my face. I don't know. I did say I love pissing people off. Yeah, that's literally trolling. You do understand that, right? I don't know. Now we're just mincing words there. Because can we agree that if you have the thing in you that makes it to where you find joy in pissing people off and, like, genuinely fucking with people, then that means that, yeah, you got that thing. Flashback to that one time I had a really shitty day and my older brother made me a hot cocoa and I slipped soy sauce in it and I wanted to cry and drown. Ha! Oh! That sucks. That sucks. I would freak out. I would genuinely freak out over that. I mean, there are days like this is kind of part of the problem with how I compartmentalize some things. I have a tendency, like, if something, you know, small happens, then all of a sudden I fucking freak out. It's kind of like the way, like, the day that my dog, like, I had to put my dog down and then I found out my wife had cancer, I got home and my sink exploded. That's what did it. I just tried so hard to keep it together, and then when my sink exploded, I just broke down. And also got very angry. Dude, my entire kitchen was flooded. That sucked. Anyway. Yeah, check those O-rings, people. Don't take that for granted. Holy shit. was weird too, because when I like looked at it, there was so much rust on there. I was like, how? Like how? Anyway, joke warning. Let that sink in. See, no, had I had that to kind of like laugh at in that moment, it would have broken. It would have broken me. I would have just laughed and been like, all right. Because I'm also very, very easy to calm down when you can make, like, if you say a joke, then I'm just like, oh, I was mad, but that was funny. One of my friends, he's my old roommate. He knows how to do that, where he knows that if I'm like really, really angry, if I'm going on a rant, he'll cut a like massive fart, which it's his gift. He has comical farts. And dude, it breaks the tension immediately. Where it just like, I touched grass so much I got a bite mark on me from an actual princess the other day. Or from an actual princess from another country. You're barking up the wrong tree, you antisocial waste of time. Pep, your sense of humor helps, man. I think so. I think so. That's what scares me, is when I lose my sense of humor. That's how I know. That's where I'm just like, oh man. Like I'm in a bad spot if I cannot, like, if I can't laugh, that's a bad thing. But I think we all get there. Making me laugh when I'm mad is how my son gets him. Oh, that little sneaky bastard. Oh, you know what? That's why I haven't blocked you, shithead. It's just the fact that now you're just annoying. So it's easy to ignore you. It's not about peaceful debate anymore. Because the thing is, you're also not trying to debate. Like, this is where I can kind of differentiate where you're just trying to piss people off. Because part of the problem is, Sylvie kind of said it, like, we don't know what you actually believe anymore. You did it to yourself, bro. Get better material, please. Yeah. Yeah, if you consider that debate, you might want to touch grass. Funny part is, he actually probably touches, like, more grass, like, actually physically than any of us because of the way that his job works. So. Oh my god, I just realized, the company that did the lines for my, my internet, yeah, I had to ask them what kind of grass seed they used, because apparently it is really, like, it matched perfectly, which I've never had before. I have this thing where, like, I'll go buy, like, the Scott's stuff for the lawn, and it's totally different grass, and then it dies at the end of the year and doesn't come back. Oh. Does anybody know about grass and, like, landscaping? Is that might help. I've debated just getting a whole bunch of wildflowers and just throwing the seeds in my yard and just being done with it. But, yeah, we got city ordinances too. Which, who needs an HOA when you have city ordinance? Did they destroy your grass? They initially did, but they actually did a really good job fixing it. That's why I'm saying, like, the fixed spots. I had some dead spots that were already there. That's why I was like, oh, fuck. Give me, like, at least the type of grass seed that you use so I can do the exact same thing that you did. Gotta work, though, now. All right, Sean, I'll keep you, well, keep you posted. Yeah, I hope to see you a little bit later. But, yeah, good luck with the work. Blocked him just to piss him off. Also, he needs to be yeeted from Discord. You're dumb for letting him stay. Sorry, brother. Well, what's he been doing in Discord? I haven't seen him do anything. Yeah. No, he hasn't done anything. Not since that. As I said, dude, I try to give at least one. But, yeah, he definitely has the the unfortunate, like, he's gonna get yeeted at 2. The second time that he really, like, does anything is like, peace. And peaceful and just, yeah, I know. That's why I'm kind of just being like, all right, man, well, you behave. You really are just, like, you're a piece of work there, dude. I gotta say that much. Give me 1 second. Okay. This is a medical thing. All right. It's not talent. That is not talent. Pissing people off is not a talent. Oh, yeah. All right. So it's an improvement. Oh. Now you're just making me kind of miss that. Complete side note, but the background music is always chill, so thanks. Oh, yeah. Thank you. That is my curated playlist. You guys can go check it out at Pepper. Snap benefits, which increased by billions and billions of dollars manyfold during crooked Joe Biden's disastrous term in office due to the fact that they were haphazardly handed to anyone asking, as opposed to just those who were in need, which is the purpose of SNAP, would be given only to when the radical left Democrats open up the government, which they can do easily, and not before. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, so he's a break. 2 judges' orders on that one. Cool. Let's say it is a talent. It's a boring effing talent. I don't know what you want. He wants to validate himself because he feels bad about himself. That's usually where this comes from. That's also where I call the BS, where it's just like, I don't feel anything. It's like, yeah, you do. No. And you can feel great about yourself, not pissing off my chat. Because I can do this bit. It ain't a ban. But I'm tired of focusing on you, so. Alrighty. We're 5 minutes away from the first hour. You know what? Screw it. We're having fun. I like doing my little rant here. Also, if you guys are over on Twitch here, consider hitting that follow. And oh, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. I just realized that somebody resubbed. Thank you for that. And consider becoming a member over on YouTube. I'm gonna do the thing, guys. For under the price of a cup of coffee, you can become a member of my channel and help support the channel, the cause, and Pep himself. Thank you for this attention. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your attention to this matter. How come he signs off like, I just realized he signs off like he's like doing a Sears read where he's just like, all right, attention shoppers, we in aisle 4 we have some new Snap-on tools. Check them out. You guys, they're made with quality American steel. And also, you can buy one, get one free coffee in aisle 4. And then maybe check out our discounted televisions. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And thank you for shopping at Sears. The blue light special on Depends. I happen to love Depends. Scotty, what up, dude? How you been? It's good to see you. That was good. Blue lights, dude. The blue light special. Oh my god! Can we just admit that the shipped your pants? Wait, can we watch that? Here, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it today. If I get in trouble, then I get in trouble. But dude, Kmart's out of business. What are they gonna do? Come after me? Oh my god, yeah. They I hope they don't, but fuck it. Wait.
Shit my
I forgot that there was a pause. Yes, here. Screw it. This is one of the best commercials ever recorded. And I don't understand how it was like this didn't save their company. This was like a monumental campaign 12 years ago, too. It's not that long. This is one of those ones where it feels like it was longer.
Shit my pants. Right here? Shit my pants, you're kidding. You can
Shit my pants.
ship your pants right here. You hear that? I can ship my pants for free.
Wow.
Wow.
I just may ship my pants.
Yeah, ship your pants. Billy, you can ship your pants too.
I can't wait to ship my pants, Dad.
I just shipped my pants,
Yes.
and it's very
It
convenient.
was very convenient.
Very convenient.
I just shipped my drawers.
I just shipped my nightie.
I just shipped
Shit
my bed. If you can't find what you're looking for,
I just shipped my man.
in store, we'll find it at Kmart.com.
The way that she whispers, I just shipped my drawers. I just shipped my man. It was very convenient. Very convenient. Fucking Christ. Oh, man. I might just ship my pants. Hey, Billy. Oh, God. Well acted, too. Can we take a moment just to say how well, like, they sold that? Because that lady just like, I just may ship my pants. Pure art. It really is. Etch, you've never seen that commercial? Okay, Etch, that is a Kmart commercial, which I'm not sure if you had Kmart in your area, but yeah, that was real. Like, they ran that over and over, and they had I remember they had a Christmas edition where it was like the Ghosts of Christmas Past and Present. That was one of the funniest fucking commercials ever filmed. In PA, we have a convenience store called Sheets. Yes, I know you have Sheets. There was a complaint where people said they buy sheet. One guy Sheets. The pool. All right, that's pretty funny, especially if you're calling. God damn it. Wow, totally thought that was AI. Really? Oh, no. Yeah, that was 12 years ago. So there's, yeah. Oh, God. Pre-2015, before the advent of AI anything. Oh, that was, I mean, obviously, AI in the way we know it. No, but Sheets is... I'm more of a Wawa guy. If we're gonna do Wawa Sheets, like, I like Wawa way better than Sheets. Because they got them hoags. A Wawa Hogue is really good. Hoagie, if you don't. I'm using like very localized terms. Even though I'm not from there, I just happen to enjoy a damn good gas station sandwich. Dude, for real, the roast beef at a Wawa, like especially if you go to one of the good ones, because there are some there you're like, I'm gonna pass. Yeah, it's so good. Racetrack better than both? No. Racetrack? Yeah, get out of here. Dang. The fact that they were able to run those ads. Racetrack cheeseburgers. You know, yeah, we got a place called Thornton's. That's like the Illinois. I think that's actually like the Illinois version of that. Yeah, they got some things like that where occasionally you'll get just like a quick burger or like a quick piece of pizza or something. You're just like, that was better than it had any business being. Like, that's always my favorite thing about like having a quick stop and then just getting some food where you're just like, look at that. It wasn't complete shit. Cool. Maybe it's because you go in with that mentality of like, there's no way. I mean, I just gotta eat something. I happen to know that I'm gonna have time just in case it upsets my stomach. So, so you guys ever do that one where you eat something that you know might upset your stomach, but you're just like, well, technically I have time blocked out in between this. So if I need to shit, then I can just do it then. All right. Like, fuck it, I'm gonna take the dive. Oh, only me? Well, I guess I'm the only one who likes to test fate. Oh, man. Low bar club. The low bar club. Yep. Well, this is, you know, I talk a lot about fast food on this program, I have noticed. Somebody brought that up. They're just like, Pep likes himself some fast food. I'm like, oh, has that become a thing that now everybody just knows? It's like, oh, no. I don't want it to be like the perception that that's all I eat. Because that is far from the truth. Because the way that I do fast food is, number one, I won't DoorDash it. If I ever DoorDash something from a fast food place, it's on somebody else's account, and it's because they asked, hey, I'm DoorDashing this, do you want anything? It's just like, oh yeah, sure, I'll throw in on that. But yeah, I hate that shit. So yes, I think I mentioned this. I know how to make my orders to where I get the freshest food from pretty much every place I go. Sometimes you just ask. Like, it is as simple, like, there's a White Castle that I like to go to where you really just should. You should just ask, like, hey, can I get the fresh fries? And they're just like, yeah, you know what, that's fine. Nice part about White Castle burgers, though, every single time you get one, it is freshly made. I love that. It's actually one of the things that I like about Wendy's. Say what you will, it is never frozen beef. So, if you guys want, you know, that, as far as like the fast food burgers, that one's good. The flame broiled, I've mentioned this at BK. As long as you ask for fresh off the broiler, you will be getting a fresh burger. Because getting those drawer burgers, the ones that like they just make and like toss aside for a little bit, ugh, gross. Oh, man, hold on a second. Sorry, guys. All right. Medical updates. Hi, can I get the asbestos-free fries? Thanks. We actually, like, I was driving past, like when I was in the protest area, I drove past a Steak and Shake where I was like, oh, what the fuck? I thought that all those closed. And they had like a big sign that said like, now serving beef tallow fries. And all I could think was RFK and him. Oh, we're trying to make the fast food places use beef tallow. Beef tallow is much better for you, and it doesn't have the same effects on your heart. It's just like, dude, how do we live in a time where we listen to a guy that sounds like that in anything, in any capacity? But then on top of it, it really is just bothersome, where it's just like, how did we get to this? And it's almost like they put him in charge of all that just to troll. That's it. It wasn't because he was the best to serve in that position in the slightest, even optically. Like, dude, some of RFK's fans were just like, oh, I would have been more comfortable with him being president than actually being in charge of the entire healthcare system. That's kind of, no. That's not good. What do? I play chess. I can throw a ball super accurate. I can create mystic. I can create pictures from my imagination. I can build intricate models. I can't believe our... Yeah, it's a troll move. What do you do? I'm an asshole. Exactly. Ryan. Ryan's like, you know what? No. Here. You want to see how ridiculous this is? To call it a talent? Here you go. Well said, Ryan. I like the fact that this is kind of fun. We're watching the two youngins in chat kind of just... and I got... Ryan, you're kind of winning this one. You know? You see what happens where it's just like you point out the blatant stupidity? Fun times. Okay, now we're in overtime. Well, let's finish this coffee and move on. There were a few... Aw, man. Just realized there were coffee grounds in that last sip. You made it through. Damn it. Can I also just say, and I know that like a lot of you guys are already on this, K-Cups suck. Like, God, I wish I could afford a French press. But priorities, guys, priorities. I can be fine with although K-Cups are just, they're bad for the environment and they're more expensive. Like, I should have just bought a Mr. Coffee when I had the chance. Made a mistake and now you learn. Learn from my mistake, folks. If you guys are looking into buying a new coffee maker, just stay away from these damn K-Cups. I know they're convenient, but they're really not. I have been having this problem where consistently these things are exploding over and over and over to the point where one almost broke my damn coffee maker. And then I looked into it. It's because the K-Cup manufacturers, they're trying to keep up with demand, so they're doing this thing where, again, thanks Trump, they're cutting corners where, so there would be parts of the quality control department where they would be able to check each K-Cup and make sure that it wasn't full of air. Now, every single one is full of air to the point where you have to like puncture it before you even put it into the K-Cup maker. So, still processing that you're a youngin'. Well, I mean, I was talking about Ryan and Zach, but Natch, are you in that category? I mean, if you're under the age of 25, then I consider you a youngin'. You know, I'm sorry. That's just how it is. Let's see, 25. I'm a solid 18 years older than you. Or no, 13, because I can math. 18. Put me well into my 40s. Oh, okay, then no. No, that's what I thought. No. God, I get one more good year. One more. And then the big 4-0. Your oldest. Shut up. 31? Well, you just entered your 30s. Sorry, that was... that genuinely shocked me. Because, no, for real. 20s, I got really mad at the people that told me that, like, the best years of my life were, like, my late teens and early 20s. Fuck them. They were so wrong. No, the best years of my life was, like, 28 to, like, 35. Like, just as far as, like, feeling good, peak physical condition. I never, like, my God, dude, I was doing great at playing hockey. And then, yeah, you actually get tired now. It sucks. That does happen. Yeah, you start realizing what actual tired is, where you're doing the thing on the couch, you're playing a video game, and you're just, huh? Ooh, no! You realize you can't pull an all-nighter anymore. Yeah, you are about that age. I was about 31 when I started getting that. Couldn't make it through movies all the way. That's the part that really sucks, is not being able to enjoy, like, a movie, like, fully anymore. It doesn't matter how good it is. Oh, God, I've hit that age. Because now I remember there were times where my dad would say, like, a movie was good, but he fell asleep during it. And I just was like, but if it was good, then you wouldn't have fallen asleep. He's just like, when you'll understand when you're older. Well, here I am. He was right about that. He'll be 44 in under a month. All right, so it ain't that bad. I hate to say it, it's always kind of nice where it's just like, an elder. All right. You've already crossed the bridge. I see how it is. The 4-0 bridge. Yes. It's a thing. I will say this much, it is a thing. And for anybody that's just like, I don't look at aging and I don't care. Like a certain person who was full of shit at the time, because upon some more reflection, I do fucking care. It's noticeable, man. Like my hips, dude. Like I have like a hip that hurts now. I'm worried about that, where I'm just like, okay, if it hurts this bad before I'm even 40, oh man, like my later life is gonna suck. And then my back, I do the same thing where I'm just like, oh, my back. I get injured, like I have old sports injuries. So like I fractured my wrist and I fractured my knee. I also tore ligaments in my knee. So anytime that it starts getting like a little cold, or I can do the thing where it's like, it's gonna rain, and then sure as shit, and they're just like, how'd you know that? I'm like, my hand hurt. It's like, he's a shaman. It's just like, so that's the superpower I get? Is that a trade-off? I don't know. Time to get into exercise, I guess. It helps. Honestly, this is gonna sound lame as fuck. Lame as fuck. Calisthenics and light weights. For sure, like, for real. Even when I was playing hockey, I didn't do like a lot of heavy lifting. Because I already had kind of like a bad rotator, but I had a bunch of like coaches that were just like, no, it doesn't benefit you to really do that. Like, yes, you want to strengthen your shoulder muscles, but they're like, you can do that on a small scale. You can smell when it's about to rain. Yeah, me too. Look, man, I just got off my shift, so I'm going to go shower and sleep. But before I go, I just want to say, if you were annoyed by anything I said, guess I'm pretty talented myself. Ryan. Well, dude, I appreciate you stopping by and hanging for the time that you could. But yes, get some sleep, man. Putting in those late hours. And also, we're getting close to the 420 here. Not lame at all, thanks. Calisthenics will save you. They will. No, I'm not even kidding. I started doing Japanese calisthenics called Radio Taiso. I do it every morning. It's, it takes me 2 minutes to do, and I feel great after I do it. And they're like the days that I forget, I feel it. I'm sure that there's actually there's days where I stream that like maybe the stream didn't, go as well, or like it just didn't flow as well. That's usually when I didn't do that. And yeah, I only use two 10-pound weights to accomplish that. And then occasionally I'll do some light kettlebell workouts. Again, just keep it to the 10 pounds because I don't want to listen, you don't need that. Especially like the older you get, your muscles are trained. Like it's not gonna you're not going to lose the ability to pick up a 50-pound box just by, oh, I can only do 10-pound weight. That's not how it works. I also don't like this thing where it's like it becomes about, proving something to yourself and others around you. Like, look how strong I am. Who gives a shit? Hey, look at that. There we go. First time we're in. Good night, Ryan. I think I said good night, but I made peanut butter banana cake today, and it turned out awesome. All the stuff that you make sounds really, really good. Like, I know that you said that you make the fake cakes, but I think that you should make the real cakes. We can't handle Buff Pep. No. Why? No. I got close to that one time where I got into that creatine regimen. I remember my sister made fun of me. She was just like, "Why are you trying? Like, why? You're not really that type of person. Why would you do that?" I'm like, "Because I want to look cut." She just started making fun of me. I want to look cut. Embarrassing. Nah, whatever, man. People that do that shit where they have to like flex, like again, I work out all the time. Look at my body. They're always wearing like the tight shirts and just like, okay, fine. Like, I'm glad that you worked that hard, but it's this thing where other people kind of take on the whole, well, I don't look like that, so I'm gonna feel bad about myself. Stop it. Honestly, stop it. Like I said, pay attention to like the workouts that are beneficial to you. And then do those. Fake. Well, not fake. I'm just talking about like the fake cakes. I thought you were talking about like the fake muscles. I was just like, that is a thing. Yeah, Pinkerbell, she makes fake cakes. Like that, when I found out that wasn't a joke, that was kind of funny. Because I made a joke to Jake about that where I was just like, oh, so now we have fake sponsorships? He's like, no, this is actually a real sponsorship. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, Pinkerbell makes fake cakes. I was just like, that's a thing? And then when I saw them, I was like, they do look really good. Like, they look great. And funny enough, there was the MSNBC contributor who, she had a fake cake behind her. I was just like, there's a market for that. Oh, Jesus. Just tripped on myself. All right, where are we at? We got 2 minutes. Oh, boy. All right, very cool. Yeah, no, the thing is, like, I can also see that it's like, yeah, you're a good sculptor and you've got the artistic eye. As my dad would say. Dude, he said that the other, oh my God. So my dad, it was really funny. He totally pulled like a dad move that he would have pulled when I was like a kid. So he's just like, I was at the golf course the other day and I got this buddy, and he had back surgery, and he's a nice guy, and he was talking about getting a tattoo and how he doesn't trust anybody to draw it up because he's just like, nobody's gonna do it well. He's like, tattoo artists they don't know how to get the essence of comic book art or like a illustration like it's on a movie poster. And my dad, he actually like kind of said something nice about his kid, or he's just like, I actually know somebody, my kid does illustrations. And I don't know, I'm toying with actually doing it because he wants a gremlin, like one of like not the stripping gremlin, by the way, not the one from Gremlins 2, but he wants a gremlin like kind of like sliding down the pole. I was like, I could do that, and I like Gremlins. Like, I just talked about that yesterday, about how me and my wife watched Gremlins 1 and 2. What do y'all cook for Thanksgiving? Your standard stuff, but like, yeah, my turkeys are good though. All right. Woo, 4-2-0. I don't know what to make first Thanksgiving alone. Don't want to make too much. Then cut your recipes and to tiny, tiny portions. Honestly, I don't know. There was one Thanksgiving, where I was out of town, and like I was in the middle of like doing a meeting type thing, which again, Thanksgiving. God, that sucked. I cannot wait to talk about this job because I sacrificed a lot, man. I sacrificed birthdays. I sacrificed multiple holidays just because I was like, nope. I committed to doing this job. I'm gonna do this job. It's like, but yeah. So I was in a place where they had a Popeyes, thank God, and I got some of their stuff, and their turkey was really good. Just gotta say. But if you're making your own stuff, then yeah. All the turkeys 2 to 3 days before Thanksgiving, so nobody else can have them without hunting. Can't talk about it. NDA sitch. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It's an NDA situation, and also, I can say this much: they are trying to liquidate the business at the moment, kind of thing. So, yeah. Once that's over, I do like, because that was kind of part of the provision where it was just like, yeah, like if the company goes under, then I can talk about it. But until then, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of content. I can tell you that much. Once I can talk about it, it's like a whole month's worth of stories and content that I can finally talk about. Because I've hinted that it's like, yeah, dude, I worked in an industry where if you think you've seen money, no. Like, I've been in the presence of a billionaire, and it's not like, oh my God, he graced me with his presence. It's like, no, I just saw how the other side lived, and it was just like, oh my fucking God, this is disgusting. And then you see how they handle it, where it's just like they handle it like you just, yeah, whatever. Like you would with any other, like, fixture in your house or something that you just don't think about, or whatever. It's disgusting. Honestly, it kind of made me like the person that I am, where this is why I don't really chase riches. I want comfort. Like, I want enough money to be comfortable and, you know, donate and make other people comfortable. But that's it. Like, this whole thing about buying these giant fucking houses that you don't need that much square footage. Also, I can tell you that, again, I went to a school with some of these kids that had that type of money, and you would, I talked about Stevie yesterday. So Stevie, when he came to my house, he would always kind of make this comment, and it didn't really resonate with me until I was older, where he was just talking about how it's nice that, like, I can get to my stuff, you know, and not have to, like, travel, where he's just like, yeah, it's kind of nice that your room is, like, right next, you know, to the bathroom, and then, well, he had his own bathroom. Jesus Christ. But yeah, he said how like it was like a movie house, which again it's just like. So you're telling me that you're so disconnected that you look at these houses and it's just like the house from Home Alone, which was a very nice house, but even that was small to him, where he was just like, yeah, you know, it's kind of like the Home Alone house. I'm like, my house is not like the fucking Home Alone house. I grew up in a it was a 4-bedroom, probably about 28 square feet, or 2,800 square feet. So yeah, you know, very, very, you know, middle class. And it had a scary ass basement, not finished. It was one of those like, oh my god, like it had the echoing cement and it was always like musty down there. I hated it. What up, K-Path? How you doing? Good to see you. Also, again, I keep using this wrong name for you. I'm sorry. How on earth is the Home Alone house small? Trust me, if you really saw how these people react, and you would just, like, how they would react to your life, and just how they'd never be able to find happiness there, because it's always just like, what do you mean I can't have a boathouse? What do you mean I can't? Like, just all this shit. And the thing, like, they can't conceptualize how it all gets... it all goes to waste. They usually, these people that complain about their taxes going up, do you understand how much money they waste on just keeping shit in storage? Like, instead of having storage units, they just have these properties that are essentially storage units. Can they process the concept of an apartment? Not really. No, not unless it's like a Manhattan, you know, what do you call them? Like, penthouse. Cat, right. K-Path. I hate how YouTube did this. It's so annoying. But yes, cat. All right, I will remember that now. Hold on. I'm looking to see if I can change this finally. Because, wait, there's a new feature here for chat settings. No, it doesn't give me anything to change the names. Alright. Apparently I can turn off the top fans thing, though. This stuff is so annoying sometimes. I just don't... What really annoys me is when they, like, change the entire interface, so it's just, like, it's a vague, shadow of what it used to be, but now, like, for instance, right now, they did this, where... and they didn't need to. I'm getting old man pep rant here. But they changed, like, it's all bubbly now, which, why? Why are we going back to bubbly? Like, I liked the streamlined, just little play button. Then they have all this bullshit where it's just, we have new settings. Look at what you can do with, you could do shout out. Oh, that's what this is for. They want to do shout outs with the ad system now. I think that's why they're doing this, because this seems like it's it's incentivized by that. Well, guys, just know that if you do want to communicate through chat with each other, it's a lot easier now. I haven't noticed. Don't worry, one day you'll be there. Yeah, that's how everybody thinks. No, you won't. No, you won't. Not laying fucking cables at your age. No, you'll be at the point where you think you're rich. Like your boss. Your boss thinks he's rich. He ain't. Trust me. Even if you make multi-millions, you're not rich. You're just... Or I could... You know what? I'll do the Chris Rock bit here. It's the difference between rich and wealthy. You will never be truly wealthy. You might strike it rich. But real wealth? No. Again, because I don't think you can even conceptualize it. Unless you've actually seen it, you can't. And there's a reason. Think about why you don't see how billionaires actually live. It's all about fuck you money. This is the part that sucks. It's not about fuck you money, but it's about like, well, to me, being able to like help out and not have to worry about it. You know, having that little bit extra, because that's where I always say, if we have to live in this capitalist society, then at least I want everybody to be comfortable. That's the difference between me and a Republican in general. Republicans, they're kind of like you, dude, and I think this is why you can sympathize there, is they get off on the idea of having someone below them, and they need that to exist, because if someone's below them, that means they did better. That's not how it fucking works, because then you don't see the people above you. And once you do, it becomes all about keeping up. I'll just say this much, that the new system that is coming into play now it shows just why it's so broken. And I'm kind of glad that they did it as quickly as they did. Because, trust me, man, most of the Americans who think like you, they're learning that the hard way. Like, dude, I know a bunch of fucking millionaires that are struggling now because their businesses aren't doing as well. I can tell you also, like, so for instance, all those car guys, they're struggling. So, like, if you know, like, people that were successful car dealers, just wait. Because you also have a misconception on how, like, those people have so much debt. So much goddamn debt. And it's also kind of weird where, like, when you figure that out, you're like, oh, but why? Because then you realize, like, I asked that once to one of these guys, and I was just like, hey, how come you, like, everything you do is on credit card? It's just like, oh, you know, just pay off the debts and in small increments, that kind of thing, and I can always bank on having my profits and blur. It's like, so you don't see the possibility of you not being able to make said payment? Ah, that's the difference. Debt can be used on taxes. Y'all need to understand that. Yeah, I know. That's part of it. Yeah, I get it. But this is also where it can bite you in the ass. Because those few investments that, trust me, man, I've watched this happen. The 2008 subprime mortgage crisis was fun for me. Because I got to watch a lot of these fucks who thought it could never happen to them. It happened to them. 2 of them committed S. Yeah. Couldn't handle the failure, so they just took their own lives. Interesting. It's almost like putting all this stock into your net worth instead of your actual, you know, just happiness. Even, like, this is the craziest part is, yeah, wow. Yeah. Is not being able to, like, if you can't find happiness at your lowest point in life, then you're fucked. Plain and simple. And that's the one, like, comfort that I have about, like, people like us, the working class. We've all been there. I have been in a position where it's like, if I missed a paycheck, I was going to lose my house, or I was going to lose my housing. I have been in a position where I've been in debt. And again, had that debt, you know, kind of cascade on me and then ruin my credit. Like, I've been there. I've done all this shit, man. And, like, I know all my friends have. I know my family has done this. But this is what bothered me is, like, again, I have a dad that's very prideful. So he never talked about his failures. I always had to guess. Yeah, being a failure is not a good idea. Dude, I hope, every once in a while, I do hope you fall off a fucking roof. Like, you need to learn. And people like you, it's usually the hardest thing where it's like, no, you have something fucked up happen to you. You get in a car accident. Something happens to you where you have no outlet. And because you're such a jackass. No. What? Is that getting dangerously close to breaking TOS? Yeah, good luck. I don't think you also have a conception on or a concept on how expensive healthcare is. Even though we covered that whole thing about how not having insurance, which you strike me as the type to skate on having or health insurance, not life insurance. But no. See, this is where I'm gonna make you a little scared. I've watched people with your fucking attitude, like I said, get to that point. Guess which ones those were. Oh, you got me mean. And it doesn't matter. All those savings will dwindle at some point. At least, one can only hope with people like you. Isn't it fun? Like, I'll say this much. It's been fun to kind of just give up and just be like, no, fuck these assholes. Like, you do understand that this is all because they're still in, like, 2018 mode where they're just like, oh, the liberals, they don't know how to troll back. They don't know how to say these things. It's like, no, we do. You'll figure it out. I always do, unlike most people I have a drive. Trust me, your drive gets kind of sucked away when you're in a hospital bed, whether it be injury or anything else. And yeah, when you can't work. Yeah, but you might not qualify for disability. Because you can conceptualize that you might need it. Womp womp. Again, this is where I can just put it out there. Where it's just, okay, you got it all figured out there, big guy. Cool. Disability is one thing I'll never do. Good. Because there's gonna come a time where you may need it, and you're still gonna be that guy where it's just like, well, I'm not a taker, blurdy blur. Yawn. Yeah. He's not getting the reactions that he wants. Oh, I hope. I can only hope. Like I said, something like falling off a roof where you have compression on your spinal nerves. Then yeah, come back and tell me exactly just how bad, like how you're so good with it. Folks, it's go to hell Cuomo Day. Is it? All right, so what do we say to Curtis Sliwa? Nice try. See you on the subway? Do you think if he loses the election that he's going to take the subway and with him, you would think it's like a PR thing where it's just like, yeah, look at him. He's so New York. Even though he loses, he's gonna go do his job with the Guardian Angels. You know, I'm gonna take the subway. I got my subway card. Am I doing a good New Yorker? I don't think so. But Sliwa sadly brushing his hat. Oh my god! Well, wait. I actually kind of have one of these. It's like, well, back to the subway, folks. I'll see you there. Dude, I should just wear this. Just be like, hey guys, just got back from doing my time over on the L. You know, we just got to differentiate ourselves. I'm going with the like trendy look. You know, since I see all these women, they're bringing like this pattern back. I don't know where they're buying these coats that somehow survived, or are they making new ones? Are they really doing that? Too close. Sliwa, hosing his hat down like Boss Hog. All right. So let's do some news. Why not? We're getting to that point where if I don't do this, then I'm not going to have time, because right around 6 o'clock, I'm going to be hopping on over on this space, and unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to maintain stream through that. Because unfortunately, we are using a different program. I know I can do multi-stream, but Chicago Slilo wears a red hat that's got a Bulls logo. No, it'd be a Cubs hat. It would totally be a Cubs hat. He'd be a Cubs fan. Yeah, no, because there would have to be like, I patrol Wrigley. Well, hold on. Hold on, because Comiskey. You still call it Comiskey. I could. Maybe the Bulls hat does make sense. The fact that it would just have the logos, like, we love the Bulls. I mean, it's weird. The Bulls haven't been good for so long, but I still, like, I got all my Bulls gear, like, just in case, you know, if they ever do get good again, then it's like, all right, roll out that Jordan jersey. He's not from the suburbs. It's got to be Bulls, baby. All right. Fair call. Yeah, the massive puffy starter jacket. I have one of those. Wait a minute. I think I can complete this look almost. Because I got the hat. Well, no. It's not red. Wait, do I have a red beret upstairs? Wait, I have my mom's... I just realized that my mom's beret, I took that when I was clearing her stuff. Because I was like, you never know when you need a red beret. I think she had a black one and a red one. Dude. That just reminded me I gotta go through her stuff again. All right. Oh, no. Yeah. I got a Charlotte Hornets one from when I was... You know what? Screw it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get it. Right, I gotta get to the subway. That fucking drips kind of good on this. These are back in style, right? See. Official starter. Look at that, huh? Got the Blackhawks. Let's go. Is this not like the most Chicago jacket you've ever seen, though? Now that's yeah, dude. This was my dad's. Yeah, my dad used to go to the games in this. It's funny too because he was just like, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna send that to Goodwill." I'm like hell, you will. Break out the Zubas, hell yeah, dude. I was just thinking the other day that if I found a decent pair, I would totally, like, yeah, fuck them. Like, I see, like, kids wearing essentially Zubas. Like, they're wearing, like, these funky pattern sweatpants, which I'm just like, those are Zubas. They just don't go swish, swish. They don't go like this. Oh, listen to that 90s sound. 90s ASMR. Also, Stan shout out. Hell yeah, he's being a good boy. Seems warm. Damn. But yeah, looks good. Yeah, so here. Okay, for the sake of the joke. All right, I gotta get. All right, gotta get to the subway. All right, guys. I know. I lost the election, but it's good to. It's always good to see the people. I gotta go protect the people. All right, let me hold on. Zip up my jacket here. You got the official starter jacket. Like I said, you know, you gotta get something nice for yourself occasionally. You know, you gotta spend the extra money to get the Z zipper. You know, you gotta just, and then look, you've even got the fancy buttons. You You could do the seal, but we don't do the seal. Come on, why would you do the seal? The confused time traveler. What's going on here? What's that? Why is everything so bright? Why are all the car lights so bright? What happened? Hey, yo, what's going on with Wrigleyville? This is country bars everywhere. They were all Irish. Where's all the Irish bars? Gotta get, you need to go fight the rat. Yeah, you know what? I'm going. I mean, dude, my little fucking Newsies cap is ridiculous. I do look like I'm about to just be like, hey, yo, oh, yo, hey. We don't need you guys fighting over here. We got enough room for the Cubs and the Sox fans. Hey, Crosstown Classic, boys. We don't need to burn the city down over some baseball. Must have enough, Ratman, uprising with your army beret wearing feral cats. All right, boys, we've trained for this day a long time. Hey, whoa. Get ease. No. Hey, we keep the claws to the rats. Okay. Fucking Christ, let's get out of here. Oh, fucking it. Hey, look at this though. Official starter. There's not. You don't get more vintage and official than this. You really don't. Shit. Who else got their pops' old jacket? God, look at that official wearing, Keep that out though. I think I am actually gonna wear that for the winter. I was toying with that too. I was just like, man, my winter coat's breaking down, but the cycle helps. Look at that. We come full circle. Starter jackets are back. Boom. Now, if you noticed, that wasn't the starter. Now, I had a reversible Bulls one that it had the white home and then the red away. So, like, if it was an away game, you wore the red. For the home game, you wore the white. Just like the Bulls. Hey! That guy is in front of a Dunkin' Donuts on Wabash, guaranteed. Bro, oh my God, hell yeah. Sitting there in the steaming coffee, just doing the thing where I don't know why these guys do that shit too, where they'll take the lid and then just, hey. He might have a smoke and just, all right. Dude. I love those guys. No, you always see them at Mr. Beef. Like, the guys that you'd think that they're still working construction, but they seem retired. Bernie is live right now. If you want to do some streamception. Oh, shit. Yeah. You know what? Let's do that. Is it on Bernie Sanders' live channel? Or Bernie Sanders' channel? Where's he live? It's not on his channel. You just got a notification. From where? Week of action, streamed 22 hours ago. Election results with Brian Tyler Cohen. Senator Bernie Sanders on YouTube? Really? That's what I'm on. Not finding it. I did find a live of the election coverage, which I think I will check in on that in a bit. If you have a link, can you drop in and. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Live from the Senate floor.
This is a man who has extorted funds from law firms and who's withholding federal funding from states that voted
My bad.
against him.
You were
Can
right.
imagine
It was
that?
on his senator account. I forgot that he had
There's
to.
never been a president, Republican or Democrat, who did not understand that he was president of the United States.
Yes.
Oh, the people in Utah voted against a Democratic president. We're not going to fund them, give them the funds that they are entitled to. That's never been the case. And this guy is open. Trump is quite open. Oh, Mamdani is going to be
Oh,
elected.
no shit. You used to work at that.
Mayor-
You, you worked at that 7-Eleven?
New York City, well, you're not going to get federal
Oh,
funds.
okay.
Unheard of.
On Fullerton?
Illegal, unconstitutional.
I'll just say.
And because we have a president who does not
What
believe in the
credibility?
rule of law, we have just seen right now, we're
I mean-
experiencing literally this moment.
That's cred.
We have a president who is illegally withholding $5.5 billion in emergency SNAP funds, nutrition funds, from 42 million Americans, including 16 million children.
Wait.
The
Him and
Congress
Amy
put
Schumer.
money into a fund to
What about her?
make sure that
Not a
if
big fan
the
of Amy
government
Schumer.
shuts
Like, she's a
down,
proven joke thief,
there
man.
will be
And it's not just like
funding
the stuff that you guys have seen. Like,
for
no. Like,
the
I
millions
knew
of
that she was a
people who
joke thief
depend
before,
upon
like,
SNAP
that
funds.
went public.
so that children in America and their parents and their grandparents will not go hungry in the
I
richest
won't go public
country
with the other
in
comedians
the
that
world.
have not been outed
And
that
Trump
I
says,
got
"No,
warnings
I'm not
about,
gonna do
too.
that. I'm going to withhold
Where they're
the
just like,
funds."
don't use your
But
stuff.
then he
If you see them in the
announced-
room, don't use
changed
the
his mind,
don't
and he
use your
announced
stuff.
he would
Like, don't use
comply
your
with
like
the
best
court
stuff. It's like,
orders.
what?
Told him that he had to release the funds. Okay, I'll comply with those orders and release the funds. And then he announced this morning, that he was not going to release the funds and would allow children
like,
in this
who?
country to
I
go
hope
hungry.
not.
But wait a minute. A few hours later, a spokesperson for the White House said that he would comply with the court's order. Withhold funds, release funds. Withhold funds, release funds, all within a period of a few days. Does anyone wonder why
Amy Goodman.
faith
Gotcha.
in our government now is so very low? Mr. President, let us be clear. This government shutdown now in its 35th day did not happen by accident.
Names are hard. Hey,
In
I
the
get
U.S.
that.
Senate, it takes 60 votes to fund the federal government. 60 votes. Republicans have 53 members. The Democratic caucus has 47. That means Republicans must negotiate with Democrats the budget forward.
Yeah, even the Republicans
This
are not going to
is
get
what
rid of the
has
filibuster.
always happened until now. Common sense. You don't have 60 votes. You got to sit down and negotiate with the minority. That's what Republicans have done. That's what Democrats have done in the past. But right
I
now,
like how
for
it's just
the first
explained
time
basic civics
in
to us. It's
modern
like, thank you,
history,
Bernie.
Republicans are simply refusing to come to the table and negotiate.
I'm glad that he is. I'm not even
What they are
trying to be
basically
condescending
saying
about
it
it.
is
Like,
our
I'm glad that he's
way
handling it this
or
way.
the highway. Yeah, we need 60 votes, but we're not going to you. You have to come to us. This is the way it will be. To make matters worse, the Republican contempt for negotiations is so bad, so absurd, that the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, has given his chamber, House of Representatives, a 6-week paid vacation. They're not here in Washington, D.C. We're in the middle of a government shutdown. Millions of federal employees are not getting paid right now. They are wondering how they're going to feed their families. Federal employees are going to food banks, worried about paying
Well,
the
I mean, after
mortgages.
this, because again, I read this earlier and it was just kind of breaking. So Donald Trump truthed. Again, SNAP benefits, which increased by billions and billions of dollars, all caps, many-fold, exclamation point, during crooked Joe Biden's disastrous term in office due to the fact that they were haphazardly handed, quote unquote, to anyone for the asking, as opposed to just those in need, which is the purpose of SNAP, exclamation point, all caps. will be given only when the radical left Democrats open up the government, which they can easily do, and not before. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Again, Kmart joke, and then we watched
now,
the Ship Your Pants.
Millions of Americans are receiving notices from insurance companies and their
Also, guys, if you are joining us and have not hit the like button, please do.
insurance premiums are rising precipitously, double, in some cases tripling. And as I mentioned, people are worried about whether or not they're going to get their food stamps and other nutrition programs. That's what's going on. But the House of Representatives is not in town. They're on a paid vacation. How absurd, how insulting is that? So the bottom line, though, Mr. President, is really what is this whole conflict about? Democrats accusing Republicans accusing Democrats, media does its thing. What really are the issues that we are talking about? So let me tell you what, in my view, is going on. I think almost everybody in the country understands that we have an economy today in which the very wealthiest people in this country, the oligarchs who were sitting right behind Trump at his inauguration, multi-billionaires, they have never, ever had it so good. They're making huge amounts of money. But at the same time, as the very richest people in America are becoming richer, Trump and my Republican colleagues want to pass a budget that throws 15 million low-income and working-class Americans off the health care they have by slashing Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by $1 trillion. On one hand, they want to give massive tax breaks, $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%, and they're going to pay for that by cutting Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by $1 trillion, throwing 15 million people off the health care they have. Mr. President, it is no great secret that well before Trump, before this whole shutdown and cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, no secret to any American that our current health care system is broken, it is dysfunctional, and it is cruel. Today, despite spending twice as much per capita
so fucking base all the time.
as almost any other, the people of any other major country on earth,
It's had like one or two
85 million
slip-ups
Americans
recently.
are uninsured or underinsured. Before these cuts, 500,000 Americans are going bankrupt every year due to medically related
Yeah,
debt.
no, I agree.
Bad enough you have cancer or some other terrible disease, and in addition to worrying about whether you're going to stay alive, you got to worry about how you're going to pay hundreds and hundreds of thousands
Thank you,
of
Bernie,
dollars
for
in
literally
medical
talking
bills.
about our
Many
situation
can't.
here. So
In fact,
thank you.
42% of
Awesome.
cancer patients drain their entire life savings within 2 years of their diagnosis.
Yeah, guys,
If
I was
that's
about-
not a broken system, I don't know what is.
Just remember, you guys can help support the stream by getting memberships. You can contribute to the Cancer Fund via the Streamlabs link, or just in general, any contribution goes a long way. But again, if you cannot contribute, the free way is the also helps me get me out into the algorithm, and yes, just grow the channel,
President,
which will
one
help me.
out of every 4 cancer patients lose their homes to foreclosure or eviction because of the outrageous cost of health care in this country. And in the midst of all that, a broken, dysfunctional, and wildly expensive health care system, Trump wants to make the situation even worse by throwing 15 million people off of the health care
Thank you for the
they
gifted
currently
membership,
have.
right? Dude,
So what
thank you.
happens when you do
gifted
that?
memberships
What
are also
happens
away.
if you say to 15 million low-income
but thank
and
you.
working-class people, sorry, you no longer have health care?
And Jules
Well,
T.
it's not hard to
gifted
understand
membership.
that
Hell yeah.
people
Again,
can't
thank
go
you,
to
Brian.
a doctor, and if they have a chronic health care
Let me
problem,
take care of this.
you know what happens to them? They die. So let's be clear about it. When you throw 15 million people off the health care they have, according to a variety of studies from Yale, University of
Oh,
Pennsylvania,
shit.
up to
Fire Fist, thank you for the 5
50,000
gifted. I really
Americans
appreciate
will
that,
die
dude.
unnecessarily
Lex,
each and
oh,
every
I haven't
year.
seen Lex Thompson.
These are people who, if they had decent
here we
health care, would not have to die. That is what we are voting upon. That is what we are debating right now. Will
He's
we
ready.
allow
I see what's going on
50,000
here.
of our fellow Americans in every state in this country to die unnecessarily? And let us be very clear. These cuts will not
Right.
only kill people,
Thanks, bud. I really appreciate
not
it.
only throw 15 million off
here,
the health
let
care
me,
that they have, it will devastate nursing homes that are highly dependent upon Medicaid for their funding.
Come on, Stan Cam.
It will devastate community health centers and
Right,
rural hospitals all over this country. That means the quality of care
One for
in
one
nursing
number.
homes, in rural hospitals, and in community health centers will deteriorate.
Chew.
In other words, the budget that Trump is demanding
Find that one.
to be passed here in the United States Senate will be a
And
horror
one more.
for working families all across this country. But that's not all. That's not all.
Stanley, thanks you too, bud.
Not just throwing 15 million people off the health care they have at a time when health insurance in this country is already outrageously expensive. People can't afford it today. Trump's proposal, his big, beautiful bill, and what he wants Democrats to do is to vote for a budget that doubles health care premiums. In my state of Vermont, it's not just doubling, some cases tripling, even quadrupling. So how, when right now people can't afford health care, how are you going to see a doubling of your premiums, a tripling of your premiums?
Lego
That is going
Party.
to
I don't know what
impact
that is.
some 20 million Americans,
I'm
many
assuming
of them,
that's
by
like
the way,
a
are
Lego
getting
game?
their notices right now from insurance companies, people who are on the Affordable Care Act.
It's a like.
Mr. President, according
fuck?
to every poll that I have seen,
Yes,
the
it
American
is.
people, quite understandably,
It's Mario
by
Party, but for Lego. Okay.
overwhelming margins,
Wait a minute.
do not want to see
Mario Party
a
done right?
doubling
Mario
of
Party
their
is done
healthcare
right.
premiums. According to the Kaiser Family
If you're not at
Foundation,
risk of losing friendships over a Mario
78%
Party
of
game, then
Americans,
are you
including
playing those games?
59% of Republicans want to extend
Dude,
the
sometimes
Affordable
that's
Care
the
Act
star system's
tax
bullshit, though.
credits. Now, I have got to say, I'm not a great fan of the Affordable Care Act. I believe that we should do what every other major country on earth does and guarantee health care as a human right through a Medicare for all single-payer program. You want cost-effective, universal health care, that is the way to go. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of support for that here in the Senate. So our immediate job, at least, is to make sure that 20 million people who get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act do not see a doubling of their premiums. And this impacts, believe me, not just Democrats, but Republicans as well. Tony Fabrizio, President Trump's own pollster, has said, and I quote, this is Donald Trump's own pollster, quote, by broad bipartisan margins, voters want to see the Affordable Care Act tax credits extended rather than expire at the end of the year, whether in the context of premiums doubling or 5 million families losing their health insurance. This includes solid majorities of Trump voters and swing voters, end quote. Tony Fabrizio, President Trump's own pollster. So it's not just Democrats, it's not just independents, it's not just the far left, it is Trump supporters. Further, at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, the American people do not want to see the billionaire class receive $1 trillion in new tax breaks for the 1%. So let me be clear. I know this is a radical thought, but the truth is Elon Musk, the richest man alive, worth some $500 billion, man who owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households, you know what? I don't think he needs a tax break. Now, around here, that's a radical statement. Nor does Mr. Bezos, nor does Mr. Zuckerberg, nor does Mr. Ellison, nor do anyone in the top 1% who today are doing phenomenally well. It is time that we started worrying about the working families of this country people who cannot afford health care, who can't afford to pay rent or mortgage, cost of housing outrageously high, who can't afford child care, can't afford to send their kids to college, who can't afford to buy decent quality food at the grocery store. Those are the people that we should be worrying about, not tax breaks for Mr. Musk and the other billionaires in this country. So, Mr. President, let me be very clear in telling you what I will not be doing. I will not vote for a budget that throws 15 million Americans off the health care that they have. I will not be voting for a budget that doubles premiums for 20 million Americans. I will not be voting for a budget that decimates rural hospitals, nursing homes, and community health centers. I will not be voting for a budget that causes over 50,000 Americans to die unnecessarily every year. I will not be voting for a budget that provides $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%. And I hope very much
He's articulating
that
this
we can
perfectly
win
to,
some
like,
Republican support
holy shit, dude.
in
Keep
opposition
it simple,
to these
and we
disastrous
all understand
proposals.
what he's not voting
But
for.
at the very least,
Notice how all his
I would
contemporaries
hope
are all,
that the
all
vast
just like,
majority of
well,
my
we have this
colleagues
provision in
in the Democratic
XXYY.
caucus will not vote for these proposals. In my view, Democrats in the Senate must stand with the working families of our country and in opposition to Trump's effort to virtually destroy the American healthcare system today. The American healthcare system was broken before Trump, but when you throw 15 million people off of healthcare, you decimate rural healthcare, you raise premiums for 20 million people in the Affordable Care Act, you are bringing the healthcare system to the verge of collapse. Mr. President, poll after poll shows that the American people know what in fact is going on. They understand who is responsible for the shutdown. They want strong opposition to Trump's unprecedented and dangerous agenda, not just Democrats, not just independents, but Republicans as well. And despite the Democratic Party's all-time low approval rating, independents and even a number of Republicans are now standing with the Democrats in their fight to protect health care for working families.
Yeah, Rand Paul.
If Democrats surrender now,
Who are the other
at
two?
a
There
time
was
when
an
Trump
independent.
already has no
him.
regard for our democratic system of checks and balances,
Yeah, there's another
he will
Republican.
simply
Forgot
be
who.
emboldened to go forward and decimate programs, not just in healthcare, but programs that protect the elderly, protect the children, protect the sick, and protect the poor, while giving more tax breaks and other benefits to the people on top. So, Mr. President, now is the time for us to stand with the American people. They know the economy is rigged. They understand that it is absurd and unfair to give tax breaks to billionaires and throw millions of people off of the health care they have.
And just think about how stupid he treats his own
understand that it would be a
constituency to
horror
be
show
like, no, they don't.
if
Come on,
20
man.
million
He's
plus
totally
Americans are
lying.
forced to see a doubling in their health care premiums. The American people want the Senate to stand tall and say no to Mr. Trump and the Republican leadership. I hope we will be able to do that. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
All right. That was live coverage, folks. That was good live coverage, too. Thank you again to Bryant for recommending that. And yeah, you know what? Some Mario Party action might be... Or Lego Party, which, again, not Mario Party, but Lego Party. Don't you always love those games where they just take a formula? I like Sonic Racers is one of those where they finally figured it out, because it was originally like the tier list was Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing, then Sonic Racers. Now, like if you're being honest, technically I think Sonic Racers is better than the new Mario Kart. But I love me some Mario Kart. Hey, bud, you back? Cool. Crash Team Racing. Oh yeah, Crash Team Racing was great. Do I have a Bernie impression? All right, I do. I gotta work on it. Usually, I have a flawless and easy time doing my Bernie impression. But right now, it's not as easy because the healthcare situation in America has got me too riled up. The 1% of the 1% are the ones making me the most pissed off, okay? Now, if you'd excuse me, I need to take some Metamucil. I've been having some fiber issues. Alrighty. He just starts bitching. Damn, Pep always is on impression with the always on point with the impressions. Thank you. Oh. I'm a little bit bashful right now, dare I say. Millionaires and billionaires. He does! Oh my god! Yes. I always kind of sound like I have a deviated septum. I haven't been able to have a proper sneeze in over 50 years. But technically, this is what made for good speeches. Dude, he has sounded the same since I learned about him as a person. He was always just consistent. Because I remember seeing him, God, where's the first place I saw him? I think it was old TYT coverage. Yeah, it was TYT kind of turned me onto him. Always, man, they've been on the Bernie train for a long time. I have to say, I got to give it a little credit there, where it's like, early 2000s they were on that train. Air America, he would pop up occasionally. But then Bill Maher, I remember his Bill Maher appearances is what really solidified it, where it was just like, oh man, his politics are awesome. Sprinkle in some, oh yeah, let's be clear. We have to, let's just be clear. My mittens, they may be famous, but they're very comfy. There was a reason that I simultaneously looked annoyed but comfortable. He did. It's my favorite. Had no. Oh yeah. He used to be a regular guest on Bill Maher. Good on Maher, I guess. Maher's politics used to be a little bit better. Like, he's always been a prick, and he's always been an insufferable, just like human being. And even when I watched him, I had like a general hatred for him, where it was just like, ugh, he's just like such a fucking asshole. And, classist, always did the thing where like, just when his politics would start being more like, yeah, this makes more sense politically for like the, the working class, then he would just be like, but what about me? This is why, honestly, COVID broke his brain, because I remember exactly what it was. He couldn't get his solar panels. He was just like, I'm on day 50 of not having my solar panels installed. Okay? You would think with Governor Gavin Newsom, he would come and make sure that I'm not contributing to the decline of society by not giving me my goddamn solar panels. Yeah, big change came when people started looking down at dating young. Oh yeah. Once people started asking how old the women he's dating, and then as he did the Matthew McConaughey, where he's just It wasn't necessarily high school girls, but it was just the, what I like about these girls in their 20s? I get older and they stay the same age. Audio cut? What? On what? There it goes. Huh. I have been having internet issues all day. He was so weird with the... Yeah, I made a video about that. Before I started going live, I have a few Bill Maher videos where I covered specifically how creepy he got. Oh, I got hit for the Bella Thorne one. That's right. Oh, I forgot I had to delete that. But yeah, So the Bella Thorne one, he got really creepy with her. And I don't know how he skated that. What's up, Alirda? Good to see you. Must be your, yeah, I think it's your YouTube. Just refresh your YouTube. That should work. But if I am skipping, I have been having internet issues. So I didn't talk about this in depth, but fuck it. I'll tell you guys. So I had everything ready to go for this space. It was 11:58 on my side. We were about to hit the go live, and all of a sudden, StreamYards crashed, and then all of my other stuff. Of course, I was having an internet issue, so I had to go restart, do all the bullshit, and I somehow managed to get my internet restarted and everything brought back up on my computer within a 2-minute period, and start the show. But I did still have some hiccups where there was one bad one where like I thought I lost streaming. Our producer, he was just like, "We lost you again," and then I was back within like, I think it only lasted like 4 seconds, which yeah. All right. Yeah, definitely reset your YouTube. Because I'm having an issue with YouTube right now. Shit. And it's not like on my studio side here. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So when you do reset it, it should work. Anyway. By the way, guys, I'm not sure if any of you are preparing for traveling, which I'm not, but for some reason, this story stuck out to me, and I wanted to bring it to you guys. So Sean Duffy, everybody's favorite road rules contestant, because let's remind everybody that that's where this motherfucker came from. Like him and Theo Vaughn. You do realize that him and Theo Vaughn were on the same show. They might have even been on the same... No, I don't think they were same season, because Theo was later. You can kind of tell that I watched that absolute slop, but it was in the age of when MTV was actually watchable. But either way, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warns of mass chaos in the skies if shutdown continues. Yeah, because honestly, they keep saying this in the vein of, oh, these air traffic controllers, they're working without pay, which thank you for your service, but these ones that are calling in sick, shame on you. Shame on you. You're making it hard for travelers to make their destinations. Well, guess what, dude? They don't like this because this is one that hurts enough people, and once people get annoyed, they forgo their politics a lot of the times. So you'll see this happen small scale where, like, say there's a protest. I've watched some people on like the left wing freak the fuck out and just be like, that can't happen. And that's why I kind of do have like a little bit of the opinion, like, guys, shutting down traffic isn't really getting your message across, because you do run the risk of losing some people that you would have otherwise heard you. Like, there's better ways to do that. I like the bridge takeovers personally, like the ones that have like the giant like walkovers, but I also do understand that sometimes it is kind of like, yeah. It seems like, oh my God, they're never going to hear our message unless we do this. But realistically, the news coverage and just in general, the people in traffic, you're losing more people than you would gain, I think. UPS plane crashed in Louisville, Kentucky? What? Is that breaking news? Oh, shit.
Not have access to Knopp from Great Lane. Best access is going to be probably Western Route 2 through Able. Or
holy
through
shit!
Property off of Mill.
All right, there's Knopp and there's Great Lane.
How in the fuck, dude? Like, the timing on that—that's creepy.
There's the airport.
Great catch on that.
They're talking about Knopp and Grade Lane, which is right in here.
Holy shit, we were just
right in here. There's a lot of trucks in here.
Obviously.
So they were just referring to Knopp and Grade Lane, and that's just maybe a block south of the airport that they were just talking about.
G5 radio. If you're on the phone with 4564
Crashes after
or
takeoff in
4547,
Louisville, Kentucky.
advise them to shelter in place and look for us. We're looking through the building.
45.
Engine 20, that's the company that used the blitz charge. I cannot charge that blitz. I have 20 on my compound gauge. My intake hose is off.
Holy shit. Okay, here. I'll swap back to this in a second because that's crazy. We were just talking about it, like mass chaos in the skies. Well, here it is. Holy shit, dude. As I said, talk about timing. That's fucking crazy.
One engine from Jeffersontown with the engine 54 shortly. We're going to lap.
Eerie, yeah. You guys got that, a little bit of that, where like the fact that we were just reading about like the TSA problems that are on the rise, and then all of a sudden,
4547 and 4564.
whoa.
What street is that? 45. 47.
And from North Division.
Okay.
4547 grade.
No, Tom, go ahead.
Yes.
We're able to get to 4564 knot. 4564 knot. Those are 25 trapped in the building there.
25 trapped at 4564 Knopp or Grade Lane?
The city company and
Holy
engine
shit,
77 is
dude.
walking down
So
building.
it crashed into a building?
That's 4564 Knopp.
Holy
They just said 25 people were trapped in a building there. I don't know if that was the right address, but that's 4564 Knopp.
dude.
All
right. Sorry, I know I'm adding so much to this. Yeah, crazy. They're saying that, so this didn't just happen at the airport. This happened after takeoff, and then they just crashed into...
Are you having a hydrant issue? That's correct. Radio to command. Alright, I've got one report.
A UPS aircraft crashed after departing Louisville Mohammed Ali International Airport. Federal authorities said...
4511 Knopp is on
Here,
fire.
give me 1 second.
They just said.
Come back to this. Jesus. A UPS aircraft crashed after departing... Oh, we already got that. There are reports of injuries, according to the Louisville Metro Police Department, which did not specify how many. A shelter-in-place has been issued within 5 miles of the airport. This is an active scene with fire and debris. Stay away. UPS flight 2976 crashed at 5:15 local time on Tuesday, according to Federal Aviation Administration. The McDowell Douglas MD-11 was headed to Daniel K. Inouye, Honolulu. UPS said it has been notified of an incident-accident involving one of our aircraft in Louisville. The FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board are investigating the crash. Large plumes of smoke could be seen near the airport. The airport confirmed that there was an aircraft incident and that the airfield is closed. Okay, wait. So it's on the airfield. Wait, Kentucky, we are well aware of reported plane crash near Louisville International Airport. I mean, that wasn't that far from the...
Hold on a moment. I believe there's
the
a
airport
UPS
itself, so
statement
was it
out
Boeing?
about this.
You guys, you want me to switch out to a smooth ball?
I don't know. Developer story.
179.
Holy crap, dude.
I just saw that Pete Muntean with CNN reports, UPS says
Airport GC, Power 61.
there were 3 crew
What the
members on
fuck was
board.
that?
This was a UPS flight 2976
Hold
and
on.
MD-11
Did he
with
just
3
shook?
people, 3 crew members on board.
The guys on the radio?
Oh, hold on. What is this? What am I looking at here? What is this?
You're looking
What
at a
just
plume of
happened here?
smoke.
Hold
Oh
on.
my god.
Hold on.
Uh-oh. We haven't had a Steve moment in
Sorry,
a
hold
while.
on. That was not. Hold on. Hang on.
Drive your
Alright.
nozzle straight down, go right, and put all
Something-
the cars down below you.
Something weird just happened, so I don't want to show you anything I can't show you.
North End Officer Command, I have Shepherdsville heading to Knopp Avenue address with firearms.
Why wouldn't you be able to show it?
Sorry, let me figure that out as you're listening to the scanner. Let me just take care of the video. I'll leave the scanner up. But something just came on that wasn't supposed to be shown.
That wasn't supposed to be
Chief,
shown.
We're gonna have one obvious 1080 in the
Fuck, what did... Huh?
scrapyard right here across from our engine.
Why wouldn't it need to be...
I don't care. Y'all on the other side, the engine out there by itself? We got 73 and 62. We've evacuated everybody.
Looking at here, what is this? What just happened here?
Breaking news. Oh, it's literally... Oh, it's one of the news
Hang
feeds
on,
he
I
was
might have
following
more
that I don't
video.
think he
Give me
has
one
permissions
sec.
for because of who he's using.
Can you work on
Got
fire
it.
operations down there? On the north side of the street?
Because his little conglomerate here doesn't pay for that. All right.
Yes, we can handle wholesale operations. Scrapyard's decently involved. We're going to try to cut the fire off on the right-hand side of the middle class
I
building.
can barely understand the scanner, so what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to try and pull up a live story from the AP. Give me one sec. Yeah, if you guys are just joining us, breaking news there, it was a aircraft that crashed in Louisville. Are you kidding me? Okay, so we have election coverage, but no coverage. All right, that's not cool. We're going to literally have coverage on that. Holy shit, dude. Wait, this is the live shot.
Building south side of Knob Avenue. You can get water or foam on that right away.
There we go. Not a Boeing, look it up. Or you looked it up. What kind of plane
We're
was
getting
it?
rising plates now.
I mean, it's a UPS plane, so obviously...
Rock attached
It's
to
not-
45.
this is weird to say, but thank God it wasn't a passenger airliner.
That's going to be at Knob
Weird
Avenue
to say, I
and
mean,
Grade.
it's just...
Embry
Oh,
is
Jesus
the
fucking
name of the
Christ,
building. Blue
dude.
metal class
No, that
building.
looks like it did crash... Like, is that a neighborhood?
Chief 83
It
Command.
happened in India a month
Engine
ago. It
90
feels weird.
in the Oklahoma unit with Captain Hakeem. They're on their way back to the fire.
McDonnell Douglas, MD. Oh, you know what? I think they said that in the
Okay, let's
report
look
that
at
we
that
read.
exact location.
I just wasn't paying attention. Honestly, like,
I
I'm
have
kind
no
of flushed.
clue.
I'm a
They
little
just left.
all over the place right now because my brain is catching up to where it's like, whoa, 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 whoa,
36,
whoa.
line
'Cause-
up pipe about 10 feet
Yeah,
to
this
the
is
right.
still crazy to me. Like, we were... Here, we actually got, like, a readout of where that is. All right, give me one sec here, because, yeah, we were reading this. Or I had been... Yeah, all right, so they're talking about numerous delays. This obviously this is a story that just it's going to get updated, I hope, if they're going to keep this on the site, because they're talking about the air traffic controllers that aren't going to make it to work and how a lot of them are calling out sick and how they've already had a bunch of overworked people because they are so understaffed. So, where the hell is this? There we go. But yeah, look at that fire is fucking
Kentucky
intense.
Petroleum Recycling. We have oil that is working towards our apparatus. We need to shut down and back up. Air Guard 65, get foam on this fuel fire as quickly as possible.
It's a fuel fire.
Engine 62, charge the first fire.
Okay, sir. Engine 88 responding on a gas leak inside to 6912 Kentucky Avenue, pressure at Columbia Avenue. Car's been smelling gas by the water heater since about 1700 at 1828.
Engine 89 to radio. You cancel us.
We did, sir.
Wait, that was a totally different call, I'm thinking.
1828.
That's just... Right? Yeah. Let's see.
Three,
what it
Chief
was.
5, what's your location? Chief 60, just...
Here.
To 6912 Kentucky Avenue, pressure at Columbia Avenue.
I do like how he's
Car's
actually
been
going to,
smelling
like,
gas
the
by
map
water
here.
heater
This is
since
bad.
about
Yeah, this is
1700 at
bad.
1828.
Yeah, there was an airplane crash right after takeoff here in India a month ago. Crashed into a medical college too.
We did, sir.
Yeah, this is not good.
Okay, we're inside.
I just had a very
Thank you for
Steve commentary. This isn't good, folks.
Under control.
Some of our viewers say 6911 knot is the tank.
also on fire 6. I might be out there.
Oh, some of our viewers said that down here are the tanks? I don't know.
I'm on the south side trying to get this other home assets in here.
Here? Down there?
I'm okay.
Not sure.
Safety to command. The West Division, we have oil that has hit the street. We need foam up here badly
Oh.
to get this under control.
Hear that?
Holy shit, dude.
Chief 91, the North in command. Moving our trucks back. I'm not sure we have that much foam.
Okay.
We have oil underneath, F147.
Oil underneath. That's not good, sounds like. Hold on.
Radio to staging.
Okay, I shouldn't make fun because I'm having a similar time where I'm just like, oh no, that's not good.
Utility 578 to staging. We have.
Okay. Well, we will pay. Yeah, Jesus, dude, they got oil burning down the street. So that means, yeah, it happened near the airport.
Some of our
but it
viewers are talking
sounds
about
like
GFL Environmental.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
right there? Those tanks right there?
We're headed that way.
Jesus,
we need to verify
dude.
the address as well.
They said this building was
Okay,
on
stand by
fire
for both.
already. They said this building was on fire before.
Oh
Both locations
man.
on 4547 knob.
So
I believe that was a
they're
single.
saying it like.
4564 knob had 20 to 25.
I still can't figure out
People
if it's
trapped.
like,
Those
did it
are
happen
people
on the
trapped.
tarmac? Because that does not look like the tarmac.
People trapped in those two locations
Where are you operating?
on NOP.
Okay. Either way, guys. Shit. Here. Yeah.
Here's where the people.
Yeah, this breaking news. I don't know how I'm supposed to go back to what I was going to do because, god damn it, I actually have like. I had like a whole show planned around here. You know what? Let's cut this in half. I don't think I'm going to need that. I don't think I'm going to need that. Democrats are on the precipice of delivering a huge election below. So this is the thing. I kind of want to still do that. Damn it. All right. Let's. Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah. Here. Yeah, it was supposed to go to Honolulu.
I'm sorry, Fairdale Station.
Fairdale Station 2.
I'm okay.
Okay. Yeah, GFL Environmental Recycling Center.
18X to engine 20X. Are you ready for that?
Debris. Yeah, okay, so it looks like this got hit by debris, which it does look like the airfield's pretty close to this.
Again,
so.
this took off shortly after takeoff. Huge explosions when it
I'm
crashed.
sorry, Fairdale Station.
Okay. Well. Okay. There's not really any update on that past this, so what we're gonna do is close that. We'll just what debris? Debris from the plane. So it looks like the plane after takeoff, because it looks like it landed near the tarmac. That's what I'm seeing from. Oh my god, is that an actual picture of it? No, I don't think that's a. No. All right, I'm going to. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to look for a another source here so I can get just damn. Yeah, I'm really having this hard time because I have election coverage and I got this story about Kyle Kulinski getting attacked by a bunch of MAGA people online, which on its face is just silly. And this is a serious story again, where right when we're covering the fallout of the government shutdown and the TSA, this happens in real time. Like that was crazy, guys. I'm just gonna say that much. All right, so fuck it. We're gonna switch gears here. Because yeah, I only got a little bit before the coverage starts on this space. So yeah, timing was crazy. That really was. That was fucking nuts. Yeah, perfect. Let's go into the Kyle Kulinski drama. Now, you guys know that Kyle Kulinski is a staple of this show. Let's cover this story real fast, and then we'll get back. I will be giving updates at the back end of this. I almost feel like I should just shelve this. God damn it. Here. If I can't find any more live coverage, though, that... Oh, wait. Here we go.
Here at 5 o'clock.
Here we go. Literally, as I said it, I just got an update about this. Here we go. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit,
in Louisville,
guys.
Kentucky. We're hearing it may be a UPS plane. This is all happening at the Louisville airport. Now, we can see thick black smoke, massive flames as well. A shelter in place, we're told, has been issued for 5 miles around the airport. Explosions have even been heard and injuries have been reported.
As you look at this picture here now, if this is the first look of this that you're getting, the runway, as I picture this, is to the right here, and what we're hearing is that this plane apparently crashed after takeoff, not on landing. So all of these are just sort of clues that we don't know officially yet. We're just sort of putting together.
We're piecing this together in real time.
As you can see, if the runway is to the right of this picture, this is where the plane crashed into an industrial area near the Louisville airport, and it includes several streets that are just near the Muhammad Ali International Airport in Louisville.
Yeah, we were hearing from our network correspondents that this plane was possibly taking off from Louisville headed to Honolulu, Hawaii. At this point, we are hearing that it was a UPS plane. Of course, there would be pilots and some sort of crew on board, but we don't know exactly how many people. There are some injuries, whether that's those on the plane or if they had some sort of impact with people on the ground. We're still working to figure out, but you can see just the massive amount of area covered from this aerial view here. The flames spread out, and even though it's dark here, of course, this scene with so much on fire here shows you just the
election
extent
is what
of the damage there.
we've been training for. Hopefully everyone voted.
On the ground,
yeah, I hope so too.
Look at how many fires are burning off the airport, and the other.
All right, guys. Well, this sucks. I have a feeling I'm gonna just have to. You know what? I'm gonna just shelve the Kyle Kulinski stuff for tomorrow.
There is debris that we saw a short time ago off the runway, which, again, we are hearing nothing official about this.
Hey, Nate, thank you for your 7-stream streak. Hell yeah, dude.
Had some issue
I like how they're doing that now.
Now, we do see now on X, of course, formerly known as Twitter.
This would make like 4 or 5 at this point. Because, yeah, dude, during the first half, that was insane.
Reported plane crash near
During the Doge cuts, because the Doge cuts were
very
very similar to this. They have consequences.
And they will share more information. He's asking that they actually pray for the pilots, the crew, and everyone affected. And given, Joe, that we were hearing that this is a UPS plane, it doesn't seem to be additional passengers, but all of that we're still working to find. But the governor there confirming pilots, crew, everyone affected, which could include those on the ground.
Let's bring in Chris Habermill. Chris, lots of clues that we're seeing here, and as we all know, the diciest part of any flight typically is the takeoff and the landing. What do you make of what we're seeing here?
Well, Joe and Erica, first of all, the most notable thing here, this is just a heart-wrenching scene. You can see that obviously there's a long debris path that stretches completely from one side of this picture to the other here, and fire throughout. This aircraft would have been fully fueled for a long-range flight over water, potentially what we're hearing out to Honolulu from Louisville. So that aircraft would have been full of fuel, full of cargo. Would have been absolutely the worst time. The aircraft with the controls set for, the lifting devices set for departure here. Everything at the point of departure on a heavy aircraft like that is critical. Your airspeed, angle of attack, and what you could see from the impact there is that it was relatively shallow and did not apparently make it too far off the airport. Also, that debris alongside the runway, we'll be talking about that throughout the evening as well. That's a very telling thing, what we saw alongside the runway.
Yeah. Chris, thanks. We'll be in touch. And we are just learning now, confirmed by CBS News, that it is, in fact, a UPS plane. Certainly a great point from Chris. This plane was loaded with fuel.
Makes me scared to fly for the first time. Good thing I have no immediate plans.
Why we're seeing this
I mean, this is crazy, dude.
And debris in the path of this jet after
like this is
and we will continue to stay on
one
top
of the worst ones I've seen in a long time, because this wasn't contained to the tarmac, obviously.
And exactly what happened, you know, we are hearing.
So whoever, like wherever we got that report from, I think that was Steve.
Will be investigating, but of course, with this breaking, it's in the very early stages.
Blaming Steve on that one.
This newscast, as we learn more, we'll bring that to you.
Look at all those flames.
And as we start here.
Okay.
Kevin, focus on the tire. You're just over it. Lower a little bit so you can keep that push back away from the building. Engine 81, can you look down here? Can you shut down this line that I'm standing on?
Yeah, this aerial shot is not really doing it justice here. Give me one. There's got to be another one. Come on. Wait, is this local? This might work.
Things falling out the sky, being in
Here we
the
go.
building.
This is local.
And I don't know, it's a little scary for me.
WLKY.
Very scary for sure. We were in the middle of the newscast, and we were just admiring one of the pictures that Jay had up of a beautiful fall day with the trees. And you can see in the left corner this gigantic plume of smoke, and our newsroom started getting calls, and that was an explosion out at the airport. That was that airplane that was taking off that crashed.
What's with the
loaded
echo?
down with fuel, headed to Honolulu.
That's on twice?
Crashed into
No. Okay, it's not on my side.
Taking off during probably UPS, one of its busiest times of the day. When a lot of UPS planes are taking off, and Chopper Bill mentioned there were UPS planes stacked up on the runway there. We do want to talk about, there is a shelter in place within 5 miles of the Louisville airport. We've mentioned it a few times, but it is still in place indefinitely until officials release that shelter in place. A source is telling us that Ford LAP, the Louisville Assembly Plant, is also on
Oh, cry harder, Han.
the power, apparently.
Looks like Zoran's going to win.
All of this happened. This is kind of having a ripple effect, not just at the Louisville airport, but surrounding businesses and homes there. Some neighbors were saying
Yeah, it was filled to the brim with fuel. Look at that, you actually made a substantive comment. Yeah, he's right about that.
And it was just looked like a bomb blowing.
That's why this is so bad.
And then
Yeah.
we saw subsequent explosions.
Because that also tracks with like the fire call where they were talking about how
One of them was a recycling facility.
it spread.
Scrapyard.
Echo, I know. Hey, Kirk, what up, dude? Good to see you.
Selling torches, a lot of them were.
Yeah, there is definitely an echo.
There, so those things, we had one that blew up down on River Road at the recycling plant. It exploded on them, and we felt the boom here at the station. So I would imagine a lot of that set off some of those.
It's not a good situation, to say the least, and just kind of judging
it was
by what
100% on their stream.
Oh, James, what do we know, James?
Yeah, so I'm sorry to step in on you, Tim. I'm just listening to coverage from WHAS. UPS is telling them that 3 crew members were on board this flight that was bound from Kentucky there to
Oh my God! Okay, so that was right then. There was a chatter that
crashed.
on this one, or on the last one, that said that there were 3 people. I didn't want to report on that until I saw it from these guys.
On this map of what individuals may have been in any of these industrial areas at the time of the crash. But UPS telling our news gathering partners WHAS that 3 crew members were aboard the aircraft at the time of the crash.
Yeah, and that's sad to hear. And some of the images we saw initially, Tim, showed.
Holy
a big gaping hole in the roof of this
crashed
building,
into the
which
fuel.
we could see from the helicopter, and that's actually a UPS supply chain solution. So basically, their logistics center there. And for folks that don't know, UPS is based there in Louisville, so they have tons of aircraft taking off and landing all the time. When this initially happened, Tim, I actually thought it was a plane maybe coming in for landing. The fact that this was happening while it was taking off said something happened really, really quickly on takeoff to cause this crash to happen.
Dude, I mean, they literally had to go
to the runway.
Yeah, there's some video going around, and I know it probably hasn't been, independently verified just yet, but from what it looked like, that it hardly
and
ever
it's
got
on
off the
X.
ground
Let's
in the
go.
first place, and maybe just kind of kept going. That's the way it looked to me from what we're seeing, and based on the path that you're showing too, it probably just didn't really make it all that far.
Yeah, and we should reiterate here, it was heading to Honolulu, Hawaii, so it was fully loaded with fuel for it to go all the way to Hawaii. And if you know anything about UPS, that was probably completely, there's only 3 crew members, so that whole plane is full of packages, whatever's going to Hawaii. So they had to absolutely pack that thing with fuel to go all the way to Hawaii. So you just imagine the amount of jet fuel that has come out of that plane, and probably why it spread out, because it ripped the belly off probably when it went over that one building, just spread fuel over this entire area.
Yeah, it's obviously, some airports are very...
Okay, so this is the unverified video, but holy crap, guys. Here, it's in this one.
¡Oh, my God! ¡Corre para atrás, papi! ¿Viste? Te lo estoy diciendo, Dios mío.
Ay, pinga.
Video validated by the network.
Pero que pinga, eh.
Oh, again. Holy shit.
¡Oh, my God! ¡Corre para atrás, papi! ¿Viste? Te lo estoy diciendo, Dios mío.
That is terrifying. Yeah, that is. Crap. Not you, Sagar. Go back to the plane crash.
Very removed.
Of current weather conditions, obviously temperatures upper 50s, low 60s, that southerly wind anywhere between about 7 to 10 miles per hour there. And yes, when you have a smoke plume like this, it can often show up on the radar, and that's what you're seeing here, just the loop over the last hour. So when that crash occurred, in fact, let me actually back it up the last 2 hours here and put it on a loop, so you can tell when it really built up there and got lofted upward
the entire
as well.
city
When you're
of
seeing more
Louisville
of those yellows, oranges, and reds,
is
and
going
continue
to
stretch northward and northeastward,
covered by
especially
the
just
smoke.
right at the onset of the crash. I put on the 5-mile markers there for the radius off to the east, since that's where it was beginning to nudge, and then really got pushed northward closer to the river into southern Indiana. I know many of you all were also seeing the smoke from Oldham County as well. I'm keeping an eye on any kind of air quality monitors, because obviously that will be a big concern. A lot of those are a little bit closer to the surface, so if this is being lofted upward, may not register that at the monitors, but I'm keeping a close eye on that. No reports as it stands right now, but we do have those air quality monitors that often do pick up smoky conditions if they are close enough to the surface, we have several across the Louisville metro area, so I'll keep a close eye on that for you. Otherwise, our winds for the next 12 hours here, they're all coming in from the south, so we're expecting that similar direction as the crews continue to fight that fire. Wind gusts looking to really pick up, unfortunately, later on tonight after about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, with a very gusty day on tap
oddly
for
enough,
Wednesday.
all right. There's two
so
things.
That was
It's like
Chief
this was in a
Meteorologist there,
populated
sister
area.
station
But
in Louisville. We can still see, this is a live view on the
doesn't
left,
look like the
and
fire's
it's still
going out,
burning.
though.
Pretty vigorously on the ground. So this is there's something
again,
on the
dude
ground
said over
burning
here about
besides
the
just the
fact
plane.
that it's all like
obviously
jet
a lot
fuel.
of fuel, but there's something
Jet fuel
burning
doesn't
there. Secondary.
gonna say it.
You see a big explosion there of something. So we've seen a lot of these secondary explosions and fire on the ground, which likely were the things that the plane hit as it crashed, Tim. And I've just pulled up the GOES-19 imagery, and it's such a hot spot. It's showing up on the imagery pretty well. The infrared imagery right around Louisville. We look for a dark spot, and we could see that on the imagery right around Louisville. And actually during the natural color fire channel, you could see it as well. a pretty vigorous plume of heat still coming there. So the fact that the satellite imagery is picking up the heat signature, we know this is a hot and big fire still, Tim.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And even just from the initial pictures that we saw with any kind of a huge dark smoke cloud like that, you'd imagine the amount of fuel and the amount of heat generated is intense. But like you're pointing out, we can see these things from space. We can do this, of course, even just with the prescribed burns that we have around our area from time to time. And that's kind of a good way for us to ID these little hot spots. Not good when it's an actual fire burning in an actual place where people live. And, you know, these earlier images, even more dramatic. It looks like they have a number of crews quickly on the scene. I mean, this thing didn't happen all that long ago. So they're doing their best, but this is going to take a long time.
Looking at
that's not something you see.
It looks
yeah,
like it's
Tim, I mean, you're looking at
like,
this. They're pouring
like
a ton of water
mile.
on there, and it doesn't look like it's doing anything.
It's an unbelievable amount of fire.
Tires or fuel or something that is just not something you can throw water on.
Guys,
you know
what?
Like there
I
was
hate
cars
to do this,
in that
but
picture.
I
There
think
is
that I'm going to have to
earlier when I was showing the flight path across the street
jump
from
onto the
where the data
this
cut
space
out,
stream
there
a
was
little
a big
later because
Emery's
I
Auto
want to
Parts.
cover
There's
this
a
until we get some more information.
And looking, so I'm trying to time up with the pictures we saw, so I could see these. From the pictures we just saw of the fire, I could see these semi-tractor trailers in the image, and I can see these cars on fire. So they're fighting this fire in this area right in here.
So that's where the plane ended
up.
up.
That kind of stuff. When you've ever seen like junkyard fires or tire fires,
I'm kind of confused,
those things don't go
like
out very easily because you have so much
stretches for
fuel
that
sources
amount of
there, whether it's
distance that it
rubber, it's
traveled.
gasoline and oil in those vehicles. So those are difficult to put out. And Tim, not that I'm an expert firefighter, but typically you need foam of some kind to put those kind of fires. Have you ever been to the airport when they fight those Jet A fires? They actually have to suffocate it with foam. And they actually do these drills at the airport, which are really kind of fascinating because the foam actually not only puts cooler water and foam on it, but it actually cuts off the
USA has a fire that
they
think we need to have.
So when we look at those images,
water.
that looks exactly where we had the flight
all the
path,
gas makes
James.
a lot of sense.
I mean, that is,
again, it was a full
it's kind of crazy. It looks like the Google Earth image. So look, there's those tractor trailers that were on the Google Earth image right there, and it looks like it crashed into that auto parts area. So
and again, the
it
fact
all
that it hit a fucking fuel depot there. Did you not like?
I can build a quick side by side so our viewers can see those two images.
I don't know, man. I don't want to say
side
anything.
here,
I don't want to say anything too out of pocket because you never know with these TOS things. But
yeah, so on the right, this is a Google Earth image. I actually pulled up the flight data, so we pulled up what's called the KML file of the flight data, and so you can see in the foreground there those tractor trailers.
Holy shit!
So those are there right there, and then there's cars, and then off to the right where data cuts out, there's a bunch of tanks. We have no idea what's in those tanks.
Man, they're doing
I
a
can
great
see
job
the
with
business
Google Earth.
name,
I
and
gotta
I'm not
say,
going to throw the
like
business
even Steve was doing
under
a
the
pretty
bus
good
here
job.
because I don't know what they do. They're just there. I mean, but they have tanks. They obviously are some kind of environmental company, usually recycling of some kind. Ooh, there is foam there. So as we mentioned, that image is pretty clear. They are spraying foam right there. Ooh, there's additional tanks there, James. Some kind of so this is a big concern of what's on the ground in that area. And obviously, air travel has been affected by the government shutdown and FAA issues, but this has got to be causing more havoc, right, James?
I can confirm that right before we came on the air here with our coverage, we were tracking the impact because there's a ground stop, obviously, at the airport. No flights in, no flights out. So there was a flight from Charlotte that had departed, was about halfway to Louisville, turned around and returned with all of its passengers safely back here to Charlotte. And those are scenes that are repeating at cities and airports across the country because obviously the airspace remains closed as we take you back out to these live pictures.
So these are live images, and for everybody who was tuning in to see us do live impact weather, obviously breaking news kind of trumped that. So Tim and I are talking about this plane crash. A UPS plane, they have confirmed it was fully loaded on its way to Honolulu, Hawaii. So we know it had a ton of fuel on board. From the videos and from the flight data that I pulled up, the plane did not get very far from the airport. It was on its way, taking off full speed. Something happened on the runway.
These crashes? I feel like there's so much information.
Back on the runway,
yeah, so that's what I'm going to look for right now.
The cladding or the outer part of the
engine.
engine.
Myself out loud
there's
as I was walking
video
down.
that Tim alluded to. It looked like from another aircraft on the runway, showing that it looked like the engine was on fire, Tim, when it was taking off.
Yeah.
So there was something happen in takeoff. This didn't happen in the air. It happened as it was taking off.
Something wrong on the runway, like you said. And I think the video that we were looking at was actually from another passenger on the airplane. I mean, think about, number one, how tragic this is, that there's so much going on with this. I mean, airports are busy places. You have lots of planes coming and going.
UPS plane just crashed 15 minutes from my house. It was full of fuel for a 12-hour flight to Honolulu. Even crashed near an oil recycling station with a huge tanker. Fires are massive. You can see the smoke into Indiana.
In the U.S., obviously, they happen from time to time, but this is a bigger scale one.
Engines
certainly
failed
in a populated
on takeoff.
area. And with all this
is
fuel,
insane.
I mean, just the fact that they're mentioning
Hospitals just issued a code
radius,
yellow.
Being impacted by what's in the air is a huge concern. I mean, the population of that area, of that red shaded area, has got to be in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah, so this is Louisville, Kentucky, sits on the Ohio River. So this is most of the downtown of Louisville. It's all on the Kentucky side of the river. I'm surprised they don't expand it further north.
It looks like the engine was on fire.
The prevailing winds are kind of out of the southwest, so it's blowing north into southern
exploded.
Indiana. And so there's likely people on the other side of the river that'll be impacted by this as well.
I can't verify
especially with
this,
inversion setting up. And
but-
I thought it was a really good point you made, Tim, because that one of the first images
Look
we
in
saw
this,
that
bottom
black
corner.
plume, it was a perfect inversion. The cloud was going up, but then it just kind of flattened out, showing that there's a warm layer aloft, which is going to trap all this near the ground. And we heard from some of the people in the area of actually ash or something falling from the sky. I'm looking at one of the other feeds here. It looks like from our sister station. They have already got
That
masks
one's not
on,
verified,
so they
but it
clearly
does
are
look like it
worried
was,
about whatever's in
not
the air.
AI.
But look at the length of that fire and debris. I mean, it is just.
I want to rewind that again so viewers
Yeah.
can see it in full.
Or,
But you can see this was at the
cell and
momentum,
flame
right? That aircraft was
sensors,
taking off with
that alert
speed
the engines
as it
overheat and catch.
dragged
Yeah, that's what I
across
was.
that
That's what I
industrial
thought.
area.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
so
know
there's
all that
clearly
much about aircraft,
tires
but I
and
do know
cars.
that they have sensors for that.
That's one of the problems
That's
with
why I'm
industrial
kind of-
areas.
yeah,
When there's
it's
a
weird that they
fire,
continue
there's all
going.
kinds of fuel for fires in this area, and you're looking at. It looks like tanks of some kind. Those are like tractor trailer tanks.
No, they no.
And again,
Those are
there's
oil
recycling. I'm
tanks.
looking at the map. There's 3
Yeah.
recycling places there. There's 3
oil
auto
recycling
parts
tanks.
repair areas. So you've got all the things that you could imagine in a garage, a repair shop, all the fuel, the oils, the tires.
little
Those things
classless
are
to,
all now burning, and I think
try and
that's
eat
why
a
they're
snack
having
while
such a
doing this,
difficult
so
time
I will,
trying to extinguish this. We have not heard officially
on that.
of any injuries or deaths on the
I
ground.
can actually just say
Yet.
that WHAS is reporting that there are injuries confirmed with
Okay.
regards to this aircraft crash. We also know that UPS had 3 crew members
what the
on
fuck
board.
happened? A
Whether they're
UPS
counting
plane
those as the
crashed,
injured, whether they're counting
and it
people
was
on the
full of
ground,
fuel
that's
that,
a question we don't have the answer to yet,
it
but we do know that there
spans-
are injuries reported as
It
associated
looks like
with this
over a mile.
Yeah, you
And
would
it is,
imagine that
like,
there's a lot of
there was
chaos
an
going on
oil
right now
tanker
on the
that
ground
also got,
because,
like a
there's just
oil
fire spread out over
recycling field
such a
that
big
got
area.
hit.
Multiple buildings are in flames right
Yeah.
now. There's hazardous chemicals and waste there. They are pouring water and foam. We saw from one of the shots, I was curious if they were putting foam in there. That tells you that you've got highly
did this crash
flammable
happen?
liquids that are not going to go out with just
5:15,
water.
so
and at
about
times
40
when I was
minutes ago.
seeing the water plumes, you would see a flare up
for once it's on my
of
time.
fire, which looks like whatever it's mixing is not doing well with just water. So these chemicals that are definitely burning there, and thus you have the 5-mile shelter in place
Well, it's
radius
gonna-
all the way
it
into
doesn't look like it's
downtown
burning out
Louisville.
at all.
Stick around.
It
We're going to
almost
go
looks
to
like
a
it's
break.
growing.
Coming back, we'll have more on the breaking news coming out of Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay. Where's our man? Where's our man, Steve? Let's check in with him. Agenda free.
Okay, I'm also going to have engine 90 with 4, engine 178 with 3, plane 66 with 3.
That this was a commercial airplane that had an accident down here, and you can see that he went well beyond the airport down into this industrial area. What is just hard to get my arms around is the amount of smoke and black smoke and the flames that are down there, which most
Turns down
obviously
just
is
a little.
Jet A, is the fuel that would have been in this plane that crashed. But you can see that this major fire, it's caused these other buildings on fire down here. So this was a very tragic scene.
It looks like the speed and trajectory of, may have played a part in why the path of destruction was so long, hit at an acute angle. Yeah. Yeah, so it kind of, like, it just, like, skid.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, the airport.
Should I jump to conclusions and blame Trump and Republicans for this? I'm going to anyway. It was fucking crazy. Dave, you missed it. I was covering the story about the TSA and their cuts, specifically impacting the air traffic controllers who are overworked and they're calling out sick and it's causing issues within air travel. And they were saying that, and I read the words, catastrophic events could occur if we do not end the shutdown. And then somebody in chat, shout out Anna for just coming in and being like, there was just a plane crash in Kentucky, and then sure as shit. Like that was the craziest timing ever.
But just the
having a hard time like actually processing that happened.
Black smoke is just incredible at this point, Rick.
That's where you can actually hear like the instruments. Well, now we know that the election speeches are at least going to acknowledge this, right? Damn, I have election coverage here in a minute. Alright. You almost gotta let that fuel burn off. Yeah, but you can't let that fire expand because that's a very populated area. And then they have the wind. Oh man, this is a recipe for disaster. Okay. So, look at that. Look at the path, though. Holy shit. Just let it... Oh, just contain it and let it burn off? Look at all this. Well, are they just... At this point, do they just fucking forget about the cars? Dude, it's... Trucks on fire. You got... This is devastating.
Where it's needed down here on the south side of the field. Yeah, I got that side things.
Like that entire business park. And then anything, what is it, south? Or no, north. Winds are blowing north, so anything north of this is going to is at risk. And again, that's why they put a 5-mile radius on this. This is a lot of jobs down the toilet. Any casualties? We have 3 that we know of that were on the plane. Thank God it wasn't a passenger airliner. It was a UPS airliner. But they're saying that, yes, there are casualties on the ground, and all the local hospitals are at code yellow. Yes, they have received reports of injuries. Apparently there are people trapped within one of these areas that specifically the oil field. They said that there were people trapped there. Yeah, this is... yeah, and you can see how it's spreading. Because there's nobody there to even try to contain it. Like, that, they're going to have to pull in fire departments from all over the state and probably Indiana as well. God damn it. Oh, a little on the nose there, Nate.
Oh, the power just went out down here at the airport.
And I'm not trying to do dystopian shit, but I need to eat. All those cars are going to burn. They don't have the resources for this. I know! Yes, look at the lack of any coverage there. Yeah, the MD-11 is a big bird. They stopped using it for passenger travel years ago and realized it was a better use for its size and fuel load to use them for cargo. That tracks. Tenzaka, thank you for that. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you stopping by. Hell no, they're gonna start thinking of using Canadian water. You and your Canadian water. You know what? You're starting to make me think that you might be unreasonable with this. But also, Tenzaka, if you are new here and you haven't already followed,
south of Great
me out and I appreciate it.
A whole bunch of salvage yards,
politics and breaking news coverage like this.
That's in this area. You know, you hate to speculate on
shameless plug.
What was going on here, but this is the hour of the day where UPS has their one of their many huge departures.
No Americans are entitled to it.
As I look at the north end of the
They want to sign away our water rights, which would put us at risk. Well, don't we share waterways? I'm 90% sure that we share some waterways, like Lake Superior.
Shut down the airport. So, it's much.
See how long that lasts.
As much black smoke.
Oh, damn. Okay, that one ended.
Running the ditch line along Grade Lane, west of Grade Lane. It's running north. At this point. We do have a light
UPS cargo plane with 3 aboard explodes on takeoff at Louisville Airport, igniting huge fire. A large UPS cargo plane with 3 people aboard crashed Tuesday while taking off from an airport in Louisville, Kentucky, igniting an explosion and massive fire that left a thick plume of black smoke over the area. The plane crashed at 5:15. We already did that.
UPS's largest package handling facility is in Louisville.
Yeah, we already read those.
Says AP.
How did I beat Steve to this?
Employs thousands of workers.
Depending on its vintage, it could be
packages an hour.
Product of either McDonnell Douglas. It's McDonnell Douglas. It's an MD. McDonnell Douglas MD-11 airplane owned by UPS, manufactured in 1991.
Plane had about 280,000 gallons of fuel on it.
Holy fuck! 280,000 gallons of jet fuel.
That's what it says here.
Whoa!
That's what the mayor said. We're ready for water. Pounds, not gallons? I don't know. I'm just literally
pounds.
This
I mean, it says gallons.
So maybe the mayor got it wrong. Some people are saying it's pounds and not gallons. That's what some of our viewers are saying.
Really? So it's pounds? I guess all right. You know what? I'm with Steve on this one.
The fuel capacity.
And you share, post it on X, and
I
share.
just saw that the fuel capacity is about
pilots, crew, and everyone affected.
Northern Avenue from Able, all the structures have had a primary and secondary condemned on them. Those two, we have a major point of damage at this location. Right now, we have still the 2 confirmed fatalities.
2 confirmed fatalities, they just said.
2. Really?
Kentucky Patrol.
I mean, there were 3 people on board. That's confirmed that there were 3 on board.
There were 3 crew members on the plane. They just said 2 confirmed fatalities.
Yeah. That's why I'm confused. I'm like, wait a minute. Are we really? Did somebody like miraculously just like, as it was doing its thing, just like shot out of a window?
North to the west. Do you have any additional companies that can come up?
God, could you imagine the no seatbelts crowd if that happened? You didn't hear what happened in Kentucky, oh my God! I had that. I'm not sure if you have these people in your life. I have one person in my life that's like that. He's just so against wearing seatbelts because it impedes on his sovereignty.
Set up on the backside of these tanks.
Larger planes tend to be measured in pounds of fuel to ensure it's weight compliant. Smaller aircraft tend to do gallons. Okay, so what's the ratio? Like, what's the
Wikipedia says
ratio
the
there?
Capacity,
like, that'd be like, oh, okay.
Capacity,
are you dead serious?
Make sure we're all waiting until we're synced up.
Well, in that case, that would be like 420,000 gallons.
The fuel capacity is about 250,000.
6.8 pounds per gallon.
The mayor meant pounds and not gallons.
Battalion 3 to last unit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Manpower. I got engine 10 headed your direction. Are you north at Knopp Avenue?
Per gallon, really? Jet fuel's that heavy?
Just under the north side.
UPS always pushing the limit, pitching every, skirting every law, and then they're big enough to do whatever they want. Not wrong. So 2 million pounds, if that's true? No, that doesn't make any sense. 2 million pounds? What?
Command and Northside Operations, give me a direction on your smoke room.
That's it.
BNO News says at 7:30 there's going to be a press conference on this at 7:30. That's what BNO News says. I don't even know if I'll have access to that.
At West 246 Lane Line.
Was an M. Crap, I forgot what it's called.
Switch to 5-6 for a second.
MD-11.
Package Rescue Leader Radio. Can you go ahead and try to verify if you got any more victims? We've checked Able, tonight we're with PD. We're unable to locate any others. You get any pings on any addresses?
No, I mean, it literally says an MD-11 can carry a standard fuel capacity of approximately 38,615 U.S. gallons, which converts to about 261 1,943 pounds of fuel.
179, so they went to fire 5.
Yes, ma'am. I know. I had them switch to fire 6 for just a second.
That's still pretty crazy. Density of water, so that tracks. Okay.
Hazmat 39. Engine 39. Is
like 40K gallons, yeah. Okay.
I'm okay on fire 6. Just spoke to command, and they said anybody that is in the structures on Grade Lane needs to evacuate.
Grade Lane is right here, going north and south, basically.
Arson 9 advised everything east of 4513 knots, which is close to the main body of fire here. Everything east of 4513 has been cleared.
Everything east of 4513.
All right, so this is like that dark mode that they have. It's not actually that dark, but it's tracking the fire.
7001 Grade Lane, which is
It's the way that they did California as well.
I'm just south of Knott Avenue.
Thank you to all of our moderators for being with us. I really appreciate all of our moderators.
Chief 5 is over all our divisions.
All right, there's too much audio
He's
traffic.
separated out. Okay, so is he operations now? For us division leaders, yes.
Jeff feels
okay.
Weighs less than
Battalion 3 of the West Division, Chief 5 of the operations. The Battalion 5 is the West Group leader. Battalion 5.
Here, I'm gonna try and get one more update on this before I have to start heading out because yeah, I got the this space election coverage coming. Oh shit, I'm already at that point. Here, give me 1 second. I've been. Two hospitalized. Oh shit! UPS plane catches fire, explode. That video that we saw was the real one, by the way. That was taken from another UPS plane.
Intuitive.
I had a feeling about this. Hold on.
Empowering.
An embedded ad. I hate when this happens.
Connectivity. Focus.
Thank you.
This UPS plane crash. I mentioned that we thought initially it was from someone who was on a plane. It was actually someone who was part of a ground crew there. They were able to get some video of when all of this happened. If we can show that video to from the cell phone video from there on the scene when this UPS plane initially crashed, we were able to get some video and kind of see.
Here it is.
Here it is. When it all happened, you can see a fire, and then here
so the fire.
just a few
It's
seconds,
so
you're gonna
crazy that
see
it didn't
the
stop.
explosion, which you saw a couple explosions when you and Jay during the 5 o'clock news tonight, and several people on social media were saying they heard and felt the explosion when it all
I'm
happened.
surprised we didn't feel it here.
Yeah.
That is a massive explosion, and then
Yeah.
that plume of smoke just took over everything, and then the subsequent explosions that happened as a result of all that fuel that was on board that MD-11 UPS plane.
Three crew members, 3 UPS crew members were on board. We're unsure of their status right now, but we do know, we're told, Mayor Greenberg said there were some injuries associated with this crash. But this crash scene, this site, you can see it right here, is massive. It is a very long
I mean,
crash
that looks
scene.
like it's about
And right now,
over
the
a mile.
airport is shut down, folks. So anybody that had a flight out tonight, you're out of luck. Jamie Mays is at the Louisville International Airport for us. Jamie?
Oh, yeah.
Jennifer, Rick,
How are they
as you
not?
mentioned,
Yeah, I
I'm
was about to
here
say,
at
how are they
Louisville
not shutting down the
Muhammad
air?
Ali International Airport, and the
That's
way
affect a
I
lot
can
of actual
describe
air travel
the
out of
scene, the
Indiana as
atmosphere in
well.
here is just kind of the complete opposite of what's happening
If it's a
outside.
hit by us.
Calmness. Inside, a lot of people are in here. They're waiting for flights that have been delayed or canceled. Things like you mentioned are pretty much shut down inside. If you could take a look behind me here, you can
I
see
think there would be
the
more than
departure and
delayed.
arrival board
I'm pretty
here.
sure they're canceling
Several
tonight's
canceled
flights, but
flights up here, canceled all throughout these boards, some on time, but of course several just throughout, swipe through canceled flights. You can see that there are several people out here just kind of just waiting, sitting, waiting for their flights, or just kind of waiting for a chance to figure out what's next with their upcoming flights. But for the most part, it's just pretty calm in here. People are just kind of going back and forth, having seats, speaking with the attendants, trying to figure out what's next for their flights. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Jamie down in the baggage area, it appeared there.
And Congressman Morgan McGarvey just released a statement. It said that he has spoken with the chair of the National Transportation Safety Board, and he will continue to stay in contact with state, local, and federal authorities to get the answers that we're all trying to figure out now how this tragedy occurred.
And once again, Andy Beshear, Governor Andy Beshear, will be giving us a briefing coming up at, was scheduled for 7.
Greg Abbott just tweeted, after polls close tomorrow night, I will impose a 100% tariff on anyone moving from to Texas from NYC.
App, we're updating
All right.
all of that
Fair
for
game,
you
bitch.
as
Let's
soon
go.
as we get the details. And
We
this
can
is
do that
really,
on an individual level.
Just a horrific
That means we can tax the shit out of billionaires.
situation that unfolded here in Louisville, Kentucky earlier today. You know, UPS is a major employer here.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Has been for a very long time.
And that just...
They did stipulate that that's the hub.
It strikes everybody because, you know, you probably know a UPS pilot or an employee. But here is the situation. We'll lay it out for you. The plane, the UPS plane, flight 2976, headed to Honolulu, crashed shortly. I did not get to take off.
The
3 crew
UPS
members
employee.
on board. They were headed to Honolulu. So that plane was loaded with fuel.
So you take
41,
Kersley while
42,000
over
gallons
Cuomo?
of fuel. That weight of that is 280,000 pounds is what it figures out to. This was an MD-11 plane. We're assuming it was an extended if it had that much
the thing is,
fuel.
obviously,
on board.
good luck enforcing that.
Confirmed, and we're getting another lens alert.
Yeah, and we do
Modern
want to.
technology,
We
folks.
want to let you know that Jeffersonville's mayor is asking people now to shelter in place. So this is essentially expanding beyond the river there as they continue to investigate this plane crash. Again,
I'm gonna
Jeffersonville's
celebrate
mayor asking
you
people
guys.
to shelter in place. Again, we are continuing to
Smoke
follow
deal, and then
this
I'm gonna head on over to
UPS
this
plane
space
crash.
coming up
UPS
here.
confirms 3 crew members were on board. They were leaving the Louisville airport headed to Honolulu, Hawaii. Injuries are confirmed, but we do not have any
Yeah,
specifics
we're pretty much getting the same
on who was
information right now.
injured
That-
and how bad. We do not have any
that
specifics on
debris field
casualties.
is
The governor again
crazy.
will give an update in just a few minutes at 7:30. Stay with us.
Abbott is trying
We
to
expect
manifest
hear from
something
the
that doesn't
governor
exist.
And,
exactly.
Louisville's mayor there, and then again at 8.
No, I know. That's why I do love the fact that, like, with Mamdani possibly becoming the mayor, you like never again will I question how big the position of the New York mayor is in politics, because when this first started, I was like, yeah, but it's just the New York mayor, because we got a pretty progressive dude in Brandon Johnson. Well, we thought we did. That's why he's such a disappointment, is because he keeps capitulating to everything that the Corpo Dems want him to do. He's so feckless. But now with Mamdani coming in, we have seen him get a bit more of a backbone, especially with like the ICE raids on Chicago. It has given him like a time to shine. Oh God, I just thought about it. I could actually see Brandon Johnson getting. I could see him getting a little bit of a boost from this. Man, New Yorkers ain't fucking around this time. As of 6 p.m., about 1.85 million people, including early and mail-in voters, had cast ballots in the hotly contested race between Mondani Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa. That's almost 2 million people for a mayoral election. Yeah, guys, that doesn't track well for Trump. People coming out like that, that tells me that everybody is a little pissed off. But you know what they say about that? All right, let's do this. All right, guys, I'm going to drop a link here in a minute. I'm going to join a panel. I will, I'm going to try and simulcast this. Because maybe what I can do is just keep the stream going and then we'll figure this out live together. All right, we'll see. But you know what time it is? It is the happy time zone time. So it's 4:20 somewhere. I'm going to step off here, take a little smoke break, and yeah. Actually, we're gonna peek in first, see how many people are on this space. We don't need to overcrowd right now. Oh, cool. Yeah, I could definitely pop on in. Yeah. Let's see. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Crap. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just transfer stream. It's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be fun coverage anyway. And yeah, then I can pop in and out as I need to go. So that just means shorter stream over here. But if you guys haven't already, hit that like button, become a member over on Twitch, and yeah, or follow over on Twitch. I love how you guys can watch in real time, where it's just like, yep, Pep just smoked. Just got off work. Cheers. Hell yeah. All right. Well, let's. The way he says Louisville? Who, me? Is it Louisville? Is that what it is? Am I supposed to be saying it like the way that doesn't make any sense? I've always heard that Louisville. It's like what, the UL? Like Louisville, damn it. Why can't you all speak phonetically? Okay, so I got Gina on there. Canada is tabling a budget soon. Really? So are you guys going to have a government shutdown over disagreements and, well, disagreements over one party strong-arming the other and then going like, what are you doing? Why are you exercising your only leverage? That's crazy, man. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why would you do that? Since it's a majority government, it could trigger another election. Or a minority government, it could... Oh, really? Oh, they really want that. Oh, my God. So you're telling me that they're going to table a budget, you're going to have another election, and then the election's just going to happen to have a different outcome with a right-wing guy, huh? I swear to God, if there's any conspiracy nuts out there that are still ignoring the fact that this shit is blatant, It's just like they just didn't think that the New World Order would just come from a bunch of, crazy fucking conservative assholes. They thought they wanted it to be Democrats because they just don't like Democrats. And they don't like liberals and they don't like wokies. They just... Well, I hope that rough edge was worth protecting there. All right. Simulcast. Let's see. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Browser cannot. Ah, crap. Yeah, it's not gonna work. That's the confirmation I needed. Well, I can pop on there in a minute. Well, while we're waiting, I actually want to get one more little bit of an update here from the airport situation. That is not the update I was looking for. Oh, here we go. Hey, look at that. How many we got reported in? 18%? Man, he watches the Kornacki Cam. Oh, come on, man. Really? I know he likes his charts and everything, but that's crazy. I keep saying that. That's crazy that they're doing that, though. Where is this live coverage now? Where is it now? Here it is. And it doesn't look live. Oh, here we are. Back to Steve. I couldn't find the channel.
Was
I
in
was like,
Eastern
wait, where is he?
Pacific. Said Secretary.
Nope, we still got the...
1, 2, 3, 4.
Update about the shelter in place.
Engine 65W, go ahead, start ladder.
Testing 1, 2.
Update about the shelter in place.
3, 4.
God, that's a lot of...
2, 3, 4.
Just
continue to shelter in place.
1, 2, 3,
and avoid contact with smoke from the incident near the airport.
3, PRP, Chief 1.
Areas south of the outer loop are now cleared from the shelter in place.
285, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, it's because of the wind.
That's from the police.
Yeah.
Chief 85, do you have ETA on your phone, or do you want me to go ahead and use...
Right to breaking news here at 5 o'clock. A plane crash in Louisville, Kentucky. We're hearing it may be a UPS plane. This is all happening at the Louisville airport. Now we can see thick black smoke, massive flames as well. A shelter in place, we're told, has been issued for 5 miles around the airport. Explosions have even been heard and injuries have been reported.
As you look at this,
literally, we're going to have to get some more coverage tomorrow to get more updates, obviously. Alrighty. Don't want that. It's gonna be tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be tomorrow. Okay, so we're gonna be covering the Kyle Kulinski stuff tomorrow. This breaking news story definitely took precedent. I'm gonna just say that much. Okay, so I guess I don't have to rush in, but
But they're looking at like 2 million. They're forecasting 2 million or over 2 million, and that's record turnout in New York City, at least for mayoral elections. And that's great news either way, because the more people involved, the better democracy works. In my opinion. But mainstream media and local news in New York City have not given Mamdani a legit chance, if you ask me. And I've been paying attention to a lot of that stuff. especially like, with the debate coverage and what
Really?
they talk about. SC Cup is on every morning talking about this and
Interesting.
only this 5 days a week. You know what I mean? For local
Yeah.
Fox 5 in New York. But, they're also treating him, they're not treating him like the Democratic Party nominee. This is maddening to me. It's like, okay, here's the guy to beat the Republican. He's going to do it. Why are you talking bad about him? Why are people talking poorly about him? Why are people acting like this isn't? Why aren't we all in on the Democratic nominee, whoever it is? Like, instead, they are, in my
Because
opinion,
we're figuring.
visibly
I will say that
upset
much because we're figuring
over
it out.
a disruption to the status quo, which
I mean, fuck,
includes
we're figuring out how to work with these people.
Republicans having a seat at the table.
After
when
watching
I think we should
Emma's
be just
whole thing
flat, I don't
on
care who you are.
MSNBC,
Everyone should be like, no, Republicans are not going to win right now. We need to do everything we can. Who's the nominee? Okay, whatever, get him in there, right? Like, I don't care what stage of government is. Do you see it that way, or am I being like dramatic?
No, I absolutely do. I was just saying before you jumped on that they were interviewing Abigail Spanberger, I think it was just yesterday, and they asked her about Mamdani and what she thinks of him and the policies that he's proposing. And she totally slammed him, made it out like he's lying to his constituents that, oh, well, I don't believe in lying about things to get elected. I don't believe in making promises we can't keep. And I was saying to Alex, whenever a progressive says anything negative about an establishment Democrat, we all get filleted. They get so angry.
That's what I'm
I
saying,
get it on
yeah.
my channel. Oh, why are you talking bad about Democrats? Are you trying to help Trump win? Are you trying to help the Republicans? We need to stick together. But then when it's the opposite, when an establishment traditional Democrat slams and insults a progressive, it's crickets. Nobody cares. And it's just a ridiculous double standard that I'm totally unwilling to put up with. And yeah, it's on mainstream media too.
They want to censure their own people. Okay, you want to hold your own party members accountable? We'd like to hold you accountable as well. Why is that any different, right? It's like it's such a double standard. And I just think that, when
there's a minority
whenever somebody talks
vote,
about
no confidence,
uniting the
triggering an
left, it's
election.
always
Oh, wait.
the progressives trying to work with
chat
the
just refreshed.
establishment
What the hell?
Democrats.
Yeah, we all
and
have to
not
fall
the
in
other way.
line with what they want, not the
That
other
only
way
happens
around.
when
And I'm like, no,
Might have
no
lost
more.
internet for a
I'm
second.
done with
Well,
that
My
shit.
stream?
It's very interesting. I can't wait to see what happens. I hope tomorrow is one of those days where I get up ready to fight on without getting ready or getting up and preparing to fight, but being too depressed to get out of bed. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure we're going to have good results, but I've
hope
felt
so.
that before and have been disappointed. So anyway, just for everyone tuning in, thank you for watching. You're watching This Space. I am Matt Strackbein, the letter hack. This is Gina Bonino from Raw News and Politics, and contributor to This Space since day one. Very, very honored to have your content on our channel. And I just, we were here for the primary. We were here for both of the debates. Now we're here for the general election. It's not just because it's New York City or Mamdani. What we're doing here is laying the groundwork and
literally-
getting our feet
it's planting that first seed
under us.
Watching it,
I don't know what
watching it grow,
I'm unprepared with an analogy, a suitable
and hoping
analogy.
that from that
2026
seed,
is right around the
more,
corner.
Yeah.
We are going to
start
be
sprouting.
This space.tv is going to be your one-stop shop for coverage. All the individual shows, all the syndicated content that we replay, but especially these all-ins, these special coverage nights where we let our schedule go and we have as many hosts that want to come in, jump on. And so I just want to say to anyone watching for the first time, there's plenty more of this to come. And to anyone who has been watching since day one, who's been here with us from the start, thank you. You're keeping us going. You're motivating us to keep going.
Cool.
Gina, before we bring our other host back on, is there anything that you want to promote? This is a special opportunity because it's going to get too chaotic to do this later.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to promote or tell people in terms of how they can subscribe to you?
Yeah, I mean, they can find me on Raw News and Politics on YouTube.
I'm gonna check for a live update on the election. Let's go. Election results. Election day 2025. There we go. No. CBS live results. Here we go. What do we got? We got anybody? Spamberger still up 55%, 55.3% to 44.5%. Polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern. Oh shit. That's how that works. Time zones. All right. Let's see. That's the only one that I think that we have coming in. Spamberger performing better with key groups. The former Democratic Governor Terry McAuliffe. Did in 2021. Governor. Evangelical voters. 80% to 20. Yeah, still 20%. That can carry her, because again, black voters 90 to 9. For women. Yeah, I mean, if women are voting Democrat and not keeping with the evangelical, that could definitely. All right. Let's see. Alrighty. It's time. It's time for me to head on over to this space, say hello, hang out for a little bit, and then kind of rotate out. I think. I don't know. There's a part of me that just kind of wants to hold off. I'll be honest, guys, these panel shows, they're fun. They are fun. But every once in a while, they do get, like he was saying, a little bit chaotic. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to cover this. So are you sitting on this space and then rotating? Hilarious.
At the same time, we could put B1 up on the screen. This is how Zoran was closing out his campaign while Andrew Cuomo was threatening New Yorkers. Here you have Zoran walking across the Brooklyn Bridge and, out of the clubs, dancing with everybody and being out and about with taxi drivers and really just trying to be, in the streets with the people. At the same time, you had Hakeem Jeffries, continuing to be asked about Zoran and whether he sees him as the future of the party. Hakeem Jeffries did very belatedly and very begrudgingly endorse Zoran in this race and get behind him once the writing was on the wall, and it was absolutely inevitable. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what Hakeem Jeffries had to say. This is B2 about Zoran and the future of the party.
Do you see Mamdani as the future of the Democratic Party?
No, I think the future of the Democratic Party is going to fall, as far as we're concerned, relative to the House Democratic Caucus and members who are doing a great work all across the country as it relates to our need to both take back control
and then just never have power again.
But in doing so, make sure that we're communicating to the American people like we understand you deserve better than the country that you have received.
This guy is just so lame. He's just so bad at this.
Yeah, but the sad thing is,
really is.
I don't
understand
he's
how
going
he
to
got
be the major
leadership
beneficiary of a lot of this because it'll look like the midterm. I mean, unless there's some anti-Hakeem Jeffries movement in the House of Representatives amongst the Democrats, and they actually would pick a new leader, which I honestly think that they should. I don't think they will, though. He unfortunately does. I think he's going to get away with this. I don't know if Schumer will, because he could have a primary challenge against him, and he may not run again for re-election. Signs currently point in that direction. But Jeffries, I mean, there's no organic movement against him, and I honestly think he's going to get away with it.
You don't think there's an organic movement against him?
Against Hakeem Jeffries?
Yeah, there definitely is.
No,
I mean, he
in the
may even
House.
he may even have a primary challenge against him, for his own seat.
Yeah, sure.
In the House.
Well, I was talking about in the House caucus right
Yeah.
now.
Wait,
There's
he
not a
didn't?
single organized like
He didn't have a
anti-Jeffries
primary
movement.
challenger?
Obviously, look, you're right.
Yeah.
Things can change.
I mean, I think
but-
the base is very disappointed with him. And I think there will be a
Come
lot
on.
of pressure on Democrats to choose someone different for leadership. And you'll also have these primaries playing out where I do think some incumbents will probably, you know, I think you're going to have some Dem Tea Party vibes
Yeah.
and some incumbents taken out and new renegades coming in who will be like, abso-fucking-lutely not. Am I voting for Hakeem Jeffries or in the Senate? Am I going to vote for, you know, Chuck Schumer?
I hope to
So-
see it. I would love to see it. Yeah.
I do think that his position, both as a member of Congress, but also as
Diet
leader
Coke
of the
there,
Democratic Party, given how lame he's been and how trash
He's so
the
done with
Democratic
Donald Trump,
brand
he's just like,
is
"I
and
can't
how
drink my Diet
disgusted the
Cokes
Democratic
anymore."
base is with him, and you know how poorly he's been able to stand up in Trump 2.0. I definitely think that his not that there's any guarantees, but I definitely think that his leadership is at risk here. And the way he's played the Zoran thing has been pathetic. And I mean, that actually in and of itself tells you something about his concerns, because part of why he didn't want to endorse Zoran appears to have been that he wanted to get a guarantee from Zoran that he would not back a primary challenger to Hakeem Jeffries. And as far as we know, he never secured that commitment
makes
from Zoran.
sense.
But it tells you he's looking
Ooh.
over his shoulder, you know, towards the left of the party too, and worried that he could be taken out in a primary challenge.
Takes a ton of
which
money to
I
run
do
in
think
that
is
area.
a distinct possibility. Abigail Spanberger was also asked about Zoran, and you know, Spanberger is the consummate like centrist national security Dem of Rahm Emanuel's dreams, former CIA, blah, blah, blah. You know, after Trump gets elected, she did a lot of like, oh, this is all the left's fault. So we can put this next element up on the screen to see her reaction. So Ken Klippenstein tweeted this out and said, Abigail Spanberger takes a swipe at Mamdani. When she got asked about him and his impact,
Really?
she said maybe he should be a Democrat, which I don't even know what she means by
the
that.
fuck,
like
dude?
he literally won the Democratic
Wow.
primary. So
Yeah,
really,
he
what
won the
are you talking
Democratic
about?
Party, so
In
or
any case,
primary. So how
acknowledging
does
when
that
pressed
not
that Mamdani is in
are they
fact
really
the
gonna
Democratic
play this
nominee,
game?
Spanberger said that for all the talk, including from within the DSA itself about the DSA's growing power, she doesn't see democratic socialism on the rise. She argues there's a level of dishonesty in some of the big promises Mamdani is making that she's worries could hurt Democrats with voters long term, saying the reason she doesn't have a Mamdani-style proposal for government-run grocery stores is because I couldn't ever pass it. People do want us to be aspirational and dream big. They also don't want us to lie to them, she told CNN. When you have a party that makes promise after promise and then say, oh, we pass it in the House, it's not our fault. Vulnerable people believed you. Maybe he's going to get Albany on board with totally refinancing public transportation. But there's a lot of
So
people
does this mean that
who
they're just going to be
believe him.
honest and just be
so,
like,
I mean,
oh,
this
there's
is
no way we're going
kind
to
of
pass this, so why would we even try?
standard centrist ideology of like,
Like-
well, big
What the fuck is that kind of like self-defeatism? That was kind of crazy.
things aren't possible, so we shouldn't even put them out there. We're going to nibble around the edges. And I just think, you know, this is a country that just elected Donald Trump, who was a bomb to the system. Like that is the whole purpose of electing a Donald Trump, is that people are disgusted with it the way things are. They don't want you to just like manage the status quo and take around the edges. They want something that is more transformational. And so
Very interesting news. Don't forget about the Epstein files.
even if you feel like it's
Thanks,
going to be a
Nate.
difficult fight
Always
or
takes a
maybe be
Canadian,
impossible,
like,
you
bring
have
us
to at
right
least
back
offer
down
people
to
some
earth,
sort of
here. I
aspirational
appreciate that.
vision for how you're going to do more than just, you know, the like palliative care and manage the decline of the empire at this point.
Part of the fight, which I think is always missed by a lot of people, is not all Democrats have to be the same. A Democrat who's going to win the Northern Virginia electorate should not look like Zoran Mamdani. And Zoran Mamdani or the New York City Democrat should obviously not be the person who is going to be running, let's say, in the Midwest, right? That's why not all of these people can or should be the same.
Wait, are you
That's
kind
the
of
entire
insinuating
point
that they're
of living in
that
a
they
pretty diverse and very
Oh my God, they're playing identity politics with this?
different country locally. You can nationally stand for semi sort of principles. On the point about like promising things, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I'm seeing a lot of hopium that's being drank by I think a lot of the progressive left, and I do think they're in for a rude awakening. I mean, the vast
We're taking shots of hopium, just another.
reality is that he does not have the significant amount of power to enact the most, you know, the biggest promises of his campaign. Like even in terms of freezing the rent, you know, part of the cope is always like, well, he's not going to freeze it for everybody. It's just going to be on rent controlled apartments. It's like, yeah, well, unfortunately, because you don't, I mean, the system of New York is so governed by all of these various different councils, neighborhoods, and other like, you know, NIMBY style stuff that's built into it, that the net result is probably going to be some sort of, you know, organic market increase in the rent. I don't even think it's necessarily his fault. The rent's been going up for every single year, you know, since that happened.
Be safely ignored. We're talking about Sagar and Jetty.
But that's, you know, I don't think it's particularly a good look. Same.
We're talking about someone that can be safely ignored.
MTA, the vast majority of the
he kind of embodies that person.
Funding from that comes from Albany and the upstate. Like, you know, why would they necessarily want to play ball? The feds are saying that they're going to cut the amount of city services to you. Like the truth is I think that the mayor in New York has the absolute most control, and even then, not a ton when it comes to crime. Like that's basically it. And you know, in a lot of ways, like Eric Adams most well understood the job because it was schools, and it was also kind of just being like a hype man for New York. Like I'm not saying he's a good person, but like that's all he really focused his time doing was being a commercial salesman for the city. But yeah, I mean, I kind of think
I don't think New Yorkers would say he understood the job since he ended with the lowest approval rating of any mayor in history.
Sure, but whenever it comes to like what do you actually have power over, picking up trash and crime policy, like that's basically it. Like you don't have, and schools, okay, I'll give him that. Which, by the way, Zoran wants to do away with some gifted and talented schools. So.
I think the bet is that like you got a taste of the strategy when Hochul had to bend the knee to Zoran and came to his rally and was met with chants of tax the rich. And Hochul is facing a primary.
But she's the person who could actually do that.
Hochul is facing a primary challenger
Yeah.
from the left.
Yeah.
So that's where the, you know, the hope that you can actually push Albany to enact the policies that yes, Zoran would need and able to deliver. Now, some of the things.
But Hochul kind of did insinuate that she was not really going to play ball that much. Because after she was asked about like the crowd response and all that, she really just kind of went, oh, no, I support him, you know, but I don't think that we're going to be able to enact everything.
I mean, the grocery stores, he will be able to deliver on. He's actually already identified the funding.
Right.
And I hope that model works because they're talking about doing that in Chicago if it does.
Rent freeze is, you know, something that like.
Gotta love these larger cities.
Through the rent stabilization.
How come we're always called the second city? We're technically the third largest. Don't tell anybody.
Able to accomplish now. They're trying to stack the board with opponents of it, et cetera. But I mean, that's
because we're the second city that they built.
Is something else that is within the power of the New York City mayor, has been done in the past and should be something
we don't
that
have
he
a
can
complex.
accomplish.
I don't know what you're talking
about. Child care is probably the biggest and most challenging one. That does require action from Albany. And so, yeah, that's part of why what happens in the election tonight, look, Zoran looks very certain to win, but his margin and how strong of a victory, that's where those things start to matter. Because he needs not only to win, he needs to send a message that I have a powerful coalition behind me, and you, Kathy Hochul, are put on notice that if you don't, you know, if you don't tax the rich and bend to our program, then you're going to face political challenges.
We'll see.
And that's,
it's
you know, I mean, we just talked about like Hakeem Jeffries worrying, very likely Richie Torres is going to face a primary challenger. You know, Dan Goldman, who's another one who wouldn't get behind Zoran, I mean, that guy, Brad Lander, is going to challenge him probably, and he's going to have a very difficult time.
I would love to see Mr. Levi Strauss Ford.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And, you know, the question there is only whether you have two progressives that split the vote. But I think if you get just Brad Lander and against him, it's basically
that's already
toast. So those...
Not to kind of just skip over the joke, but that's progression right there. Like the fact that we have two progressives in one race. I mean, at that point,
strong message to cynical political actors that you'd better work with these people and not be the roadblock to their ambitions.
We could be in that position
That's
a lot
where
more.
the bet is. Now, is it easy? No, of course it's not easy. It's incredible. It's what he signed up for is incredibly difficult. I think your point about Trump in some ways, like kind of bailing him out and giving him excuses for, you know, things that won't go, because there will be things that don't go the way he wants them to go. There's no doubt about that. And so having a narrative about why it hasn't lived up to
Yeah,
the
but he didn't-
aspirational
did he
promises
really
that are being
overpromise that much?
put out there on the
He
campaign
kinda
trail.
did
I think
keep
that will
it,
be
like,
actually a significant
contained.
benefit to
The
him
things
as well.
that,
As a
like you
good
just
point.
said,
that's part of what's
the grocery
annoying.
stores, like in politics, if he's even able to obtain that, then most people will focus on that, especially if it's a net positive for the city. The buses, I also think that he can pull this off.
It's like I don't think this guy's going to.
But it is, here's where the bitch kind of comes in, like she brought up about Trump. If Trump is going to continuously play these games with the federal funding, they are going to have to find ways to work with Hochul and the state legislation to get more funding for these
Succeed.
these
I mean, I hate
projects.
to piss in everybody's cornflakes, but like New York State legislature has the total
Politics.
authority to raise taxes. Also, you know, this is part of the thing. I have a very limited experience with the state of New York, but as I understand it, the tension between upstate and the city is like the central thing in Albany, and in particular, the New York State legislature, because of the representative system in the Senate and with the governor from where they are, they do not like to not just bail out the city per se, but they in particular don't want to be seen as acting entirely on their benefit. There's an entire like white working class
You're ignoring the
constituency
fact that
outside of the city of New
vast
York,
majority
which
of the population lives in cities.
and the state politicians, people like Chuck Schumer, Kathy Hochul, they don't spend most of their time in New York City. They spend it in Buffalo or in, I don't know,
Again, dude, the fact that they always do this shit where they are just like, well, we have to play to everybody in the state, you know? Collectively, you could take 6 fucking counties from the south and like the north from New York, in New York's case, but in Illinois, if you take 6 counties from Illinois, that doesn't make up 1 fucking % of the tax revenue and of the general revenue that is made up for the state and our GDP.
Plattsburgh.
Like, why do we always placate to these these very small communities? Again, the myth of these, like, we gotta keep the small towns, the mom and popses, we gotta keep them going, you know, the people that we already fucking forgot about.
Whatever, like way up in the north near the Canadian border. And the reason why is there's a ton of votes out there that have a very
Jesus Christ,
distinct
like
set of like
the fact
wants.
that these dudes fight for small towns, but then they're like, yeah, you know what? But you know, capitalism's great. Let's let that Walmart go and decimate the entire economy.
Circumstances, population,
just to make sure that they can all be wage slaves to that one corporation.
Totally different, right? These are like rural areas, and so they have competing interests a lot of times with the city, and there is kind of a rivalry within. Again, I'm just relaying kind of what I understand, the people who have worked in New York State politics, like generally. So from that point of view, I mean, look, the net result is he has the most control over the cops, he has the most control over city services, over schools, and like, yeah, sure, I'm sure I can throw some culture war, you know, create a transgender transition fund, which, you know, I guess is democratically representative of that population, but for the New York City state, or for New York City, like generally, he can do some virtue signaling on ICE, but he doesn't have a ton of power, like at the end of the day, with NYPD. And yeah, I mean, you know, you can end gifted and talented.
That's not true. Like, blatantly, that's not true, especially if they work together with the governor. In our case, with J.D. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson, they worked together to ensure that the Chicago PD didn't have to work with ICE. Now, the state police, I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck is going on there, man.
Congratulations to the Asians of the city of New York.
Definitely
like, that seems
not
to be it.
the same.
Like, to be honest,
and Broadview, the Broadview Police Department is just like so gung ho.
I really don't see very much. Now, can he be?
It is weird though. Like, I've always heard this thing about like how the CPD and like the rest of like the surrounding suburbs, they all hate each other.
Spokesperson
Seems
and
to
use
track.
it as a bully pulpit. Yeah, he absolutely can, and that has power. How can we deny that? But I mean, I don't know. I just think a lot of people in the city of New York, and I hate to be cynical, but listen, you know, I've seen too many people get their hopes up around certain types of politicians and just see crash and burn. Like, the truth is that we live in a deeply corrupt, entrenched system. New York State is probably one of the most corrupt states in the entire country. The reality that you're going to raise tax, and in particular, you're going to lower rent
Really?
in one of the most like cartel-controlled cities in the world, where the global
Where the fuck is he getting this shit from? I have never heard any of these talking points ever.
Super elite rich, all
I've always heard like mob controlled, sure, but cartel control
have been flocking to for the last 30 years. It's fantastical. I mean,
dude, this guy lives in such a weird world where he's just like, the black teens run the streets of Washington, D.C.'s on their motorized scooters, burning everything down. Meanwhile, in the other cities,
even freezing,
they're all controlled by the cartels and
rent control. Again, the probably net market result is going to be a net result or net increase in rent generally in the city. You're also going to see you have huge tax problems in New York. You have a significant portion of the tax base which is reliant on the super rich. They're going to leave, and you're going to find yourself in a huge budget shortfall.
That's where you tax the super rich, but then are you saying that the super rich are going to leave because they're getting overtaxed?
Like if you lose even 20,
this is such a fucking oh my God, it's such bullshit.
5 billionaires from the city, it's going to significantly hurt your coffers. I don't think it should be that way. I don't think you should have that sort of tax system. I've always warned that it's a huge problem. A lot of businesses and others, the city employers, like there's a reason that he's been cozying up to these people in some ways, because he knows like they can destroy your life. Like all they have to do is pull 10,000 employees out. You lose a huge portion of the tax base, the developers. I mean, this is just the reality, I think, of what it means. And I don't want to take anything away. I'm happy that people have some hope left in politics, but just seeing seeing all of the different roadblocks that you face. I mean, think about this. You got your hopes up about the
such a
president. That's the
nerd,
most
just like
powerful
not a
man in the
nerd.
world.
Nerd is
And 90% of the time, they can't get shit done whenever it comes to
He's a dork.
what they want. And this is a local politician, with no statutory authority, no veto capacity, no taxation, no foreign policy, nothing.
But it's still one of the largest cities in the world, and he is in control. Then what? Sagar, by this logic, why not just let him become the mayor? And why all this opposition? Why in the fuck do they care so much if it doesn't matter that much?
The alternative view, which is that Zoran has a much better relationship with Kathy Hochul than Bill de Blasio had with Cuomo.
Yeah,
they
that's fair.
hated each other. Cuomo, I mean, legendarily hated each other. And Cuomo did everything he could to fuck de Blasio.
Mm-hmm.
Everything he could. And de Blasio made a big promise in his campaign. He said, we're going to do universal preschool. Big promise. And Cuomo tried to block him at every turn. And even with that
what a radical idea,
incredibly aggressive adversarial relationship and a lot less of a mandate and a movement behind him and political power that Zoran has, he was able to do it. He was able to accomplish his goal. And now you do have universal.
Oh, don't worry. I decided to finish this one because I realized that it was part of my election coverage, and I just wanted to knock this out
in
because
New York City,
otherwise,
it's a fantastic success.
Also,
it's been incredibly.
There was an interview going on with Letterhack and Gina, so I just wanted to let that one wrap up too.
Important. It's one of the most impressive things that a local city government has been able to accomplish in recent years. So if de Blasio can pull that off. With, again, much less of a mandate, much less of the sort of political power and movement that he can wield. He didn't have any ability to threaten primary challenges against anyone. No one was looking over their shoulder because Bill de Blasio was going to endorse against them. And you had Cuomo, who was just a legendary asshole trying to stand in his way. If he can pull that off, then I think Zoran can pull some things off as well.
Here's the question.
Listen,
did he get any real benefit from that? Everyone hated Bill de Blasio. And the problem in New York City is it's an expensive shithole.
But Sagar, the residents in New York City did get universal pre-K.
Okay, but they didn't appreciate it all that much.
Bill de Blasio was not.
What? So now you're just so he came through with his campaign promise. Well, too bad that they barely noticed.
Oh, particularly popular.
Yeah.
But
what the fuck? It's because it wasn't on his radar because he didn't benefit from it.
This program has been extremely
He's driving
impactful.
me nuts with this.
So Zoran, I think, has a lot more going for him than de Blasio does.
Yes, he does.
And we're going to see. That's, like I said, the real question for him is going to be how big of a mandate does he have tonight? How much does he transform the electorate? And what does that mean for, a youthful energy around him and his administration? How's he able to govern? And is he able to apply pressure to Kathy Hochul, to Albany? And is he able to sort of set the agenda in a sense where people's political benefit is to work with him rather than try to stop him. And to my mind, you already have seen that. I mean, even the fact Hakeem Jeffries felt the need that he had to endorse him is very telling. Kathy Hochul.
Well, again, because now he is kind of just like, oh shit. Well, at least I don't want to be the guy that doesn't endorse him. And then when I do kind of need his endorsement for my re-election campaign, I don't want to have to explain why I was so oppositional to some good ideas, especially, God forbid, if he's successful.
Being at the rally with Bernie and AOC, very telling.
Yeah, that had to fuck with him too.
It's
the fact that their internal polling has to be telling the story that we all know, is that the progressive politics that are starting to sweep through the country are way more popular than they want to give credit to.
Definitely.
And they are kind of coming to the realization, it's like, oh shit, we may have really put all of our ducks into this AIPAC pond and we kind of fucked up there.
Going to be difficult. You are absolutely right about that. But I have much more hope than you do that he's going to be able to accomplish some key parts of his promises. And I don't think voters are stupid. I don't think that they believe any one politician is just going to wave a magic wand and make everything perfect.
MAGA's that stupid
in the city, but they want to see you
I'm sorry,
out there,
Crystal. I ain't gonna fucking mince words like you are.
Fighting for the things that you claim to believe in and that you stood on during
Well,
the
I guess
election.
my worry is
that
a lot of these young people, part of the reason they're disillusioned with the system and that they think that a lot of this stuff is going to work is they actually do think that he can do them. And I mean, he's not dishonest, I guess, by saying he wants to do them. I believe him in what he wants to do, but I think they're incredibly naive as to the level of corruption and systems of politics and how the balances in our system make it nearly impossible for a local politician to be able to deliver any of that. I mean, even the pre-K thing, like New York is not better because of it.
We just reached 4 hours on the show. You know what I want to do here?
I mean, otherwise people would be super happy.
I'm sitting here I probably should hop on
to
over.
raise a family.
I mean,
no, it's a horrible
coverage
place
and
to raise a family. That's why a huge number of people who have kids left the city because they're like, this is a disaster after 2020. If universal pre-K was so
Take care of my
attractive
audience, okay?
for children and for families in the city of New York, and you have a net increase. Instead, you've had a net decrease of the level of people with children. New York is basically a playground for the rich. Their entire tax base revolves around.
Well, and that
how
is
can you
actually
possibly
the promise
reverse that?
Of Zoran is, you're right. New York City has been run largely.
It's funny how the
especially
R's
by
can completely wait.
Bloomberg
That's a good, that is a very, very good take here. It's funny how the R's can completely transform the executive branch into what they have, but Sagar's like, but the Dems can't do what Mamdani wants them to do. Again, Sagar is an idiot. Yes.
Eric Adams as a
That's
playground
just a
for them.
fact.
That is what it is.
Yeah, Sagar, do nothing. Again, this dude where he's just like, you're not going to get everything you want. So you know what? You might as well just give up.
Policy has been catered towards. And so that is the true promise of Zoran's campaign is what if we actually ran the city for its working class residents? What if we actually oriented policy to try to make it so that families can live here and they can survive and it's not so expensive that they, that they can't continue to stay in the city because, there's all this talk about, oh, rich people are going to flee the city, which I don't believe, by the way. But in any case,
yes, they're going to give up all those. Well, then maybe we'll have more housing because they'll be giving up those fucking palatial estates and we can chop them all up and make small apartments.
But the people who've been actually leaving the city are its working class residents.
Affordable.
Those are the people who are actually fleeing the city, and the city cannot survive without them. It will be a hollowed out husk without people, working middle class people able to live and thrive in the city. And so that is truly actually the most difficult thing for him to accomplish is to reorient the city around the needs of, the workers who actually make it run.
I don't see how it literally is impossible considering the way that their progressive tax system is structured in the state of New York. The entire thing revolves around big businesses and extremely wealthy people putting up with 50%.
Again, playing into this myth. It's just like, we can't piss off the rich people because then they won't give us their precious money. We can't piss them off because then they'll leave.
60% net tax in order to...
Okay, then you get some legislation put in place to make sure that they get taxed out the ass before they go.
Go to Carbone at night.
I mean, to take the idea from Mr. Greg Abbott.
But look, I think it's a
Fucking
degenerate and a
Christ.
stupid lifestyle. But you guys do what you want to do. You live there. My only point is just that the net benefit, let's say, of trying to orient around working class residents would require a top-to-down reformation of their entire financing structure. Like, there is a reason that New York is the playground for the rich, because of the businesses and others that attract them. Like, if you want to try and have some redistributive policy, people are going to make individual choice. I'm not defending it. I think it's a horrible system. But I think that to reform that system, again, it wouldn't even just take the state. I think that would have to be national policy, considering where things are today. Like, the net way that has been designed, I would say, since the 1980s, since Rudy Giuliani and all them came in, was let's make it a playground for Wall Street, and let's make it so that we can tax, a certain percentage of all of these global super elites that love to hang out here. And that's effectively like where the city has gone, which I think is bad. I don't think it's a good thing for the people who live there, but I almost think it's at a point now where if by trying to accomplish any of this.
Good evening.
I mean, let me ask you,
just got home,
what is
glad
the
you're
tax
on.
for
Hell
Zoran?
yeah.
Like, what is
Welcome
it?
in,
To
Robin.
me, he needs to be.
Hey, Robin, one of my confirmed oldest first live viewers. We're celebrating a year tonight,
Popular
pretty much.
at the end of his term.
I
And
mean,
two,
between
let's say if
tonight
we
and
take him at his
tomorrow,
word,
so-
then the city
'cause
actually
it was
does need to be
election
affordable
coverage
for the
then,
normal,
too.
let's call it 100,000 for a middle class worker. I just don't think, I think there is literally no way that that's going to happen.
I think that is
Wild
probably
year.
setting the bar too high. I think that he's popular and that
YouTube,
he
by the way.
accomplishes, let's say 3 out of 5
We'll
of
be
his
celebrating another
key
year
goals.
on Twitch.
Affordable
God, I
childcare
think it's
being,
next
I
month.
think, the most transformational one. So,
Yeah.
if he's able to freeze the rent on
December 14th.
rent-controlled apartments and he's able to do the free buses, I mean, the grocery stores are going to
but
have him.
this is my thing with the rent control. Why is that a win? So that people who get rent
Because
control.
they promised it.
Okay, great. But if everybody else's
Let's
rent
not
has to go up
no,
as a
but
result of that, I'd
let's
be
not
pissed off. These people are paying $4,800 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment.
His policy, though, is that's like
Yeah.
the catchiest part. But he has a whole housing policy that's very abundance, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's
what's the
very,
reality of it
YIMBY
happening?
pilled.
Zero. Like-
And so, there's a lot more to what he's wants to do on housing than just freezing the rent. But yeah, for those people who are in those apartments, that's going to make a big difference.
But
And
that's
there are a
only
lot
a
of people
couple
who are in
100,000.
those
Well,
apartments.
there's 8 million people who aren't in those apartments, and their rent is probably going to go up as a
I'm
result
not
of
sure.
this policy.
So are you basically arguing like you shouldn't try, you shouldn't promise anything? Like, why bother? Because that's what it feels like you're promising. I mean, if anyone has a chance of success,
Yes, thank you for finally saying this. We've all heard it, and
It's this guy who comes
relay
out-
just that exact fucking take,
out of nowhere,
Crystal.
who's got
Holy
a clear
shit,
vision,
It took you
clear
that
promises he
long.
made to people that people like New Yorkers are excited about, and
Man,
who has the force of a political
was
movement
frustrating.
behind him to put pressure on the political powers to be to actually effectuate that outcome. Like, if anyone has a chance of success, it's him. Now, is it easy? No. But yeah, I do believe in a politics where you try to do things that make people's lives better. And I think it's sad to just have a nihilist view of like, well, it's not going to fucking work anyway, so why bother getting people's hopes up?
Well, I just think it's more about, look, if you lived through Obama, I don't know how you can't be, where I am right now in terms, especially with this stuff.
But where are you, though?
What do you mean with Zoran?
Like, you
or
just
with
think
promises?
people shouldn't campaign on doing positive things? Like, what is your
can
position
campaign.
here?
Well, what did we talk about yesterday with voters? I mean, just a lot of voters are
Finally.
just literally just huffing a bunch of bullshit. Like, they have no idea the reality of the
So,
city and the
that
state
doesn't
they
answer
actually
her
live
question
in.
at
And so,
all,
yeah, I
dude.
think they're in for a very rude awakening. I think that New York will be vastly more expensive in 5 years, not necessarily as a result of Zoran, but just organically. And that's probably going to be a net failure. And if you live through that and you vote for that, that will continue down, a dark path. You can fight for it if you like.
So then what?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are the politics that you would support in that case then?
For Zoran, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Like,
Oh.
if you don't think that politicians should be trying to improve, like making promises about here's my plan to improve people's lives. If you think that's like getting people's hopes up, like what kind of politics do you
Well,
support?
no, I support realistic politics in local, state, and local.
But again, dude, you didn't have any of this criticism about Donald Trump or any of the right-wing politicians at any point. This is the first time I've really heard him just be like, "Oh yeah, these promises you overpromise." Well, that's a little ridiculous.
State elections in particular, because that's part of what I'm saying. It's like the reality of affordable New York is something that you actually just don't have
It's
control
paid
over.
way too much to say this slop.
And it's one of those where I think you could run for it as president, and I think you should. You have a much, much better chance and much more statutory authority, power to actually get a lot of that stuff done. That's
But
kind
I
of
mean,
what
he
I'm pointing at.
identified 5 things that are doable. Difficult, sure, but doable. So what's wrong with that?
Well, I just said with freezing rent, I mean, you're running on affordability. You're not actually going to address the market rent system of New York. You actually don't even have the power because of the ability with the boards and all those are currently being sacked. So look, it's up to you. If you want to vote for him and you want to go through that, like that's on you. You can have it if you would like, but it's just I don't know. I want people's eyes to be open.
I mean, I just see I don't know. I think it's funny. I'm gonna see it reverse. Like, he set out 5, not like easy slam dunk, but 5 things that are actually concrete and achievable. So it seems like the opposite of the like pie in the sky, we're gonna have a socialist utopia thing that
I've never said that he's promising pie in the sky. That's what I'm saying is that even the stuff that he's trying to promise. I mean, you even talked about taxation. You literally have no statutory authority to tax anybody. Literally zero. You can make a recommendation, if you want to, but you do nothing in terms of taxes. You pick up the trash, you run the schools, you run the cops, and yes, you can occasionally like stack various boards which vote for based on corrupt interests as to whether to green light certain projects.
So if
or
he's
not.
able to accomplish a majority of the 5 key promises that he made, would you see that as successful?
Absolutely, yes. I absolutely would. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he has even a chance.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Even maybe like 1 out of 5.
He kept saying copium.
And I do think that running on affordability and ultimately
only because he's been
that
sitting there
probably,
huffing it all day.
Does anybody disagree with me that New York's will
dude?
probably be more expensive in 5 years today, even if he is mayor? Like, does anyone disagree with that? Well, then, you're kind of selling a false bill of goods here. And I think that the reality, it's like you pointed to universal pre-K. Like, there's a lot of multifactorial things that go into making the place extremely expensive. No one person has any real power over that. It's a broad system thing. I guess the point could be, this is a signal to the system that people should change. That's a little different.
Like, I don't think people.
Well, just yesterday you were saying that we should blame voters. I think a lot of them are stupid.
I don't think we should think that voters believe he can just magically transform everything. I think that they believe that, if we have someone who in general is trying to orient policy more towards our needs, that's going to be to our benefit. I think they believe, hey, if we had access to free public transportation, that would be helpful, right?
Which again,
if we
he has
had
no control over.
Affordable childcare, that would be helpful. If we, and they like the idea of an optimistic politics that experiments with things like, okay, we're in, the grocery store, no one says it's going to like transform everything.
Didn't miss too
Like,
much.
hey, let's try some things and try to make life a little bit better for people in the city. I think that's the idea. I don't think anyone's like, he's going to fix the cost of living crisis and it's going to be, it's going to be miraculous and I'm going to have an apartment for $800 a month or whatever. Like, I don't think anyone really believes that, but he's made a series of concrete promises. And so we'll be able to assess whether or not he's able to achieve them or how close he comes to being able to achieve those concrete promises.
You may be right. My fear is that with Obama, I mean, look, I was young when Obama was elected. I actually thought that they would solve the financial crisis. I thought that the wars would end. It was a huge mistake, right, to believe any of that. And a lot of my current orientation is built on that. And then, by the way, in my adult life, had multiple campaigns, including in which you knew the people in power and you believed some of those people, and then they fucked you whenever they came into power. If you lived through that, I don't know. I mean, look, that's my own orientation. You're catching me at a unique moment of time, but like any time that I've even, had an inkling, even with a ton of realism and all of that, to see the falsehoods and the fakery that you end up getting, it's a difficult pill to swallow. And I guess that's just where I'm coming from. And I do think that a lot of those 18 to 29-year-olds have not been burned yet in that type of system. And considering where the Obama generation went from 2008, for a lot of people were my age and your age as well, who lived through that level of lack of delivery and of failure left like a searing thing at the heart of a lot of the way that we look at politics. And that is how I view Zoran Mamdani. And I think a lot of the people who support him I think they believe him. Like, I think you're wrong. I think a lot of them actually believe that the rent is going to go down. I think a lot of them actually believe that he will have the ability to have, I mean, how many people in the city of New York are sitting around talking about MTA funding? Like, it's just not a lot of people. How many people even know that, the various boards and other people that set which projects get to be greenlit and the stories? And I mean, I could go on forever. Do you know about the scaffolding thing in the city of New York and the scaffolding cartel? Like, most people just accept it. They're like, oh, that's ugly. We just walk underneath. They have no idea the various, Byzantine
going to try to tackle.
Yes, I know. It's funny. I remember looking at that. I'm like, yeah, good fucking luck, man. I mean, the scaffolding cartel in the city of New York alone is one of those where that has been a problem for like 30 years, unsolvable. Do I think that he's going to do it? No, I don't. I think there's probably still going to be scaffolding there. Like, there's all these various things from the city is designed to basically protect itself from Zoran. I think
he keeps acting like the mayor's completely powerless. The dude does have a good amount of power over zoning.
The financial system.
You do have to go through the mayor's office
is
for
designed,
that. So.
Again, to protect itself from any sort of democratic influence.
Anytime that those people need permits,
I don't think that's good. I
want
think
to talk
it's bad.
about.
I don't think
too corrupt? Is that too corrupt to strong arm the criminals?
Really be reformed until it's really at the federal level.
He doesn't have any solutions to any of this. He's just like,
there's this cartel of people that do scaffolding deals, and they can't start. There's no way that there's gonna ever be anything. There's gonna be no movement on that because this mayor's gonna be weak.
Keeping these types of places the way that they are, that any one like local mayor, even though we may want to believe that, I don't see the evidence for it. Like, yeah, I think New York is going to be more expensive whether Zoran is elected or not. And if anything, I think Trump is bailing him out because I don't think he'll deliver on basically much. Yes, if he accomplishes even 3 out of the 5, I'll be honestly stunned. I would say he was one of the most successful New York City politicians literally ever. But the days of like, even if we judge the great mayors, or okay, fine, not the great mayors maybe in our view, but the good mayors in the voters' view is always what? It just comes down to crime. That's what they're like, oh, he lowered the crime rate. He cleaned up the city. They don't ever say really ever much about anything else. Like it doesn't, you only have a significant amount that you can actually control. And to be clear, president is very different, but in a lot of ways, the same dynamics I'm talking about, they exist at every level of the political spectrum. And that's not to poison the well, I guess. I just want people's eyes to be open for the reality of what you're, not even what you're signing up for, but of what it even means to really participate like at a local level. You don't have nearly as much control as you think you do. And I think it's sad. I wish you had more. I don't
Don't hope, people.
Huh?
Don't believe in anything. Don't hope that
You can
anything's
believe.
possible.
You can
That's the
believe.
message from Soccer
You
Day.
can believe what you want.
don't hope.
Whether you will
Don't
get
have
any of
hope.
what you
Like,
want,
don't hope for anything
I'm
good.
not so sure about
Don't
that.
listen to anything they're
or
saying.
If you do, it'll be very, very unique circumstances.
I want to hold
if you
him
like
to
that video,
this.
hit the like button. Or
I really want to hold him to the standard of this specific debate because you do understand that during any election, when he opens his mouth and he's just like, well, I really like what X politician says about Y. You could just immediately go like, but why are you even listening to them? They're completely full of shit. You know, they're never going to enact any of this shit. Yeah, hair in my mouth. Oh, that was annoying. All right. We're going to tackle some live coverage. Woohoo! Here we go. Live updates, live updates. We've got the live updates. Updates. Here we go. All right, so Virginia gubernatorial. God. Can never read or hear that word without thinking about Deadpool, but Abigail Spanberger wins. They're marking it a win 1 minute ago. All right, it's leaning Dem 62 to 36. Is it now? No way. That's what? All right. Well, hey, we got some good news there. All right, let's get some AP coverage. I don't know why I'm doing my weird voices. Hey, it's Christina. Yelling at somebody. AP. Is this really what the AP is? There's no actual... Oh, okay. That's pretty close. What's pretty close? Wait, you're kidding, right? What are you talking about? I really do hope you're not fucking with me here, which I wouldn't put that past some of you. Yeah, I was about to say, hey! All right, we got 5 minutes until the 4-2-0, and then, yeah, I'm going to keep going with the election coverage because, guys, I knew that it was going to be a full panel show. I was kind of like, do you go early? Like, okay, guys, I'm going to just be real. It's kind of like when you go to a party, right? And you're like, I don't want to show up too early because I don't want to be like the only one there. And then you also don't want to show up right when everybody shows up because you kind of get lost in the fold. So, that whole moniker of sometimes it's better to be fashionably late. I think that might track here. Also, it is going to be a long night, so I figured, you know what, why not? Let's do this. Alrighty, we got the debate covered. Also, I'm going to check in with some live feeds for... Do we have one? News over in... No updates on the Louisville plane crash. Fires are being fought. Okay. Hey! MR is live? What up? I'm gonna check in on chat. What up? There we go. Arrive. Here we go.
Well, that's cool that Spanberger won. Okay, so MR is not working. Give me 1 second. Oh, it's because they're not live yet. Duh. That was my bad. Breaking points. Man, dude, all of these channels are live. Holy crap. Yeah, maybe I should just go consolidate over to to this space. As I said, gonna wait a little bit. Plus, we got 2 minutes until the 420. Here, I'm gonna put on BTC.
Abigail Spanberger as the first female governor of Virginia,
Really?
overperforming
Oh,
in
wow.
this 2025 class. So big news out of New Jersey.
There's a
Awesome
pile
that
on,
we got to see that happen just now. And of course, we'll stay on that map and continue to follow along with the results to see
How
the
many are
extent to which she
reporting in? Votes
overperforms.
remaining?
The overperformance numbers are going to be especially telling here because this race isn't just about who wins right now.
18%
This race
estimated
is gonna
reporting in
be,
now.
all of these races are going to be a bellwether in terms of what happens a year from now in 2026. And of course, if you'd like to watch the returns a year from now and all the content that I do between now and then, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. If you're not yet subscribed, it is completely free, but it's a great way to support my work. It's a great way to support this live stream.
Okay.
Content, which are breaking news, episodes with Mark Elias and Glenn Kirshner, two attorneys who are at the top of their game, and of course, my interviews as well. So if you're not yet subscribed.
All right.
This is a special election coverage.
Hey, I'm here for it. Let's
by
go.
The Majority Report.
Wow.
Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Elections
Uncle Sam.
in New York, Virginia, New Jersey, Pennsylvania,
California.
California referendums.
420.
probably
Hey,
other
perfect start time for that.
Minnesota. Other places. Coverage starts now. Here. Hi.
Whoa, whoa.
Yep.
Hello, hello, hello.
Welcome, folks. This is our coverage of the first general elections. I mean, it's not a general election, but the first
they're drinking?
really elections across the country, non-special elections. Although the Wisconsin Supreme Court was in April. Nevertheless.
And it feels pretty special to me.
Yeah, special in our hearts.
The point being, this is the first real election night where we're seeing results really from across the country during Trump's second term. And there's a bunch of things that we're going to be looking for tonight. Obviously, in New York City,
That's how you do election
we're heavily
coverage.
invested in Mamdani winning
right.
the mayoralty. But there's a couple of things to keep in mind about this. The first shots in the war of how to read this election and what it means for Democrats. I mean, it's been taking place, but the first one, the biggest one was shot by Spanberger yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It was yesterday in Virginia, where she said, you know, I'm not Mamdani, I'm not a Democratic Socialist, blah, 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 whatever it is.
Spanberger's win.
The margins, both in Virginia and in New York City and in New Jersey, are going to tell the real story in terms of where there's a roadmap for Democrats, broadly speaking.
Hey, I was
to
elected
run.
during Trump's second term. My election was important.
We can look at what's happening in Virginia in the House of Delegates to get a sense of maybe where Democrats
rogue tangle
might be in terms of the 2026 midterm elections in terms of control of the House, because
that. Let's go to the election result. Live election results. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so we already know about Spanberger's win. Okay. 22% of the vote is in now. It doesn't look like Jack Citarelli is picking up any steam, really. And then everything else. Oh, man. I just realized that with California, we're going to be here a while. Retain excess Prop FF revenue. Raise taxes on school meal program. Huh. All right, so the ballot measures in Colorado. What's this proposition out? Retain excess Prop FF revenue. Serena, what's that mean? You know a little bit more about this than I do. New Jersey, don't effing fail me. Let's go. Yes. Well, you did your part. You know, you can feel good. You definitely contributed and did your thing there, so that's good.
Just a matter of how big of a win it's going to be.
Decision desk is also usually earlier than other
Man, they got
outlets.
pizza
So
and
we're going to just
beer
put that
and,
caveat in
like,
there.
a
But
good old time
still,
over
that's
there.
significant and also would be expected.
The importance of this is not just to go to
MR, dude,
Poly Market.
MR's a good time.
And make a bet
Gotta say.
on who's going to win in the next fall.
After you bet on when Israel's going to drop bombs and the genocide, like classy people do on
Right.
that website.
The point is that the political class, politicians, the Trump administration, they're going to react to these numbers based upon how big of wins there are. And you could see frontline Republicans start to get a little weak-kneed and start thinking,
shit.
oh, okay.
Hey, Pep,
I hang with Trump,
thank you for
I'm
the
gonna
$10 dono. Really appreciate that.
At
I
5:01,
spoke
fired
with
to
Tom, and he's
Dollars.
looking at
Hey,
doing
Doc,
something
I
in
just
the
spoke
we've
to
seen a
spring.
Tom.
couple
He'll
of
let me know
Republicans
when he
come
has a
out
solid
and
plan.
start to
In the
feel the heat
spring.
during this.
He'll let
Awesome.
me know when he has a solid
Again, man, I
plan.
really appreciate that.
The other thing that I think
Live in
is gonna,
Colorado. This was about keeping excess
be a
funds.
function of the size of
Sorry, I'm going to mute them for a second. I live in Colorado. This was about keeping excess funds taxed for people making over $300,000. Really? So wait. Okay, the way that works then, retain excess Prop FF revenue. So is that yeah, I'm gonna assume that that's a yes then, right? I'm gonna act like the biggest idiot here, just because I'm acting. I'm purely acting, folks. This is a character of the confused voter. I don't know. I don't know who I'm gonna vote for. I don't know. Hey, well, do I vote yes or no? I don't know what this retain excess Prop FF revenue is. So, as I said, completely acting. Funds go to social programs. So yeah, I mean, I'm serious. So does that mean vote yes or no? I'm assuming vote yes. Yes. Right? Or wait. And then the meal program. Yes. No, but for the meal program, what's the deal with that? I'm glad that we have a Colorado resident that can answer some of this. Also, I got to look up the Minnesota election real quick. So yeah, just raise taxes. But you vote no to... Wait. I mean, a tax raise is going to probably not make it. I worked with Trumpers, super annoying, literally told me that they only wanted to feed kids that have papers. Think of the kids my ass. Funds go to social programs and education. Okay, my workday is finally done. I have to head out and to get a few other things done. Much love. Hey, really support. Really appreciate the support. I can talk tonight. Okay. So we can go back to this.
From the 20 years we've been doing this show, or 15 years of this specific one, I don't think we have done many.
Enjoy a little bit of their coverage for a minute
off-year
before we go
elections,
to some
coverage like this.
Kornacki.
And
Oh, wait, I forgot to pull up Kornacki.
It is a function of just
All right, we're gonna have some fun here with the Kornacki
not
report.
just like what we can predict from the future, but what other people are predicting for the future and how they're going to react.
The Kornacki
county
King.
tonight,
We're
because
living
this
in
is
an
one
era
where
when that type of
There we go.
reaction is going to be, could.
Is he talking? He is talking. Why is there no audio?
Yeah, and what's interesting, Kristen, is I mean I'll put them both up here side by side so you can see. Donald Trump lost this state by about 6 points last year, and that was for Trump that was a big improvement from 2020. And as you mentioned, Ciattarelli only lost it by 3 points. The one thing to keep in mind is they did this with completely different coalitions. Okay, so I was just talking about Morris County. Somerset County, Morris County, places like this. Ciattarelli was getting big improvements over Trump. And then Trump fell the bottom fell out for Trump last year. Trump made his gains in the urban, non-white parts of New Jersey. Between those two coalitions, the suburbs where Ciattarelli did well and the cities where Trump did well, there's a winning coalition for Republicans if you can combine them. That is elusive. That's been elusive for Republicans in modern times. If Ciattarelli could pull that off tonight, he would win.
No. No, I know. Dude, so that music, I got in trouble for watching this stream specifically from the music. Breaking news, breaking news. What? What's the breaking news? What is it? Wait, Tony. You can't just announce breaking news, and not type it faster. Come on. All right, so we got breaking news, Let's update this. Still nothing. All right, there's no more breaking news. All right, so Kornacki is he's useful in spurts. That's why it is just like, all right, so we got this drop, right? We have about 15 minutes of good content, and then we have to wait till the next hour because that's when the next drop comes. You know that he gets excited where he hears that a state's like kind of, oh, there's a little bit of confusion in the state. It's just like, yes! Milk this for content. Woohoo! As we're all covering the elections,
expand their majority, or at the very least,
all just waiting for New York's polls to
even if in some
close.
miracle the Republicans are able to flip the seats that
They
Brian
close at
says
9.
Extant. So
that
there you go.
breaking news, Steve.
It's encouraging,
Oh.
and again, the real life sort of like implications of this are that there may be Republicans who waver and start to think like, hey, maybe this is a problem for me to do this. And then, of course, the other implication is that Stephen Miller may say, we're sending in troops. We're sending in the double the amount of troops.
Right. Exactly.
Somebody says I have pizza on my sleeve. No, this is
It's a different stain.
it's a magic marker, but this is not the one that I have in my white shirt.
Yes, you have blue on your white shirt, and you also have a green on your white shirt, and they're always in the same spot. They're
Well, it's
right
because
on
I do it right here, and like I'll have a marker.
Marker's open.
Apparently, Boo Radley says
Hey,
they voted
you
to
know
raise
what?
taxes on the rich in Colorado.
So I have a. Where
What's
is
the
it?
Polly market bet on what kind of pizza?
I
you're
dropped a
eating?
J on this
I'm
one.
almost done here.
Yeah, well, I'm I got it. I'll ad lib.
And that is not Kentucky Fried.
Go
French
ahead.
fries.
So, all right, we're gonna look at Decision Desk here, see what the updates are.
The heat is on them when they do this.
I guess there's also this smaller race in Georgia, the Public Service Commission, that we should be paying attention to because there's a potential for the Democrats to flip that. That's on the ballot as well. And then Virginia, the major, there's all those House of delegate seats are important to look at as well. It'll be interesting to see, like, so you mentioned this earlier, but Spanberger is
Hashmi now projected to win. Did you just say that?
yeah.
Yeah, she already won.
Not the name, but
well, I mean, according
they're
to
projecting
this,
basically that. I mean, Virginia is filled with federal workers that have been laid off. Like that. This is
oh my
just
God!
a horrible,
I just made a Jet 2 holiday
for
joke in my head,
Republicans,
and I associated that with something else that we
maybe
watched
not
today,
shocking
and now
that
I think
their
I'm going to hell,
nominee
guys.
is a black woman. That's that glass cliff for you. Just
Hell yes, Mickey
push her
won.
off, because this race is not going to go well for us.
I mean, it looks like she's won. Hold on.
Yeah, it's
AP
looking like
28%
a
of the
really
vote,
significant
730.
sweep for the Democrats.
Oh, I didn't know
this was
Jay
2 minutes
Jones
ago.
was
So
gonna beat an incumbent. I overlooked.
I don't think
that.
have they called it
He was
for?
the incumbent, but
They called it for?
I'm
I
looking
mean, I'm
at,
assuming, yeah,
CNN
that
right
you're
now,
you're
and who do
watching
they
this
have
live. So
sitting at the desk.
Dershowitz.
Close.
Dersh.
You want another guess?
Scott Jennings,
No.
Tubin.
No. I'm talking Democrat that you don't want to see sitting
Van
there.
Jones,
No, close. A Democrat.
like a elected Democrat,
Mm,
currently or former.
former and hoping to
Sorry,
maybe
just
in the
realized I
future.
got the wrong camera on.
Chicago, the fucking Rahm Emanuel.
Yep.
Ah,
Yep. I mean, it is.
I sat next to him at a
That's why
hockey
I'd be
game.
for president.
It is
He had
fascinating.
his
They're just
Secret
gonna
Service
keep,
on each end
trotting
of him
out
and his wife.
these old people.
Yeah, it was annoying.
Who?
Because they
and I
also
don't
had
mean,
a
like,
or Secret Service, whatever the hell they're called
age-wise,
for
'cause I
the
have a
mayor.
feeling I'm
His
probably
security, his special
closer in
security.
age to Rahm Emanuel than anybody in the room, but but.
I had to
his
literally go through
mentality
them
is
every time I went to the
completely off.
bathroom and went to the concession stand.
And there's
At one point, I looked at Rahm Emanuel. I'm like, "You owe me a beer," and he just looked over and laughed at me. I was just like,
now?
I
Can
wasn't
you go
kidding.
To,
You owe me a
CNN
beer,
and pop
fucker.
this up as well. Yeah.
I'm sure he didn't like the fact that my mom was loudly cursing him out.
That's a big room. And they're all in
Passive aggressively though, not to his face. She just
gonna
kept
be
saying,
different,
just like,
at
wow,
Donnie's,
this
watch parties,
this city wouldn't be going the way
Not
that
gonna
it
be
is if
full
it wasn't for a certain mayor. It's just like,
Oh, this is the point that I wanted to say about
Did more balls than
Spanberger
I did at that
is
point.
There's going to be a lot of talk that you're going to hear in the next many weeks or months about how, say, things go well tonight in New York City. There are two sides of the coin in terms of Democratic success. I can already basically chat GPT
A bird needs
Ezra
two wings to
Klein's
fly.
piece about this. On one wing you have Zoran Mamdani, who's exciting the whole nation. On the other, you have former CIA official Abigail Spanberger, and they're both equally important to the party. What'll be interesting to see here is how someone like Ezra reconciles that argument with their argument that basically rhetorically the Democrats have gone too far left, because as you were saying, Spanberger
Man,
was hit
we
with
really
a
are
bunch
just
of
having that
anti-trans
conversation
ads
out of
over and
all of
over
this, eh?
again, which would be the thesis of Ezra, that the language of the Democratic Party has gone too far too left. They're too inclusive.
Damn, how many she had already?
Latinx was said a few times in 2021, and these guys have never let it go. But she won in spite of a transphobic campaign directed at her. And that's the narrative out of this, not that moderate centrism is the way to go in the future. It's that the Kamala's for them, not you ads or whatever were way more about the economic situation and a feeling that she was disconnected from that reality.
Wait, what?
Than it is about trans people altogether.
No,
I
it
also
was
have
really
to say
no
that
that
I
it.
think, it is difficult to extrapolate from I mean, it's trickier with executives, both whether it's a mayor or a governor. They have a different sort of issue set. But the fascinating thing to me is you don't need to compare Mamdani to Spanberger, because you have that contest that exists already with Mamdani and Cuomo.
But they would say that's liberal New York City, and you can't win in X area. And I would counter and say, Well, Virginia is like professional, in many ways, many professional class people from D.C. that are like obviously outraged about the Trump administration's war on the administrative state. So yeah, you can't replicate that across the country either.
And also,
No,
Sears.
we talked about that with the
someone
cities,
just
though.
wrote Emma's dressed like
The
Rock.
Oh, again, yeah. Well, I gotta put it on the outside.
Sears is a lunatic. I mean, she is a full-on lunatic. Let's listen to Spanberger's speech.
That was a good time.
Hassan's not with us anymore. I'm not saying he died. I'm saying.
Oh, I should put on some, there we go. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
This might be a bad idea with all this hair.
My fellow Virginians.
All right, so this is, you remember these? Oh my God, I don't think it does. Whew. This is tight.
Tonight, we sent a message.
This came to a few concerts with me.
We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
A message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across
I'll say this.
the country.
I had these in 8th grade. These are sturdy.
We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025,
Little poser pet.
Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship.
Ooh, yeah, hell yeah.
We chose our Commonwealth over chaos.
Sorry you got booted? Oh,
This
crap.
is out of the 90s, but it's, I mean, good. It's good news, but
It's literally what Michael Dukakis ran on.
Relentlessly on what matters most.
Pragmatism.
Keeping our communities safe
Pragmatism.
and strengthening our economy for
Pragmatism.
every Virginian. Leadership
The pepper glasses?
Leadership that will focus on problem
pepper glass?
solving, not
Oh,
stoking
all right.
division. You chose,
Oh, dude.
we chose leadership.
I did find one,
that
by the
will
way.
always put Virginia first.
she.
Maybe I can just show it on my phone.
And Virginia, I
Hold on.
cannot wait
Hold on.
to get to work.
She looks
for
like
you.
she could be Kirsten Gillibrand's sister.
Um,
She probably ideologically could. Like Emily's list was like, can we find someone that kind of looks exactly like Kirsten Gillibrand in Virginia and
to
just
our
copy
neighbors,
paste?
focusing on
Look, with 63% of the vote in, Spanberger's up by 10%. The guy from The Argument, the sort of abundancy pollster, he had written a D plus to D plus 10 to D plus 12 for Spanberger is mediocre. Is a mediocre performance. We got to wait and see. She's up plus 10, 63% counted. I imagine if they are
Sylvia.
calling the
I
race
ordered
for
it,
her, they're looking at the
Shortly after we talked about
counties
that.
are extant and saying these are going to go towards her. So she may get into the good or excellent.
Prop LL in Colorado lets the state keep all the money currently collected for universal free school lunch program instead of refunding it to our higher income taxpayers. Oh, no shit. Okay.
But
so that one you want to vote
we'll
no
see.
on then, right? Or vote yes
whether
on
she
too.
actually over or underperformed. And again, you can say that Cuomo was a bad
'Cause
avatar.
that, I gotta say, that's really weirdly worded, the way that they said this. Because, yeah, here, Colorado Proposition MM, raise taxes for school meal program. So if that's the wording on the ballot, that worries me. Because that sounds just like they
for
want to institute a new
Democratic,
tax
the Democratic
on
establishment
school lunch programs.
because he's a serial sex offender, although that hasn't stopped a lot of politicians in the
Right.
past.
God damn
But and I mean, there's
This is
there's
why
a
we
lot.
don't do this
The guy's a
with
dynasty. The guy was a sitting governor.
the fun half.
So, and you can say that New York is particularly liberal or
so
lefty,
wait.
which
So yes to both. Okay, cool.
arguably.
Oh, thank you,
but,
Tony.
You know, it's not like
So Prop MM would raise taxes on Coloradans making over $300K a year to fully fund the program and help offset Fed cuts to SNAP. So
the
yes to both.
city's population has had a wholesale turnover since Bloomberg.
That used to be coded language for like New York's so Jewy, right? Like it's so liberal, but they can't kind of use that because they've dove into the Zorons and anti-Semite argument.
Is it a new tax
Yeah,
though? Yeah,
exactly.
that's where I was a little confused by that. It sounds like a new tax.
And I mean, Eric Adams won the
what the
mayoralty
fuck is with this hair?
4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
First it ends
I
up in
think
my
the real story is going to be in the voters that Mamdani was able to bring out.
All right, that's it.
Yeah.
That people weren't able to bring out 4 years ago. It's not like there's a whole new generation of people who are here. I mean, if you're 30 years
I
old,
like how they just gave up on
you
her
were
speech.
here and
They're
could
just like,
vote
yeah, just
for
play
the
it in the
Eric Adams
background.
election.
All right,
so
here,
I mean,
let's see,
the
Lieutenant
early
Governor.
voting numbers yesterday, the final day of early voting, surpassed the final day of
I
early
just
voting
realized
in
that
the presidential
they
election,
vote
which is
separately
unheard
on
of.
Lieutenant Governor, so
I
you
think we
could technically
see
have
more
a
votes.
more votes
Democrat
than we
and a
saw
Republican
in the general election.
For
running with each other.
for Kamala,
That's
yeah.
weird.
Or in general.
I don't think it's that way in our
It's
state.
insane. But that's how much that's
think,
a credit
yeah,
to
the
Zoran's
governor
campaign
runs
and
with,
also just like
the lieutenant
way that
governor.
This race has captured the entire country.
Center spiral. Some of us have watch parties with people who know nothing. Any chance you run down Zoran and his importance? Well, if you're in New York, I think there's a whole set of things that make
MR
it
doing
different.
great.
In that he is going to pursue policies, and I don't think they're particularly radical. And I think that this is like. If I'm Zoran and I'm thinking like this is my first term agenda, and if we can get there and do this and make this stuff work, we can be more aggressive in the second term. But the idea is to make New York City more livable for people who are not wealthy.
Okay, so
I mean, that's
LL
basically
is the
what it
one
comes down
that
to.
is asking to keep
That
the excess
means,
tax that you already previously collected.
Universal free childcare.
Yeah, see, in Illinois,
that means
we would definitely vote to give it back to
free
the
buses.
taxpayers because we've had
means,
situations where we
taxing
had like a whole bunch of like
millionaires
hospitals overtaxing
slight
us.
amount more. That means a whole host of, I think, sort of smaller policies that are geared towards making the city more affordable and making a life for people who are not in the top 10% of wealth distribution, making their lives better. As far as what it means for around the country, and as far as
Someone
what it means
just
around
told
for the country,
them to
for-
get the
for
daughters
Democrats,
off fucking camera.
there is no doubt in my mind
the
that
fuck?
Graham Plattner, who is going to take on
Only taxpayers
Mills, and then I
payers
suspect,
making over 300K.
Collins.
I know. I'm just saying in Illinois,
The
for some
momentum
reason,
and the
we
energy
voted
and the sort
against
of
that
possibility
because we
that
had something
Mamdani
very similar to
presented.
that. And the taxpayers said
gave
no
a
new
permission
taxes because
structure
apparently that's
for
just all they
voters
need
and
as
for
a
organizers to say Plattner could win.
Why not us? Well, it's like we've
an
talked about this
opposition
before. That so
message.
much about it is
Okay,
winning, and
here.
momentum is like.
I'm gonna pause this for just 1 second. I'm gonna go back. We're gonna get an update on this coverage. Right there we go. 43. Okay, cool. So 59%, 30% of the vote is in for Mickey. So did they? I'm confused. I thought they already called it. Bloodstone, am I wrong on that? Here, let's check the Kornacki cam. What? Nope. Busted, Kornacki. Busted. What's he actually doing? I have a feeling that AI could totally take Steve Kornacki's job just as far as that goes. No. Don't move. You know what? He's almost useless in this. All right, back to this.
Such a bizarre sort of a dynamic.
This is fun.
Because it's going out to the public, and the public isn't saying like, "Hey, we're gonna tear down your
I'll pop
cable
on this
station."
space.
It communicates to the politicians. Well, this
I'm good for
makes
now.
sense, and that's what they're listening to.
I thought they called it.
But for regular people, they don't care what
Says
Rahm
30%
Emanuel
of the vote is
says
in,
about
and she's
this. They don't.
59.
They're not. I mean, you know, for the most part, they don't watch cable television that much, or cable news, I should say. And we're
one more?
in an era where
only two.
Mamdani, Plattner, they don't necessarily have the same politics, specifically, but they represent people power over what the Democratic establishment is. And they're, I would say they're also, you know, their politics are relatively consistent with each other. They don't need the permission structure from the political establishment to run. They don't need them to raise money. They have other sources in which they can do it. I mean, in New York City, one of the big stories is, you know, the matching funds, which I think Mamdani's campaign couldn't work without that. And
Sorry, you guys got some audio
for
feedback
Plattner,
there.
it is that he's in Maine.
Those Illinois taxes were
could
taken from
virtually
everybody.
meet every single person in Maine, right? I mean,
Yeah, in like a day.
You could like literally meet, you know, when he's going into these towns and he's getting 3,200 people or 700 people at a town
That's
hall.
like the Forest Hills rally.
It's literally like, Bernie coming to New York and getting 40,000 people, actually probably more. And he's able, the interesting thing is he's able to raise money both in Maine and out of Maine, but he also doesn't need that much. Because of the nature of Maine politics. Like you could run an ad on Portland TV and probably hit most of the state, but he's also going to talk to those people. And so there's, the narratives that get constructed on these cable stations are for politicians. And that's not nothing. I mean, that's why it's like important when you go on to MSNBC. It's important because you're interrupting that conversation between John Avalon, who used to write for Giuliani and worked for Bloomberg and ran and lost in an election. You're not allowing him to have like the floor. So that, you know, somebody in Schumer's office is going like, well,
I want to end some speculation because some people on the IMs are asking if I smoked a little pot before coming on. I did. So I just want people to know that that's why maybe I'm acting this way.
All right.
I wouldn't
okay,
act like
I
this.
accused you before the show of hitting
I already knew you were in the club, but welcome to the
Sauvignon
live
Blanc
club.
early. You're like, what are you talking about? I haven't drank anything.
Because that's exactly true. It's totally different.
And dear
Oh, yeah, it is.
I saw that IM and I looked over at you and I'm like, she just seems a little sleepy.
I was gonna IM you. Every single comment is about it, but then I was like, that's the worst
God,
thing somebody when they're high.
Literally
They wanna
the
hear.
worst like experience is to know that
I
actually I
dance
thought I was hiding it
Donald
well the
Trump.
whole time, and it's not working. I mean, I thought that I was doing
Do you think that he dances that way to the YMCA because he can't actually do the YMCA?
this well my whole life, passing in certain situations off. I'm just, it's not.
You know what? I'm gonna have it lifted to you by
I
Saturday.
think I
Shattered.
might soon too.
I think it's good.
To get on the same page.
Wait.
I feel I had to share that with the audience because it was getting a little.
Play soundboard games
It was
with
a little
Sam here.
concerning.
Why are your eyes rolling up into
Well,
your head?
it's and people will see I'll progressively get a little better.
And everybody
as the
knows
show
which
goes
one I'm
on,
about to
'cause
use.
it's
I can't
gonna
imagine a
wear
worse
off.
situation where you're high than 13,000 people saying you look high.
You're high and you're not passing at all.
Fortunately, all the big race, like half the races have already been called.
Yes,
so,
yes.
we don't have to do any deep dives here. But
yeah, so
Didn't think
you know
it would
what they
affect
can
me
do?
that much
They can make
coming
fourth
in.
wheel.
And this thing, I got this at the dispenser nearby my new apartment. It's pretty.
Hey,
Oh,
that's one of
sorry.
my. I got one of those upstairs.
Am I being too loose? Okay.
No, you're fine. You're doing great.
Gonna button it up and
it's all good.
shut up.
In terms of my neurological
I'm so glad we're watching this.
Damn it.
No way. Yes. Oh, that just happened.
Okay.
all right, well, I see I'm flying solo here, so let me. Is Spanberger still speaking?
You need two wings to fly.
Is
Okay.
it-
And I'm flying.
Spanberger still talking? Wow. Let's just dip
Wow,
in and
is
see
she?
where she's going
This
next.
is live.
And build
That's not
upon
live.
the foundations
It
laid
looks
out
live.
over so many
Yeah.
years. And Virginia, now it is
No,
our
that's live.
time
Holy
to
shit.
lead. Tonight, it's hard not to reflect on the nearly 2-year journey that we've taken together on this campaign. And just a few minutes ago, Adam said to our daughters, your mom's going to be the governor of Virginia.
Chasing this fly away.
We need you to be Mama.
We need you to be Mama Love of the country.
In Virginia, ever before.
That was almost. Which one's worse, that one or Pokemon Go to the Polls? I think Pokemon Go to the Polls was. That was the death knell of her campaign, in my opinion.
It's a big deal that the girls and the young women
John
I have
Bolton
met
behind her?
along the campaign trail now know with certainty
All right, go, switch to
that they can
Fox.
achieve
Let's do something
anything.
fun.
Yeah.
Let's. I mean, I want to see how Fox is handling this.
That fire's still burning, guys.
Cheryl is up with 32% in. She's up by 18 points.
Holy shit.
I mean,
I saw Montclair showed out, so that's her
Damn.
hometown. Also,
Yeah, we were covering this before the election coverage, the plane crash in
you know what's
Kentucky.
amazing? Having watched Bill O'Reilly for so long, Jesse Waters, I just can't. Search it in the search bar, in the Jesse Waters is just doing Bill O'Reilly. It's fascinating.
Not well though.
Oh no, he's got the one thing he picked up was the.
He
does this sort of flamboyant stuff.
Got the audio still on. My bad.
He has the
gesticulations.
Yes.
Goddamn. Yeah, Hermit. If you didn't see that coverage, that was insane.
Simple question of whether
Hey, girl.
terrorists will children should have arms. And then you move on over to Virginia.
All right, so real quick, guys. When I was covering the whole plane crash situation, I was reading just randomly the story about how they're making cuts to the TSA and how it's about to have major impacts. So just the timing was, you saw some of it. Oh, okay, cool.
9% of the entire
Still,
American economy,
that was
bigger than
nuts.
the economy of Canada.
Or to
just
quote my
in this
favorite
city,
angry beaver,
could be
that
setting
was
out on a
nuts.
grand social experiment of socialism that has demonstrably
Go to
failed
the
in
polls,
Soviet
sucked
Union
ass.
beyond.
Final R.
And 10%
American
of the
dollar is scaring me.
Pokemon,
go to the polls.
That I began.
Are
you bothered that
how many years
Democrats
later and I still
may
get
be
douche
voting
chills
for
from
Oh,
it?
this guy.
communist, someone that wouldn't
He's not
condemn
looking good.
Hamas, voting for
Hamas.
someone
Ford.
that said they wanted to kill
Dude,
kids.
getting Tucker's
Does that bother
time slot
you?
just took a lot out of him.
He's not a communist. He hadn't said he was a communist.
It would bother me if it was true.
Well, wait a second.
I'm bothered- I'm bothered-
What is rent freezing and free transportation and government-run grocery stores?
I want to be clear on one thing. I'm as troubled by his anti-Semitism as anything he is. anything
Effing
he's
cringe.
about.
Oh, Howard
Wasn't
Ford
bad.
is
saying that.
For
economic
for
issue.
most folks,
Look,
probably
we
don't
live in a
remember when
time we talk
Howard
about
Ford was in the
unprecedented
House.
times, and some of it I like, some of it I don't like.
He
President Trump has
was
used our
a
tax
shit.
money to invest
I
in
mean,
American
he
companies
was
that he
on
believes
the
are
And
on the
also,
scale
way to
of
ruin
Democrats,
something. Like, dude,
he was on the well
I think
entrenched.
that she
shitty
contributed to like
just to be
Pokemon Go losing its cool factor.
But
Because it was cool for
must- he
like
must
we
make a
had
decent
world
amount of money
peace
there.
for 2
and it
months
probably helps whatever
for real.
whatever
That was
other
at least
gig,
national
you know,
peace.
consulting or lobbying.
That was
gig he
crazy.
Probably does on the side.
I went to the first
but
Pokemon
it's
Fest
interesting
down
that
in
they're,
Grant
you know,
Park. and I was part of
Do
like
you
a
like
viral
that
video
everyone
where
loves terrorism
like if you
now?
guys look up Grant
What do you
Park
think about that?
Vaporeon,
children. How do you feel
I
about
think
that?
it was
Look
20.
At Cuomo. Oh, so Cuomo does.
there it is.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I think it was 2016.
There is.
I
Purple
think
and
tonight
orange?
Democrats will celebrate. The two
Hilarious.
Lots of room for
You
the
just saw
catering
this
to go.
massive wave
One or
of
the
people
other
to the
looks
point
like
where the
should
fire
be
department
declared
got called on
There
us.
is at least,
Because we moved like in this weird
I
alley.
would say,
just like,
close to
no!
45 people
Wow.
there.
We wouldn't be
There were
so,
at least like 3,000 people
cheerfully
that just
talking
I mean,
like
I'm sorry, but
swarmed
Can you,
this
can you
area.
look at
Such
the
an ugly
joy?
color scheme.
Can you
And then,
turn the,
at the
turn
end,
the
there was a
sound down
Snorlax
so
that was pretty.
we can
Oh.
go see that image. That's too bad because
Why didn't they want to keep that up?
the incredible joy and
Still
excitement
have,
in that
like,
Cuomo
I
room. Look
had
at
to
that.
chop my
We're just
wristband off,
watching
but
that.
I still
it
got part of
really
it
is honestly like
around here.
it's like
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
it's like waiting for the gallows.
There's a Vaporeon. What?
It's like everybody's
Funeral energy.
standing around at
Right.
the
Just a bunch of people
gallows
going-
waiting for. Although I have to say, usually in places and eras where
the
they have a
good old days.
gallows, people are more excited.
Just recently
They're
logged
there
in. And
for the hanging. This
I
is
was
sort
at
of a
level 40,
reluctant
and then all of a sudden it's like,
gallows,
you're at level
like a funeral
55.
for
I was
their
like,
boss.
what?
They're reluctant because right. That's
Let's go back
better.
to the CNN, if we can.
because we're gonna get results probably in a few minutes, right?
Human phone book. Why does it look like Waters has to maintain a safe distance from other guests?
question.
Steve, Emma should do one fun half a week, a little toasted. This is delightful.
Don't you
I
fucking
can't hide
take
it.
my.
I thought I
This
could,
is
but
my
I'm
shtick.
not good
This
at
is
it.
my shtick, people. No, if Majority
Busted.
Report's going to be doing that, then
Yeah,
I better get a shout out. No.
Bub from Utah. I don't want
That
to
is
jinx it,
pep
but
talks.
Dick Cheney is
That
now
is my
shooting people
little
in the
bit of
face
the
in
internet that I
heaven.
have. I stole fun.
Noah from Taupe. Do people remember that?
Yes.
I stole phone.
Yes.
It's
very hard. All right, I'm gonna shut up now.
campaign. It's very hard to do.
Him. I just realized I'm like I call it the 420 fun half.
Oh yeah, go. Let's see what Tim Pool is doing. That should be fascinating. I thought Cuomo's banner read "Ready to Die" at first.
What
The
did
jerk.
it actually say?
Do you guys think Woody Allen endorsement will have helped Cuomo? Could it be the difference maker?
Which endorsement?
Woody Allen.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Popeye, 15 years in the making. Radical left Hoosier. Is pragmatism why I can't see at night when people flash their LED headlights at me?
God, I hate those. All right, so
Max left.
38%
Mamdani at
still in.
56%.
That's
Coming in for the
well,
West
polls
bit
haven't closed
here.
yet, right? So
Yeah, I don't know how that's true.
that might
polls
be
haven't closed.
an exit poll, which you can't trust.
Who dat? Emma's a Kentucky Fried French fry right now.
Oh yeah, baby.
Matt from P.
She's
On
a
serious note,
Kentucky
look what
Fried
happened in
French
Chester County,
fry.
Pennsylvania, for some reason.
I mean-
the primary books were sent out and not the general election books. So newly registered and independent voters had to complete a provisional ballot.
They're bringing
but it
out the
caused
party
whole
side of me a
mess.
little bit. I'm gonna say.
Zo punny.
Having
Emma,
a
this
little
is
fun
how
here.
we all pictured you looked when you
I'm
called
thinking that
into
we
the
have the
show
same
and
thing in
you're
our
like,
cups here, and that's
More
fun.
sloshed
It's just
in that
fun in
instance,
our
but
cups.
yeah.
That's what we have.
The absentee voting voter ID restrictions in Maine is starting to go good. 64% now.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I think China might surpass
Plattner
USA
already
and
gonna work for
everything except
Democrats.
military.
I was going to say, that's basically like a pre-primary.
Graham Plattner here. You're welcome.
Joe Snuffy, now that Zoran has won, should we expect a Heaven's
Hey.
Gate situation for neoliberal psychos? Future reactionary. To quote Veep, hey, I'm president. I can fuck whoever I want.
Wait, did
All the other
Zoran
ones
win?
have.
Zoran didn't win.
New York Times email headline subject line says
That would be like
moderate
the biggest.
Democrat wins
I,
Virginia
hey,
governor
I
election.
got at least I got the live feeds up, so I will know,
Well, you know,
right
like,
when
this
it
gets
goes
back to
because I
that.
got
I
got
haven't
the
I have
Kornacki report.
The New
No one's
New
gonna
York
freak out more than
Magazine,
Steve Kornacki.
A piece,
All right?
socialism versus abundance.
Yeah.
And I just like that's fascinating because
Oh man!
there
Oh,
is
I got into
no
a big thing with a
socialism
pickup truck.
option at this point.
Um,
we're really talking about like
He
it's
underestimated
progressivism,
my,
right. You know,
the
that
lights
is,
that I
like, you know,
had.
it's all a spectrum, but
That
the
was
idea
fun.
that like Mamdani himself is not even proposing any
I have
socialist
a little
policies.
extra just in case I need to check somebody.
Government-run
Also,
supermarkets
just in case I need to actually
is not socialism.
do some outdoor
It
work or
is
something.
any more
Atlanta's doing it.
any more than the public option in the ACA exchanges would have been socialism.
Right.
It would have been a public option. Like Social Security, I guess you could argue, is socialistic, but it's not. Its inclusion in our society is not socialism. It is a socialist policy. The abundance stuff, on the other hand, is not
All
anything.
right, so the polls are closed.
That's the amazing thing about it. Like, it's no. But put aside whether it's even fake or
There's an opening on this space.
But
Ooh.
what is the pitch?
Have the tides turned.
What is
being smart?
What do you guys?
and
What do you guys
wonky.
think?
I mean,
you
honestly,
jump with me?
Get the government out of the way.
It's
Yeah.
I mean,
Libertarianism?
it's honestly, it's deregulation.
Yep.
I'm
You
having a
don't
good time.
run on deregulation.
Honestly, I'm
It's
having
the
a good
dumbest
time just
thing
kind
I've
of
ever
chilling.
heard.
But
And it's not like they're.
All right. Here we go.
feeling
Oh,
antisocial,
sorry.
so
Go on.
I should probably
Well,
go.
let's hear this. Let's hear this.
Let's hear this. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
on
no,
pins and
no, this
needles.
is-
Slight uptick from what we saw 4 years ago. So a slightly younger electorate, that could help Mamdani.
I
He's
love
winning
that
young
Adam's
voters
still getting
75%
1%
to
in
Cuomo's
exit polling.
16%. He's walloping Cuomo with the young vote, and they make up a
shit.
bit more than they did 4 years ago.
16%?
Non-college voters.
That's more
without
than a
college
walloping.
degree.
What's it- what-
42%
what,
of the overall electorate. Cuomo's winning them.
what's the
This is
addition
just
to
exit
walloping?
polling.
Narrowly, 42%
Just so
to
people
Mamdani's
realize.
38%. Sliwa getting 16%. African American voters in New York City, they make up 18% of the electorate. Nearly 1 in 5
Well,
voters are black.
that is
Mamdani
huge.
is winning the black vote by 15
If it
points.
holds.
52% for Mamdani.
Holy shit.
Cuomo at 37%. Sliwa down
Again,
at 5%.
this is just exit poll
and among
stuff, but-
Jewish
Yeah,
voters
this is the
in
exit
New
polling,
York,
but still, that's crazy.
15% of the New York City electorate is Jewish, so a big Jewish
We'll see.
population, given what Jews are nationally. Cuomo's beating Mamdani 2-1 with Jewish voters in New York. 60% of the Jewish vote is Cuomo's right now. 31%
They,
going to Mamdani. Okay?
They
All right,
the
thanks so
ability
much, John. We have a
to
key race
get
alert. With actual
Hasidic communities out to vote is like 1-to-1. I bet you
Here
that
we go. Those are real.
Oh, okay.
Those
These
are
are
real
real actual-
results.
has 39.7% of the vote. Republican Curtis Sliwa has
Zora
80% of the
51.
vote.
You think it's
and
an
Eric Adams,
8%?
incumbent,
Pollsters are the same
no
rate as
longer
us.
running, has
An
0.2%
exit
of the vote. So
No.
right now, with 36% of the estimated vote in, that's more than a third. Zoran Mamdani, the
Adams
Democratic
with
candidate,
9
is more than 97
1,000.
ahead of his closest
He got
competitor,
just a few of his
Andrew
friends
Cuomo.
to
And
vote for him.
Significantly, Mamdani does have at this
All right,
early
the
hour,
Eric
more than
Adams bit here.
50%
Didn't expect that, but
of
that's
the
Wow.
vote.
great.
That is,
If
again,
900,000
36%
votes,
of the vote in. And
if
where does the vote
900,000
come
votes
in
represents
from?
36% of the vote,
Yeah.
this is going to break the general election. It's going to shatter it.
Well, what was the general election?
2.4,
2.4
and
million?
this is, it's on track to like
records in New York City.
Well,
in past
2.7
elections, and that
maybe.
was a key priority for
Cuomo's
the
getting
Mamdani
it-
campaign.
getting
get
it
their
from
vote out
Staten
early.
Island
So
there.
when you see this, 4 of the 5 boroughs
I'm gonna
shaded in
check,
for Mamdani, that is a testament to the organization, a compliment to the organization. We're also at 36%, so let's wait until we get further. But you make a key point. At the moment, you come out of the box. You know your organization is the better one. You want to come out of the box strong.
Manhattan
He
has the
comes out
highest
at
percentage of votes
52%.
in per
Staten
the New
Island
York
taking
Times,
its place
but
as the
the
outlier,
Times'
as it always is in
headline
New York
is
City.
that
It is the
turnout
conservative
surges past
outpost.
2
Donald
million,
Trump won
to
it
your
all
point.
3 times. A little bit of irony if a Cuomo. A lot of Republicans on Staten Island don't want to vote for a Cuomo, but if you look just at Staten Island right now, and this will be a conversation. You just heard Mano say someone got up,
Sliwa,
calling him a spoiler.
27%?
The President of the United States, the head
Really?
of the Republican Party,
Calling
in
him
the
a
final
spoiler,
days said
like,
don't vote for the Republican.
Cuomo's the
Republicans are going to
spoiler.
fight
Exactly.
about
Yeah,
this for a long
Cuomo.
time.
Sliwa had
Republicans
Spoiler.
just
Stand
on
up for
Staten
yourself,
Island with about
Sliwa.
40%
Yeah.
voting.
Don't let
Cuomo is
these
winning, but this is
centrists
the most
bully you.
important. This is the least populous of the boroughs. It's about 500,000 people. That's
Incidentally,
Oakland.
you could
That's,
add
you know, Raleigh, North
Sliwa's
Carolina.
total,
But-
Would matter.
but
and
Brooklyn
it wouldn't
would be the
it wouldn't
fourth
matter.
largest city if it broke off on its own.
Brooklyn. This
and
is where
Mamdani
he
is getting
obviously
60% of the vote.
Zoran's
Again,
got a
early votes
drive
about a
turnout.
third of the vote there. 60% though. Let's just wander around the.
All right, guys.
60% in Brooklyn.
It's time.
48%.
Let's
in
go.
Queens. Cuomo was born in Queens. Mamdani lives there now. His state assembly district is right here.
We're gonna join this
Astoria,
space.
along the river area there. That's where Mamdani represents. This
It's
is
time.
Find
All right, so this is going to be a easy transition. I'm going to spam the hell out of the link here. And you guys can head on over there. I'm going to play the outro, mostly just to keep it all nice and, solid over on my end. But yeah, let's go. I will see you guys over there. Great show tonight. I will catch you guys tomorrow if you are not joining us, but I hope you are. So let's hop on over to this space and I will see you guys there. Come on, where is my outro? There you are. Watch me do this. Boom. Oh, God. Boom. Boom. And then outro music. I'm doing this live. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are